worked his socks off defensively. He made sure that he just tagged himself onto Joe Gomez so they couldn't get himself on the ball. So everybody did their job defensively, and everybody put in 100% effort. Now that is, as I said, that is a prerequisite. That hasn't been happening. So now he'll go into the dressing room and he'll say to his players, that's the least that I expect, because they've come to Molineux. Wolves are very good at home. They only lost 2 out of the last 12, 2 out of 13 now, and they've actually gone toe-to-toe with Wolverhampton Wanderers, who've been in decent form themselves, and they've come away with a draw. Arguably, as said, they should have come away maybe with a victory. Wolves' problem is, when teams come here and they don't press them from the front and try and close them down, Wolves have a problem in creativity. They don't actually have that sort of imagination, in the midfield area to carve open those chances. But it was a really, really good game. It was a bit of a slow burner. I'd say it was a bit static the first sort of 10 minutes, and then from when Nottingham Forest went 1-0 in front, then the game was excellent. It was a high pace, high tempo, really good advert for the Premier League. And I've got to say, the referees and the VAR are taking a lot of stick just lately. Sam Barrett, the referee, I thought was absolutely excellent. He let the game flow. He didn't, just pull up for like silly little fouls. And he actually, about 3 or 4 times, he gestured for players to get up, which I love.
Yeah, I like that a lot. I've just got to get your thoughts, Perry, very quickly on Manchester United. 3-0 at home to Bournemouth, of course. Gary Neal, we've seen jumping up and down on the Wolves sideline here, was removed from his position at Bournemouth, and they've gone and done that. Well, no, obviously not just now, but you know what I mean. They've gone and got another result at Old Trafford, and it feels like if you're a team that's going to play and just go for it at Old Trafford, you're probably going to get a result against Manchester United. Well,
we said it was the manager month curse, wasn't it? Because Eric Ten Hag got manager month, Harry Maguire got Premier League player of the month.
Yeah.
And we saw Bournemouth at Bramall Lane against Sheffield. Sheffield United were really poor, and Bournemouth looked really good, and especially in the midfield area, Ryan Christie and Lewis Cook, who sort of controlled the game. And Andoni Iraola, the Bournemouth manager, is just starting obviously to get his message across and his philosophy, because it's a different one. Gary O'Neill did a brilliant job keeping Bournemouth up because they needed to survive, and now Andoni Iraola has let his players go and sort of express themselves. To say they've gone to Old Trafford, and actually that's a hammering. 3-0 is a hammering. You don't sort of get away with a 3-0, when you say backs to the wall and you nick a goal. So it'd be interesting to see what the Old Trafford faithful is going to be like, because it's going to be pretty toxic there. And Eric Ten Hag will have all the questions thrown at him now, whether same thing, the players have, if he's lost the players, there's a split dressing room there, and especially being at Old Trafford as well, where their Premier League form in the month has been okay. It's been in the Champions League they've struggled, but I think every game that Manchester United have, even if they win it, they paper over the cracks. It's not as if it's a team that's full of solidarity, and they're together. They rely on their individual brilliance. Looks like that obviously Bournemouth gone there and played them off the park. Yeah, and it doesn't sound like Ten Hag's going to back down with Jadon Sancho, so he's going to persist with that one. So Manchester United are 6th, and with that win, Bournemouth are up to 13th. Also, a couple of results not going so well for Forest, with Sheffield United getting a win as well. They won 1-0 at home to Brentford, so the Chris Wilder factors has come in and working well for them. Yeah, the new manager bounce. Obviously, Brentford have got a lot of injuries. I think Brian Mbeumo is injured as well, so they're down to their bare bones. So you just need that victory, to get the belief amongst the players. And Chris Wilder will try and make Bramall Lane a difficult place to go to. But I don't think that Steve Cooper, obviously, will be aware of the results when he comes off the pitch. But this is too early in the season to be worrying about, your rivals, where you are in the league. He'll just be delighted with his team's effort and application here today. Yeah, well, Ian Dante's going to go and speak to Steve Cooper very, very soon. No, he's not. Or someone is. Dave Rowe's going to go and speak to Steve Cooper, and also Gary O'Neill. And I'd be very interested to know if Steve Cooper is as embarrassed as he was on Wednesday night with the fans singing his name, because I have a feeling he won't be. He looked pretty proud of his players, and he was certainly giving the fans a thank you as well. It's now time to pick our man of the match in this game with Enterprise Rent-A-Car.
Man of the match on TalkSport 2 with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Enterprise has vans of all shapes and sizes, so if you've got a plan, we've got a van.
So Perry, we've watched 90 odd minutes or so here at Molineux, and who are you going to go for? Well,
it's going to be a Nottingham Forest player, because I thought their team performance was excellent here at Molineux. I thought the 2 wing backs were excellent. Nico Williams and Harry Toffolo obviously involved for the Toffolo's goal, and Toffolo should have got his second goal for Nottingham Forest with a great cross again from Nico Williams. But from the get-go, Dance and myself mentioned Willy Bolly in commentary. He had 2 fantastic sliding tackles which were timed to perfection, and when you're playing away from home against a team who's got good home form, you need your centre-half to stand up and be counted. And Willy Bolly playing against his old team as well, I thought he was absolutely outstanding. I can't remember him missing a tackle, I can't remember him missing a header, so I'm going to give Willy Bolly my man of the match.
Yeah, they absolutely loved Willy here at Molineux, but maybe not so much today. That was our man of the match from today's game with Enterprise Rent-A-Car.
Man of the match on TalkSport 2 with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. From the best lineup in the UK, Enterprise has 450 branches with all the vehicles your business needs.
Game day exclusive.
So Perry, we've got one more game coming up in the
with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Aston Villa versus Arsenal live today for $11.99, no contract. Search Now Sports, 18 plus, stream via internet, terms apply.
It's getting cold out, but Screwfix hot deals are on. And you can save big on trade essentials, like 10-litre Leyland Trade Contract Matte Paint, now 2 for just £28. Time for a drill upgrade? Pick up the DeWalt Brushless Cordless Combi Drill for just $149.99, saving you £50. Shop hot deals now, on the app, at screwfix.com or in store. Price is valid until at least 7th of January, subject to availability. For full T's and C's, see screwfix.com.
Go bananas at the grocery store this Christmas with Just Eat, with up to 50% off your festive favourites. At Sainsbury's, Asda, Iceland, One Stop and Co-op. From hot chocolate to mince pies, we're bringing more to your door. Christmas, it's in the bag.
Did somebody say Just Eat?
Participating stores only. Discount automatically applied to the menu. Offer valid 4th to 24th of December. T's and C's apply. See full T's and C's at justeat.co.uk.
We all fantasize about our perfect home. Watching the big game cozied up in the snug.
Another 7-0 win!
Balmy summer nights with the kids playing on the lawn.
We're playing real-life football!
But come on, this isn't real. Listen, if you're serious about making your fantasy a reality, find out what your home is worth instantly with a free online valuation estimate. Get real about moving. Get on the market. Most common time to obtain an online quote between 1st of June 2022 and 30th of September 2022 is under 3 minutes. Excludes Northern Ireland.
You'll only remember that sound if you're from the 90s, a time when the World Wide Web was still taking off. Dial-up was the thing, and McDonald's started cracking only free-range eggs, fresh every day, to use in all our McMuffins. It's just one of the little changes McDonald's have been constantly making to the way we source our food over the years. McDonald's. Change a little, change a lot.
Who are you going for in the racing today? The favourite. And tomorrow? The favourite. And the next day? The favourite. The Sun's horse racing pullout, The Favourite, is now in the paper 7 days a week. Yes, that's right. Every single day. Bringing you even more top tips, more form guides, more race cards, and all the colours and silks. Get your favourite pullout every day in the Sun, the home of racing.
Game day exclusive on TalkSport 2 with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever the mission, home or away, Enterprise helps over 120,000 people every day.
It's football to the max.
Into the corner, wonderful goal.
Game day exclusive
on TalkSport 2.
Yeah, we are here at Molineux as the pitch is getting raked and the security are doing their final sweep before everyone locks the doors and goes home for the evening. 1-1 between Wolves and Nottingham Forest here. We've got one more game coming up in the Premier League, kicks off in just over 20 minutes time. Aston Villa versus Perry Groves' old lot Arsenal, and it must be, I mean, this would be a game traditionally where Arsenal would obviously take every game very, very seriously, but now with Aston Villa on such a run and such formidable form at home, Arsenal are going to be taking them very seriously, aren't they?
Yeah, I think Arsenal were the last team to beat Aston Villa, weren't they, at the Premier League, in the Premier League at Villa Park. And it'll be intriguing because of the way that Aston Villa play. Everybody knows that they like to be on the front foot. They know that they like to keep a high line. I'm just looking at the teams for Aston Villa. Obviously, Bailey and Watkins will probably play up front. Tielemans in midfield with Kamara and Douglas Luiz with John McGinn coming in from that left-hand side. And from Arsenal's point of view, Kai Havertz is playing in the Granit Xhaka role. He's got obviously 2 goals in his last 2 games, and if you look at Bukayo Saka, Martinelli in the wide areas, they'll love the fact that there's going to be, you know, that space to try and get in behind. But Villa impose themselves on you at Villa Park. You know, they come for you. Say it's high intensity, high press. David Raya's got the nodding goal where people thinking Arteta, you know, would he put Ramsdale in? So, and David Raya's going to be under pressure today because of the way that Villa play. Is he going to be called enough on the ball? Liverpool obviously winning earlier in the earlier game, going top of the league. So a little bit of pressure on Arsenal, and just to see how they can react to it. So that's going to be a brilliant game for the neutral to watch, because it's going to be very high intensity. And the Premier League games are normally always high intensity. What we've seen here today at Molineux has been a brilliant advert for the Premier League, as will Aston Villa against Arsenal.
It's going to be really interesting as well. Unai Emery getting his first ever win over Pep Guardiola in the week, and he might get one over Arsenal as well, which will be very personally satisfying for him, I'm sure. We'll have updates from Villa Park in 20 minutes time, regularly on TalkSport. Of course, the full-time phone-in is on TalkSport now with Jamie and Gabby taking your calls. 03717 223344. That's the number to dial to have your say on national radio. Thank you very much to Perry Groves, also Ian Danta, producer Sal as well here at Molineux. Don't go anywhere though, as the live sport continues here on TalkSport 2. England taking on the West Indies in the final one-day international of the series. That series is level thanks to England's win the other day, so it's 1-1. It all comes down to this match. We've got a huge team of huge cricket names to bring you all the build-up and action from what looks like a slightly stormy Barbados, but when I was there for the cricket last January, they told me if the guys with the pitch covers aren't bothered, don't worry about the clouds. It's coming up next here on TalkSport 2.
Well, Nottingham Forest were very nearly hit for 6 by Fulham in the week. That defeat has once again raised questions as to the future of their beleaguered manager Steve Cooper. Chance for Williams to get a cross in. Lovely cross from Williams to the far post, and it's in from Topolo. Forest lead. Harry Topolo, a crucial goal for Nottingham Forest, and a crucial goal for Steve Cooper, surely. Lemina steers it out to the Wolves' right. Semedo gives it back to Mario Lemina, approaching the right-hand corner of the box. Slides it down the right side. Sarabia finds Cunha. Lovely equaliser. Lovely goal from Wolves to draw level. Wolves equalise. And Steve Cooper didn't hold the lead for too long.
TalkSport 2, official broadcast partner of the EFL.
Wednesday night.
Live Championship football
On TalkSport 2.
Leicester versus Millwall.
He fires it at beauty.
Countdown commences 7:30. Blast off 7:45.
Wednesday night
On TalkSport 2.
Football fantastic. On DAB, online and via the TalkSport app.
He knocks him over, that's what he does.
The third ODI live
On TalkSport 2.
Hello and welcome to live and exclusive coverage of the third one-day international between West Indies and England from the Kensington Oval in Barbados. West Indies took the first ODI in Antigua due to an inspired undefeated 100 by captain Shai Hope. He led them to a 6-wicket win before England bounced back with a thumping victory in the second. Now, here in Barbados, both teams have the opportunity to begin their journeys towards the 27 World Cup in South Africa with a series win. Unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, the rain has delayed the toss out there in Barbados, so I'm very happy to have the esteemed company of Philo Wallace and Steve Harmison here with me. 1-1, 1 apiece. That's probably a fair reflection of the cricket that both teams have played. It was a bit of a shock, it must be said, that West Indies chased down 325 in the first one-day international, but England certainly got their lines right, Steve Harmison, in the second with a thumping and convincing victory in that one.
Yeah, it was a good win in the second ODI. I thought they played some good cricket in the first ODI. I thought the majority of that game was where England wanted to be. I think they batted well, they scored above par, and if it wasn't for the brilliance of Shai Hope, I don't think the West Indies would have gotten anywhere near it. But the last 10 overs worried me, if I'm brutally honest, on closing out a game, especially a low in confidence team. But then they went to the second game, and I thought they thoroughly bossed it from start to finish, and it was great to see character. That's what I want to see from players and young players. I know Sam Curran, he's young in age, but he's played some good cricket. He took a record which was the most expensive bowling figures in the first one,
stolen from you,
stolen from me by one run, but he then goes and shows character, and then goes and gets player of the match in the next game, and that's what I like. I want to see, especially in these games, I want to see characters. If somebody has an indifferent game, see how they come back, and ticking the box for Sam Curran for me.
Okay, well the clouds are still gathering ominously at the Kensington Oval, and the covers are still on the pitch, so we won't have the toss for quite some time now. We'll get Phil O'Wallace's views on West Indies and their lack of consistency in a moment or so, but right now we'll head out to TKO, courtesy of Teddy Pendergrass, of course, the Kensington Oval. Barry Wilkinson is out there. He's going to update us on the conditions. What's happening, Barry?
Well, it's actually much more encouraging at this stage. I know the covers are still on, but we're seeing some blue sky, and that's very encouraging. As I look just to the west, the rain is heading away from the ground, which is always an encouraging sign. And if there's one thing you can say about Kensington Oval, is once there's no rain, there will be cricket. The outfield is immaculate, the drainage here is brilliant. So I think the ground staff that are now heading onto the ground, they're going to get ready to get these covers off. And I'm thinking worst case scenario, if it remains like this, we should have a 6 p.m. UK time start, or it could be sooner. The fourth umpire, Gregory Brathwaite, is out there. Actually, it's his birthday today, and he's out there trying to marshal the troops along with Winston Reid, who is the head curator, and they're now taking the covers off. It's very encouraging signs, and I don't think it will be much longer before we see perhaps the players coming on to warm up. And I'm thinking if it continues like this, I say 6 p.m. UK start.
Barry, there's plenty of pink-looking bodies out there sunning themselves in the Barbados sunshine. At least there'd been sunshine at some point during the course of their stay. Is the ground almost predominantly England fans, or are there one or two West Indian ones out there too?
85% of the UK fans, 15% of locals. I'm struggling to see a lot of locals. There are more officials, I think, that are here that are locals than there are spectators. And it looks more like Kennington Oval than Kensington Oval. And I've said that since 2019, when it was really becoming a situation where the England fans have taken over. They've really come out to support England, and the West Indies fans, I think, have been a bit more in tune with what's happening locally. You know, it is the Christmas season, it is holiday kind of time, and cricket around this time is a very weird thing. It's unusual, and I haven't seen a lot of locals come to watch the game. Good thing the UK fans are here to make it look like a very big and competitive affair. If not, it would have been a very sparse crowd, I can tell you that for sure.
We've already heard one or two rumours about a change for England. Matthew Potts looks as though he's going to start instead of Bryden Carr, so that's the rumour we're getting on the wires back here. Have you heard anything in terms of changes to the West Indian 11 today?
I understand they're going to maintain the same team. That was the thought process yesterday when Shea Hope and Darren Sammy would have spoken at the pre-match press conference. But of course that could change because the weather conditions have changed somewhat. So I'm not quite sure if they will tinker with perhaps adding a bit of strength to the bowling lineup. You know, in the first match, even though they won it, they rotated 5 bowlers, which is a massive danger because it means that you don't have anyone to back you up if someone is really going at a high rate. And Shepherd went at a very high rate. And they tried in the next game to have 6, but there was no all-rounder. I'm just thinking today they might want to think that through a little bit better and balance the side, which has not been balanced in the last 2 games. I forgot to mention, I don't know if you guys did speak about it, but unfortunately the very untimely death of former Ghana and West Indies off-spinner Clyde Butts, who died in a tragic car accident in Ghana yesterday, has of course the team in a very somber mood. In fact, I think they're going to have a minute's silence for him before the match. And we also had the death of Joe Solomon. So 2 former West Indies cricketers have died in the last 24-48 hours, and the team is just feeling that death a little bit. They would feel Clyde Butts' death more because he was actually the chairman of selectors before this last chairman of selectors in Desmond Haynes. So therefore he has been in and around the team quite often, and he's been seen a lot with the side, whereas Joe Solomon, of course, was much older and was not as indeed involved. But Clyde Butts' death yesterday was a massive shock. Died in a car accident in Ghana, Eccles in Ghana, and there's a big video of Clyde Butts on the big screen here. died at, of course, age 66. And I'm more than sure that there's going to be a special tribute for him before the game starts. On that note, we also see that the covers are coming off, and that's another good sign, unfortunately, even if the match will not start in time.
Yeah, I was going to say that we've just seen pictures here of the ground staff doing their thing and getting the covers off the ground, which is terrific news. But of course, huge condolences go out to all of Clyde Butt's friends and family, as well as those of Joe Solomon, and what should be a sombre start to this deciding one-day international. What about the view of sort of the West Indian cricketing public on the performance, particularly the first performance in the first ODI in Antigua? It came as a bit of a surprise, sort of after midway through that run chase that West Indies got up. And obviously great celebration at the fact that they managed to get over the line. Romario Shepherd and Shea Hope making sure that there was a win under the belts then. But then, of course, the consistency that seems to be so difficult to put a finger on for West Indies cricket showed itself up again, or lack of consistency, in the disappointing showing in the second game.
Two things that didn't surprise me about the West Indies in the last two matches. And one, their inconsistency is consistent, and two, I'm not surprised that Shepherd and Hope actually won the game for the West Indies. I just rewind a little bit. A couple of weeks earlier, the Caribbean Premier League, they actually play for the Ghana Amazon Warriors, and the season that Shea Hope had for the Amazon Warriors and the season that Shepherd had for the Amazon Warriors was also a very much a match-winning kind of performance. They've been playing together quite a bit, and when I saw that energy, when I saw that synergy when they were batting, I said I won't be surprised if the Windies actually pull it off, and that's when they needed about 80 more runs to win. So to many people it might have been a bit of a shock. To me it wasn't, because those two, they have been batting so well all year long, even into last year I will go, when the Amazon Warriors have also been really doing quite well. And they are cricketers, one from Barbados, one from Ghana, but having played for the same franchise, they know each other's game pretty well, and they're accustomed pulling down big scores. Now, when it comes to that second match, the West Indies, like I said, as usual, win one day, lose the other, very inconsistent, and I think that's just what it was. I wouldn't be surprised if they come here today now and show that Sunday form, or they could very well show the form that they did a couple of days ago. But the West Indies team still suffers from that inconsistency, and it's something that they need to wrestle with if they're to be serious contenders to play in the 2027 World Cup.
Nice hearing you and your views and your thoughts. Obviously, you can say the same thing about Shepherd, Rutherford and Hope in that second ODI as well. They also play for the same franchise, but he's from Guyana. There's a bit of understanding there as well. He was there in Ghana with them, and that kind of camaraderie is good. But my question, Barry, the surface at Kensington Oval, what can you tell us about that playing surface?
Had a chat with Winston Reid, the head curator, and he said it's going to be something that's going to offer something for both the batsmen and the bowlers. If anything, I also spoke with Ernie. You know Ernie well.
Yes.
He is one of the ground staff, and he said, Barry, look for some bounce. So I'm thinking that this pitch is going to be a bit more true than what we saw in Antigua. I was disappointed to see how Antigua played two-paced. The game on Sunday was a batsman's paradise, but then the last match was very two-paced, and it didn't offer much for even the team batting second. Luckily, they were chasing a small total of just 202 runs. But I didn't think that the surface in Antigua was true. I think you're going to get a much truer surface here in Barbados. And based on what Winston said, they have been working on this pitch for the last 3 to 4 weeks. And I think you're going to get a pitch here that is going to be very true, very firm, with the ball coming onto the bat pretty nicely, Phil.
Well, and it's good to hear that from a viewer's point of view, Barry, but who does that suit better? England have a pretty good record at Kensington Oval, having played 14, won 8 and lost 6, and the West Indies record is a real reversal. They've lost more times than they've won. Who would a bouncier, faster pitch suit in your esteemed view?
I think it would more suit England. You only got Alzari Joseph that cracks it up over 90. The other bowlers are just dibbly-dobbly, they're there and thereabouts. So if you were to say a faster pitch, I would think it would suit England more right now than the West Indies. But having said that, you still have to wait to see. I'm now looking to see the pitches. They're now actually taking off that actual peeling of cover there to have a real look at it. But I think that when you look at how both England and the West Indies have been playing, and I'm judging England as well from watching them in the World Cup, they too have had a real spat of inconsistency, and I'm not sure if that would matter at this particular stage. I can't say that either side have got a world-class tear-away fast bowler that if the pitch was bouncy that they'll be running for cover. So I don't think it would matter much if it was bouncy whether England or West Indies will have the better part of it, because they don't. Neither team has that real tear-away world-class fast bowler like a Dale Steyn back in the day, who might have been relishing bowling on something like this, or even a Brett Lee. So I don't think it would make much of a difference, to tell the truth. I'm looking at the pitch now as they're beginning to pull off the covers. They started and then they stopped. From what I can see so far, it's looking very green. So that might be true to form with what Winston Reid was saying in terms of the pitch being one that will favour the quicks.
Okay, well, we just hope, and we can only hope, that it provides some entertaining cricket for us. Thank you for your thoughts. Barry Wilkinson there on the ground in Barbados. He will have Stacey Ann King and Sir Curtly Ambrose for company during the course of play once we get underway. But for now, Barry, thanks very much. We'll speak to you again soon. Okay, now would probably be a good time, although I'm not entirely sure how it affects the odds when we don't know who is batting or bowling or what the surface looks like. But let's head to get the latest odds with William Hill.
Official betting partner William Hill. Get epic value all season with William Hill. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
Okay, Lee Phelps is with us from William Hill. What have you got for us, Lee?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. With all the trepidation that you guys have just been talking about, it doesn't affect the odds too much, because I guess once you get in play, then the odds can change whoever wins the toss, and then you can see how the pitch is playing. But pre-match, it doesn't change anything too much. West Indies are the outsiders here, 7-4. England are 4-9. I guess based on the fact that you saw England come back in that second match and start to show a little bit of form with bat and ball. Of course, I think 4-9's maybe a little skinny, but I'm happy enough with it. I think the interesting thing is looking at the top run scorer odds, and you're looking at Zach Crawley, for instance, is one of the specials at 9-1 for Zach Crawley to be top run scorer and England to win. That's England's top run scorer, by the way, and England to win was 15-2, now 9-1. That might attract a bit. I mean, look, his average is fair. Probably needs to put in a decent score in this ODI series to really to kind of cement his place there and make people sit up and take notice. I personally prefer Harry Brook to be England's top run scorer. 71, 43 not out already. He's the same price as Zach Crawley at 5-1 to be England's top run scorer. So I'd be looking at Harry Brook, but I wouldn't put anyone off the Crawley special there. 9-1 for him to top run scorer in England to win. Obviously, just waiting a few minutes away from the football as well tonight. An absolutely huge game, Villa versus Arsenal. Villa suddenly getting people talking about them being title contenders. I think that's going a little bit too far. But after beating City, if they go and beat Arsenal, I might be eating my words a touch there. Villa are a decent price again, like they were against City. 12-5 at home to beat Arsenal. Arsenal are a touch of odds on. The draw is 27-10. I think if I said this on before the City game, but I think if Villa are going to win, I think they'll maybe have to do it with both teams scoring. Might be made to look stupid again after obviously only beating Man City to 0 the other night. But Villa to win and both teams to scores 5-1, and we're seeing quite a bit of money on Ollie Watkins to get a goal this evening. I mean, you're looking at a player of his calibre and the goals he's scoring. He's 17-10 to score a goal tonight. He's 6-1 to score first. So when you compare that to the Arsenal side of things, Jesus is 9-4 to score at any time. Of course, he's not exactly prolific. Probably looking at Saka on the Arsenal side, 23-10 to score at any time, and he's priced up at 7-1 to score first. But cracking night of sport. Can't wait.
Okay, many thanks, Lee. Fabulous stuff. Those were today's odds with William Hill. Get epic value all season with William Hill. 18 plus. begambleaware.org.
In the Zone on TalkSport 2 with official betting partner William Hill, giving you the tools for positive play. Take time to think and know your limits. 18 plus. begambleaware.org.
Welcome back to live and exclusive coverage of the West Indies versus England ODI series here on TalkSport 2. We've got a decider in front of us here as the West Indies go into this final ODI at Barbados with the scores locked at 1 apiece. In the absence of any play at the moment, we were due to start just a couple of minutes ago, but the covers are coming off, so the news on that score is pretty good. Fortunately, I've got Phil O'Wallace and Steve Harmison here in the studio with me. Gentlemen, been a difficult time for the West Indies, obviously not making the last Cricket World Cup, but there are some who might jokingly say that England didn't make the last one themselves either. It was a shocking defence of that title in India, and obviously now the talk is all about the rebuild. It's all about the new players who are going to be featuring for England in the Champions Trophy in 2025 and of course in the next World Cup in South Africa in 27. How are they going? I look at somebody like Phil Salt, who perhaps we might see as a more permanent opener alongside somebody like Johnny Bairstow, should he stay in the format going forward. He's played 18 ODIs now, 100, has made a lot of sort of electric starts for England. How do you see his development, and is there more we could expect from him?
Yeah, I think there's more to come from him, Butch. I think we talk about Phil Salt and we say 18 ODIs. That sounds, a decent chunk, but he hasn't had 18 consistent ODIs, as in a run of games. He's played one, missed plenty, played one, missed plenty because of, you go off your best side, and your best side is Johnny Bairstow and Jason Roy at the time, and that for me was the common sense approach. He was the next cab off the rank, and he's now got a chance. The thing I like about Phil Salt is a little bit like Jason. When Jason first came on the scene, I'm not bothered if he doesn't get hundreds, and that sounds stupid because he's an opening batter. But I need him to get me off to 140 to 160 strike rate first start. And if he can get through the first 15 overs like that, then he's got a great chance of getting 100 off 75, 80 balls. That's what Jason Roy turned himself into. Jason Roy turned himself into a guy who got 50 quickly and then got out. And then confidence grew and he became this unbelievable opening batter for England who could get to 100 off 70 odd 80 balls ahead of the rate and give the likes of the Morgans, the Stokes, the platform bottlers to come in and go. So I've said this many times, Butch, about this England team over the course of the World Cup and since the World Cup. It's not about the players that go in, it's the game plan they have to keep. They have to keep the game plan that's worked so well for 7.5 years, which they went away from in 6 months before the World Cup when David Milan opened the baton, which was to get ahead of the power play, and I think that's what England built their success on. So for me, and one of the reasons why would have liked to see Will Jacks bat at number 6, because I think Johnny Bairstow, I think there's mileage still in Johnny to come back into the ODI team, and I think with Salt at the top, Bairstow going alongside him, and Jacks has proven what a fantastic young player he is and potential that he's got. I'd like to have seen him slot into that middle order position at maybe 5 or 6 with Brook going up to 4. So that would have been my solution, but the way Will Jacks has started, he's been fantastic. But I really would like Phil Salt to get a run on the side.
There is perhaps, having heard that, there is perhaps an argument that says that Salt and Jacks might well be the future, and perhaps that might be the end for somebody like Johnny Bairstow going forward. It remains to be seen his hunger and appetite to stay in the ODI format, depending on what happens elsewhere. There's a lot of doom and gloom around the England ODI side because of the World Cup. However, I think what we've seen and what we know about county cricket and the players that it's produced, the guys who are sort of in the undercard in white ball cricket, there's a heck of a lot of fabulous young batters knocking around. Perhaps on the bowling side things are a little bit thinner and less easy to call. How would you see that?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think there are less options, but I think sometimes, Butch, that's better when there's less options, because the bowlers, I think when you've got a hell of a lot of batters, you can complicate things. If you've got, if you've got 2 bowlers for each spot, then I think that's enough. I don't think I want a huge barrage of bowlers to sort of choose from. I'd like them to be quick, but we can't have everything in life. I'd love to have seen John Turner play in this game. I really would, only because I don't know anything about him, really.
We've heard,
and I would love to see
just
him play.
Just to reiterate to the listeners, we've heard prior to the toss being taken that the only change for England today is going to be Matt Potts in for Bryden Carse, and Matt Potts is more of a guy that you want to throw the new ball to anyway, wouldn't you have thought? So you're saying you'd like to see the extra pace and height of John Turner doing a like-for-like swap in terms of that middle overs role? Yeah,
only because I want to see what he's about. And we've picked him. We've picked a young man who's played very little cricket for Hampshire. Me and Neil Manthorpe spoke to him on the Cricket Collective about a week before, just after he got selected on this tour, and what a lovely lad he is. He spoke for 10-15 minutes. He was very nervous but very respectful. Talked about how much he's going to try and seize his chance. Obviously South African, he's educated in South Africa, and he's got huge potential. I've heard a lot of good things about him, but I'd like to have seen him. He's only in the ODI squad. I don't think he's around for the T20 squad. I think he's only in the ODI squad, so I'd like to have seen him. And this is nothing against Matt Potts. A Durham boy, I love Pottsy to bits, but I know what Matt Potts can do. I really know. If England had injuries and England were to go into the India tour and go, we need a quick bowler who can hit the deck hard, skid it on through, I've got no problem picking Matt Potts because I know what he's like. But if Turner's got an extra yard of pace, let's have a look at it and see what it's like in the big occasion. Because if all of a sudden you lose a Wood, you lose an Atkinson, Carse, we know the injury record that Carse has got. The thing about Potts is he's brilliant, he's durable. He very rarely does he get injured. Now if we start losing bowlers, then all of a sudden you go, can you imagine chucking Turner into an India tour when nobody's really seen him? And the pressure on that. So I think I would like to have seen him in one of these 3 games just to give him a taste, because being in the dressing room is one thing, being in practice is one thing, but being in the middle with an England shirt on when the crowds are going and it's an international game, that is something else. So to then potentially have to have the second part of the winter in India, and we are going to have to take a group of fast bowlers, I think that would be unfair to try and give him just a taste of international cricket over there. So that's why I see it, and even we haven't had the toss, so Potts looks as though Potts is going to play instead of Carse. That's why I've been so adamant that I would like to have seen in these 3 games that John Turner had at least one of them.
Okay, we're just hearing news from the Kensington Oval. The toss will go ahead at 10-6 our time here in London. And that the start will be at 6:05. Not sure if we've lost any overs or anything like that yet. As soon as I get to hear of that sort of news, and I of course will let you know, but I believe that there is always an hour built in to absorb any losses of time due to rain and bad weather. We've just had the cameras, the TV cameras, sort of panning around some of the great names at the Kensington Oval that have graced it over the years. Joel Garner, Desmond Haynes, Gordon Greenwich, Malcolm Marshall. None of those guys, or nobody of that calibre perhaps, particularly with the ball in this West Indian line-up at the moment. And I've got Phil O'Wallace, who knows a thing or two about batting at the Kensington Oval, alongside me. The West Indies, are we expecting any sort of changes from them? Are we expecting, I know that you've been desperate to see, we've been talking fast bowling, O'Shane Thomas, partner Alzari Joseph with that new ball to try and exploit what we expect to be a quick surface at Kensington Oval today?
Well, Marcus, only today on my way down to the studio that I was talking to one of the great fast bowlers of West Indies cricket. He resides in Antigua, and he and I share the same view that O'Shane Thomas should be given the new ball and partner Alzari Joseph, because fast bowlers aren't in pairs. And you have Alzari Joseph, who captained the Leeward Islands franchise in the Super 50 just a couple of weeks ago, and O'Shane Thomas, who moved from Jamaica to the Leeward Islands franchise, and they had a good partnership going with the new ball. Both of them have been selected in the West Indies squad, but yet you split that partnership and you're giving the new ball to Shepherd. To me, Shepherd would better suit West Indies bowling in the middle overs when the ball is a little softer, where he can do his bag of tricks. When the ball is new and Shepherd has it in his hand, he's just going to be bread and butter for batters of the quality that England have at the top.
England have really gone after them in the power play, haven't they? They've not been able to take early wickets and peg them back.
No, it's only in the second game he tried to run in the ball fast, which is against his mannerism. So you have the fast bowler, but yet you use them in a different role. And these are the things that concern me. It can't be a selection decision. It has to be a decision from that management team that runs that side. And if this is the way that Darren Sammy is looking to go, I think it is the wrong way. I think we need to try and get fast bowlers to bowl the new ball fast, and that's where you build a team. You build a team on fast bowling. I believe that once you have good fast bowlers, you're going to have good batters, you're going to have a good keeper, you're going to have good slippers, and the fielders will come into play, and then the odd spinner will obviously come, because the fast bowlers are going to get the results that you're looking for. When we go at the top with the one Alzari Joseph, they can sit down on him, they can knock Shepherd around. Then you find out when you go back to O'Shane Thomas, you're going to be struggling because you got set batters that he has to bowl to. So I think it's a little off there, but I hope they can get it right in this final ODI. It is a big ask for them. They've just lost. They can bounce back, yes, but they have to play better. They have to take all the good from that first ODI, if they can remember, and try to bring it now to the third ODI.
Yeah, I agree. I think that it's negative, Philo. I think it's very negative from the West Indies that Shepherd opens the bowling with Joseph. If I've always believed that if a team's going to come at you, then you go at them with your. I think you a little bit of a gamble, but it's go at them with your biggest weapon, and their biggest weapon is not Alzarri Joseph. Their biggest weapon is O'Shane Thomas. O'Shane Thomas has probably got bigger. I can see a lot of from myself's point of view and experience point of view is that if a bowler's going to come at a team, you want a little bit somebody different to go at them, which I think O'Shane Thomas gives that. I think he bowls more wicket-taking balls than any other bowler that the West Indies possesses. He can go at 6 and over, but if you're 6, 8 and over, but if your power player is going to go around the park, then you might as well have somebody that could potentially peg them back by taking a wicket, putting a ball in a good area, nicking one off, and then he's always asking questions. He's got a little bit more bounce about him. He's got a little bit more pace about him. So I agree. I've had this argument about the England team during the World Cup and why didn't Mark Wood take the new ball? Because if the power player is going to go the way it is and you're going to try and bowl at one end of the one side of the wicket and try and contain, you might as well have a wicket-taking bowler in that power play to stem the tide.
You also have, I mean, this point goes both ways for both teams, is that the only time that the ball moves laterally is when it's brand spanking new. So you might as well have somebody, you think of some of Mark Wood's best spells in red ball cricket, and of course it's very different because the red Duke will still swing in the middle part, 30 overs old, but the white ball does not swing at all, and Mark Wood does not have a great record of getting people out when the field has gone back and the ball is not moving. So why not use him when he's got half a chance of bowling some of those magnificent outswingers that we've seen at 90 odd miles an hour? You get a team 3 down in the power play, it doesn't matter if they've been going at 6s and 7s, they're 3 down, and that's when you then throw your spinners at them, bowling at new batters when you've got them under pressure, and neither side seems to want to do that at the moment, which is slightly baffling.
Yeah, Dale, you look at someone like Dale Steyn or Brett Lee, Shoaib Akhtar. They didn't bowl first change too many times. They ran up and bowled. At the early part of my career when I had an idea where the white thing was going, bowling first was always the best time to bowl, for simple fact. And throw it to you, Butch, and to you, Philo. When you come out to bat, taking very first ball, you both open the batting in one-day cricket against the brand new white ball. Would you rather have 2 80-mile-an-hour bowlers, or do you want to have the 90-mile-an-hour bowler who, hey, let's the fun of the fair. We could go for boundaries here, but we could be penned back into the crease. We could be pinned in front of our the sort of from our midriff to our ears are in contest here, not just in and around our front pad. Get the front foot down there and give it a wallop. That for me is what the power play gives from a bowler's point of view.
Yeah, I agree. When you open in batting and you see 2 fast bowlers who coming at you at over 90 miles an hour, you're timid. You want to get away from the strike. No, you see Shepherd and those guys, you want to bat. You're going to stay at one end and soak Shepherd. So my thing is that pace put fear in batsmen. I don't care how good a batter you are, there's still a fear element there. And if you're going to have 2 fast bowlers, and we only have 2, Alzarri Joseph and O'Shane Thomas. The other young guy is Matthew Ford, but he's new to the scene. He played on the 19 cricket for West Indies. He's also involved in some T20s around the world, but he's not that quick. He might swing the ball a bit as well, but when you're looking at pace, you're looking at O'Shane Thomas and Alzarri Joseph. So if you have 2, use them up front, get them accustomed to each other. It is a relationship you want to form now between Alzarri Joseph and O'Shane Thomas, because you have the young guy in South Africa who just took 5 wickets, and then you have Shimar Holder who's coming back from injury. We don't know if Jason Holder is available as yet, so you need to try and get a partnership going with these 2, and then you bring in the others. But we sit at the round table, but it's plastic. If we were sitting at the round table as mahogany, maybe we'd have more say.
Well, there you go. In the boardrooms up and down the land, listen to some people who have very strong views, but got a very good feeling they know exactly what they're talking about. Right, we've been talking pace, sheer pace. Now let's move the focus perhaps to one of England's most talented all-rounders, somebody that perhaps has not quite shown his full potential in an England shirt as yet, but given the opportunity to be one of the leading lights in the team as opposed to one who is a little on the undercard. Perhaps Liam Livingstone will start to live up to that potential. He has been speaking with Sam Ellard out there in Barbados.
I know for a fact that if I get going in one of these games, I can win a game for England on my own, and that's something I pride myself on. That's something I've done throughout my career for a number of teams that I've played for, and thankfully Joss and Motti believe in that. So yeah, all I can do is keep turning up to the nets, working as hard as I can. I know at some point it's going to turn, and I'm sure in years to come I'll look back on this period in my career as probably one of the toughest with a bat. But yeah, like I said, the good thing for me is I can still contribute with the ball, I can still contribute in the field, and thankfully that's going well for me at the moment.
But you seem like a super relaxed character. You seem like the sort of guy, I'm just spitballing here, that doesn't really care about outside noise. As you said, all you need is the backing of your teammates, right? And then you back your own ability, and I'm sure it'll all come good again.
Yeah, there's a saying that I would love to say, but I can't say it.
You can do it without swearing. Go on. What is it?
There's a swear word. Opinion's like something between your cheeks. Everybody's got one. So yeah, it is what it is. Everybody's got an opinion. Listen, I'm a big football fan. If somebody's not playing well in football, I'm exactly.
I've seen you slagging off the Blackburn players all the time now. You're in the stand giving it the big one, aren't you?
So yeah, it is what it is. Listen, I'm doing everything I can to help England win games of cricket, and hopefully at some point in the near future things will turn and I can get back to what I was doing for a few years.
As a whole, we know it's been a tough couple of months, but is there just the belief that a good performance today, all this side needs is that one good victory, a few of the lads back in the runs, wicket shared, and hopefully just that confidence win can hopefully mean that this is the group of lads that can get back to doing what we've all been so used to, and that's winning and winning well.
Yeah, exactly. And don't get me wrong, this isn't through lack of effort. Everybody's been trying their nuts off for a number of weeks. And yeah, at the end of the day, there is life outside of cricket. Yeah, there's a lot of things going on in my life at the moment. That cricket's a sport. Yeah, when you go home and you see family, and yeah, you see what happens when you get later on in life. It gives you great perspective. So, listen, cricket, we're incredibly lucky. We get to travel the world playing a game we love. But at the end of the day, it is a game. We're very proud to represent our country. But yeah, sometimes when things don't go your way, it's not through lack of effort.
Liam Livingstone speaking with Sam Ellard out there in Barbados. He seems pretty pragmatic about the way things have gone for him in recent times, and of course all of the chat around what he has or hasn't been able to produce in an England shirt in what is a relatively young one-day international career. Only played 24 games now, but of course has an enormous amount of hype that follows him simply because of some of the eye-catching things that he's done in the past. I wonder if he's just coming to that point in time in his one-day international career where he gets up to sort of around about 30 caps, feels a little bit more comfortable in the role, and we might actually start to see a little bit more productivity from him on a regular basis, as opposed to sort of the odd eye-catching shot or the odd spell that goes his way. How do you see it? And I will add to that, and sorry, it's a long-ranging question. England have always been very keen, and they were under Owen Morgan, to sort of select people on the fact that they can win matches on their own in an England shirt. So they're not that bothered about them being consistent. They want them 1 in 10 to win a game on their own for you. And is he the type of guy that they want to do that?
We've been talking about prospect for so many years now. Liam Livingstone is 30 years old, and that's why probably through the World Cup and since the World Cup I've probably been more critical of Liam than I have anybody else, and largely down to the fact, and Liam touched on it there, when you're getting talked about in the way that people are talking about Liam, is because a lot of people think he's good. He's a good player. He is a smashing talent. He can do a hell of a lot of things in this game, whether it's with the bat, with the ball, in the field. You talk about winning the game on his own. That could just simply be a diving catch and a fantastic run out. That's how talented Liam Livingstone is, and the eye-catching performances that he has. And I hope, and I really hope that after the World Cup, with we touched on it at lunchtime the other day, Butch, and who is not going to be playing from this, the last World Cup in the next cycle, and there's 10 not gone on this trip. And I think there's probably 6 players probably not going to play 50 over cricket again, and I think this is time for Liam to get out of their shadow. and this is something that possibly Liam needed. Get out of the Moeen Ali shadow, get out of the Ben Stokes shadow, be the all-rounder on himself, take the responsibility, because he does play these eye-catching performances, but a lot of them eye-catching performances off the back of something that Stokes has done, or something that and there's nothing wrong with that, because that's what happens. That's how teams evolve and players evolve. And I'm pleased he went on this. I said he was lucky, and I'm pleased he's gone on this trip to the Caribbean, because it's time for him to let off the shackles and show everybody in the world how good Liam Livingstone is. Because if he does let off the shackles and he does show how good Liam Livingstone is, it is a very, very, very talented player.
He sounded pretty sanguine about all of the noise that surrounds him and his performances, but he also sounds to me, you mentioned he's 30 years old, he also sounds to me like he's got a pretty level head on his shoulders. And again, will that sense of perspective that he has allow him to sort of step into the role of being a senior player? And you're quite right to mention the fact that the big guns are not around, so he then has to step up and fill that void. Is it a question that he simply hasn't had any responsibility up until now, and that perhaps a little bit of extra responsibility will draw bigger and better things out of him?
Yeah, I think you're spot on, and I think largely down to you talked about him being quite philosophical about the way his career's gone so far, that because them senior players have been there, they've been the ones that have had the responsibility on, and he probably hasn't had to play the more sort of eye-catching, consistent innings, because he hasn't really been allowed to, because this team has been so good. So I think because of it, you know what, I think time will tell whether this is the best time for Liam Livingstone to stand up. He's performed with the ball so far in this series. He's bowled very, very well. He's fielded well, as he always does. He gives England some good energy in the field. I'd love him to take a 50 or a 60 and go. But you look at where he bats in the order. He bats at number 7, and they see him. Can he play that innings where he gets 50, 60, 70, 80? Because of a lot of the times he comes in. If he does have to play an innings where he gets 50, 60, 70 or 80, it's probably in the first innings when England have been in real trouble, or he's put the fire out because England are real trouble to get towards the end of the game. So batting at number 7 probably isn't going to help his batting, but if that's the best thing for the team, like he says, and England just wants to see England win, then so be it. But I think there's still a hell of a lot more to come from Liam Livingstone.
Okay, well that's a discussion around one of England's all-rounders. We spent quite a lot of time talking about both he and Sam Curran in the course of this series, and that is pretty much because of so much, or the fact that they have so much between the pair of them to offer, and England would love to see that on a more consistent basis. We've got some bad news for you, unfortunately. That is that the toss has been delayed once again due to rain. The covers are back on at the Kensington Oval, so we're being entertained with pictures and interviews from the West Indian team as they prepare to take on this deciding match in this 3-match one-day international series. Let's of course remind ourselves that it's one apiece. The series, the mini-series if you like, in Antigua was drawn 1-1, West Indies taking the first, England bouncing back in spectacular style to win the second at a canter, and it all comes down to this final game here at the world famous Kensington Oval. Sam Ellard has been a very busy boy for us out there in Barbados, you'll be pleased to hear, and he caught up with one of England's lesser spotted but certainly mercurial talents, and that is Phil Salt.
Yeah, obviously grew up in North Wales till I was about 9 or 10, then came over here, and then I struggle with the timing sometimes. They actually remember. I feel like I went back to the UK when I was 16, yeah, something like that, and then backwards and forwards from here, but then moved over properly when I finished school. I reckon I'd have been 18 or 19 and moved down to Sussex to have a go at playing for them.
And over here, growing up as a kid, playing cricket here, must have been a pretty cool place to grow up.
Yeah, it's brilliant. I love it here. It still feels like home. You bump into everybody. It's really cool to come back. Actually, one of my coaches was the High Commissioner last night, and he showed me a picture of myself in a men's cricket team. I feel like that's what you're after.
You know us very well, don't you? Are you a big TalkSport fan?
Yeah, I do stick it on. Yeah.
Good. What sort of shows have interest?
Oh mate, whatever's on in the car really is whatever. Literally stick it on. Is it Alan Brazil?
Yeah.
It's just listen to what he's got to say. He's quite funny.
Yeah. So that must be nice, showing you a picture of you as a youngster.
Yeah, there's a picture of me. I must be 2 foot smaller than everybody else.
But how special is that though? You know, growing up here and then you come back to England, and then every time you come back as that kid that now plays for England.
Yeah, I love it. You know, I remember when England used to tour out here, how excited I get for it, and the anticipation in the months leading up to it. Then so to now be pulling on the 3 Lions and coming out here, and I made my debut here as well, T20 debut, which was a special night for myself. So I'm really looking forward to being back here and hopefully winning the series.
And when you were playing cricket here, growing up as a kid, did you always sort of, and I guess you were quite young, maybe it wasn't your choice, but did you always want to come back to England and play cricket in England, or was there ever a period in your life where sort of being here, living here and playing for the West Indies would have been a possibility, something you could have done?
Yeah, it's definitely something I could have done. You know, I suppose the decision was made at the time. I didn't get picked for the under-19s regional tournament, but I was playing second team at Sussex, so I feel like that was, you know, my opportunity to go back to the UK, and you know, the infrastructure and everything to do with the cricket there, I could see a way to, you know, play first class cricket and have a career. So that was, you know, that sort of decision made itself.
And then just fast forwarding a few years, coming back to England, playing cricket in England at Sussex, obviously then moving. Did you always believe growing up that playing for England was always going to happen, was always the possibility?
You always believe these things as a kid, but once you actually start playing and you're playing first class cricket, you know, sometimes it can feel a little bit further away than you think. But yeah, it's always been a dream. It's always my goal. You know, and to do it is special. And you know, I suppose now I keep working to perform and to keep building on the number of caps I have, I suppose.
And sort of a few years into your international career, I mean, how would you assess it? Obviously the highest of highs last year, but in terms of your own game, you've obviously done very well, but you still feel like there's that extra gear to get to?
Absolutely right. That's a great way of putting it. I feel like I've done well, but I feel like there is another gear to go into. You know, it's a learning curve. Nobody has ever come into international cricket with a finished article, so I feel like, you know, there is that next gear.
But does this feel like a really good series, a great opportunity to sort of really cement yourself in the team? Looks like you're going to get a pretty good run at the top of the order. There's 8 games here in total, and we know there's some good players sat at home who will probably be thinking to come back in over the next couple of months. So is this, you know, a real big opportunity for you to sort of put your hand up and say, I'm the main man?
Absolutely. I think, you know, you look through the side, I think there's a few people in that boat, probably more than half the team. So you know, I think there's a lot of people that, you know, want to put their best foot forward, and I feel like, you know, that's everybody's goal in a way. And you know, I'm not going to get too carried away with, you know, thinking, oh, I need this now. I feel like just relax, enjoy it, you know, do your processes, get away from the game as well. I feel like the rest will take care of itself.
Sam Ellard there speaking with England's opener Phil Salt. He's a well-travelled man, grew up in the Caribbean. Phil Salt, of course, starting his career back in England at Sussex, is now with Lancashire. Has made appearances in the CPL. Remember him flying in for the final to represent the Barbados Tridents. Got a first ball duck, but walked away with a winner's medal anyway. He talks of playing with a smile on his face. He certainly does seem to enjoy himself. Phil Salt at the top of the order doesn't seem to take cricket or himself too seriously, but he is a serious talent, striking at over 130 in the short one-day international career that he's had at the moment, and looks to be right on the production line of the likes of Bairstow and of course Jason Roy is the type of opener at the top of the innings in the power play that can really damage opposition. Jared, lovely to see you, by the way. Thanks for popping in.
I've been out there for hours. You guys have just been doing such great work. I was listening in. I thought Harmy was really good today, actually. You talk about the power play. So there are, last 3 years, there are 5 men who strike at more than a run a ball in the power play. Australia has 3 of them, by the way, which might explain why they did okay at times in that World Cup. Mitch Marsh, David Warner, Travis Head, and Rohit Sharma. Travis Head is the only one of that lot who goes at over 7 runs and over, 7.5 runs and over. That's pretty tasty. Phil Salt's at 8. So it's a big step up. We're talking about 135 strike rate within the power play. Some of that is, I think, the way that England have encouraged him to play. But clearly, I think there was a lot of other England players who maybe were given a little bit of freedom, and then when they got to that slightly higher level, it was clear they were a little bit limited. I don't think that's the case with Phil Salt. I think there's a bit more, maybe a little bit more Glenn Maxwell with him, or Andrew Simons, where you might just want to tweak him just the tiniest millimetre, just to say you don't have to try and hit everything for 6 because you're going to hit them anyway. But everything else, I think, allowing him to play the way he does. There just isn't another player out there with the kind of record he has. And you go through him in his record, especially in those T20 leagues, as you talked about, and he doesn't really have a weakness. Like a lot of players, especially those players who are not already international stars, they quite often have a weakness, and you're like, okay, well, he's doing really well. Eventually, people are going to work out, well, you can't bowl there to him. I'm not sure really what that situation is with Salt. So all he really needs to do is understand that ability to play in 5th gear rather than 8th gear. And he should have a very, very long career. Of all the younger... how old is he? Late 20s now?
It's a very, very good question.
It's a great question.
You've done me there.
Scott will Google it for us. But... I think there's a big missing generation after all those guys who all grew up playing in the Pro 40 competition, and like even Dawid Malan is still another of those Pro 40 guys, and England missed out on that generation. Salt is the one guy I think of that generation who could probably still go on to be a mainstay in that team, whereas with everyone else, even with Liam Livingstone, who I think is a really good player, I could see it not working quite at the international level for him, whereas I think Salt is so powerful. If he has the ability to average 35 as an opener, the strike rate 135, England would take that, right?
I think anyone would take that at the moment. And then, of course, you ally to the fact that the possibility is that he might have somebody like Johnny Bairstow at the other end. He might have somebody like Will Jacks at the other end. And England kind of are able to roll on the Morgan blueprint in terms of their white ball batting without having to change a great deal. Yes, the personnel are different, but the attitude is still exactly the same.
I'll ask you this. I think Jason Roy is a fantastic cricketer, but I wonder if Salt isn't a little bit more rounded as a batter than Jason Roy. And if that's the player you want him to replace, plus we can keep when you need him to as well. That's a pretty good package, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not so bad. Steve, bowling at the likes of your generation of players in white ball cricket, it was still played a little bit like test matches with an extra spurt at certain points in the game. But running up and bowling at people like Salt and Jacks, with them trying to literally scythe every single ball that you bowl at them for 6, how is that much different from it was back in the day?
Yeah, Adam Gilchrist wasn't exactly.
Not quite.
He wasn't quite test match style, but when you come up against likes of Gilliam and people like that, Chris Gill, it was it's a contest. Let's have a game. Somebody's going down here, and let's see who goes first. And I think the big thing from a bowling point of view is not to get too hung up and emotional if you start going for a couple of boundaries, because then cricket all comes down to the pressure and who cracks first, whether it's the batter if a bowler bowls 2 or 3 good balls, especially in a power play, the bowler if the batter gets him away for a couple of 4s, and I think the one that stays in the emotion. I like Phil Salt. I think from a motion point of view, I think he's quite good when it comes to that point of view. He's not as up and down.
I'll throw this at you then. Phil Salt, are you bothered if somebody gets 40 off 20 balls and then gets out? Are you more bothered by the guy who gets 40 off 20 balls and then perhaps goes back down the gears and still makes 100 off, makes 100 off 70? You're much happy. I'm guessing you're okay with a guy getting off to an absolute flyer as long as you dispatch him pretty quickly and get the chance to bowl at somebody else.
As long as the game plan is that set from the team point of view. If he keeps getting 40 off 20 balls, getting out the same way when you're looking for him to bat that little bit longer, then yeah, you'd lock him in a cupboard and tell him to bang his head off the wall a few times. But I think as long as they're playing to that plan, and that for me, like I said a little bit earlier, that's for me how Jason Roy started. Jason Roy wasn't the finished article. When he came out of Surrey, he went into there, he got the 40 off 20 balls, and then he turned into this unbelievable opening batter who I think is well regarded as one of the most dangerous opening batters in white ball cricket over the course of the last sort of 5 or 10 years. And I think that's what you're trying to you're saying of Salt, yes, get 40 off 20 balls, but your 18 caps in ODI cricket, if you go and play the next 18 ODIs for England, I'll want more than 40 off 20 balls. But that's you to own your career, and I think give him the chance. Just like a throwaway thought on the Phil Salt thing. I think technically he's very, very good, and I was wondering when there was the stuff with Bairstow and then Stokes' Bazball stuff, and then we're not picking Ben Foakes and we're looking for a wicketkeeper. I actually thought Phil Salt could play Test cricket batting number 7, because I think technically he's very, very good, and he's decision making, and I thought his wicketkeeping was up to a standard that could go all right in the Northern Hemisphere.
Matt Pryor when he started,
and then develop. That's actually a brilliant comparison, because Matt wasn't the finished article when he started, like what Jason is when he started playing for international cricket. So I think from that point of view, I just wondered if Phil Salt could have played Test cricket when the Bairstow resurgence of keeping, and that's how highly I regard Phil Salt from a technical point of view, because I think he's technically quite sound as well.
Well, never say never. As far as the England Test team and their ambitions to be aggressive at all costs is concerned, it might well be something that pops up in the next meeting between McCullum and Key. Jared, you're itching to come in on this conversation. Have you found some gold? What have you?
No, I was more. I want to run this by you guys, that I think there is something of, if you're a limited player when you come into international cricket, so someone like Alistair Cook, who has 3 or 4 shots that he's perfected, and your game very well at a young age, it is much easier to have an international career. I think if you are a player like, and Glenn Maxwell and Andrew Simons instantly come to mind, Jason Roy's probably up there as well, when you can this guy's 6'8" and he bowls 90 miles an hour, but I could hit him back over his head for 6. There's almost too many options that you have, and I wonder if you get him into the side and you use him in that Jason Roy role, and at the moment he's averaging 38 with a strike rate of 134, which is handy. It's probably going to slip down his average a little bit if he keeps striking at 134, which is fine. But if you keep him in the system for a couple of years, he will naturally mature, right?
You
don't need to force it on him.
Absolutely, yeah, agreed. No, absolutely agreed, and that makes perfect sense. The only thing I suppose is, as we watch the clouds hove into view again from the wrong side of the ground, really. They're coming in from Oceanside, which I'm not sure is particularly good news at Kensington Oval. But the issue, I suppose, or the non-issue, is that England, or the lack of cricket issue, is going to be the thing for somebody like Phil Salt. Not only does he play very little in the way of 50-over cricket domestically, and you can have your thoughts as to whether or not that makes any difference going forward. I'm pretty sure it will do for the players who come up in the next generation who have played none of it whatsoever. But England don't have any more ODIs until September now, after this game here today. So where does he get to sort of build that momentum? Where do the extra caps come in? Where does the experience and knowledge and the growth of his game come when he doesn't play any cricket?
Well, so there was a big thing with the West Indies, is that there's a theory going around that part of their decline over the last couple of years in T20 cricket has been the fact that this new generation didn't play any red ball cricket and didn't play as much 50-over cricket. So Chris Gale obviously did, Kyron Pollard did, Andre Russell, all these guys started in first-class cricket, whereas Nicholas Pooran obviously not. He's a weird exception, but had played 5 first-class games and 200 T20 games at one stage. So I do wonder how that allows you to develop. Now, if you're a top order player and you only play a few first class games, you still get some big innings, right? And you still get to do it. If you Phil Salt and you back down the order, so he's played 200 T20 games and made 4,800 runs, and he's made less than 4,000 runs combined in List A and red ball cricket. So essentially, even when he's playing in those other games, he's quite often down the order, didn't get the chance to do that. He literally just doesn't have the batting time, and it's something they talk about a lot in American sports, that there's this whole thing with the teenagers now where they end up in these training camps and doing all these academies, but they don't actually get to
any game time.
Yeah, and to make decisions, or if they're playing in the game, like they've got 2 minutes and they've got to do their fanciest move so they can get on a mixtape or whatever, and it's like, do you know how to pass the ball and set a screen for someone else? And it's a bit like that that's what red ball cricket teaches you, right? Occasionally Phil Salt's going to have to go in on a mucky wicket on Hove on the 3rd day and do something that he wouldn't have to do. And in T20 cricket, it just doesn't develop your game the same way. That would be my worry for kind of a lot of cricketers around the world, but certainly modern English cricketers. They're so focused on T20 at the moment, and that wasn't the case when you two were coming through.
Certainly wasn't. And mind you, it didn't help us win too many World Cups, but all the way back from the 70s when we played more 50 over, 60 over, 40 over cricket than anybody else in the world. But yeah, the point taken. You have to kind of be there and reap that sort of that sort of harvest in terms of your knowledge to be able to then make it applicable in a sort of an outdoor team game situation. Let's move the conversation along, because at the moment we're getting absolutely no further to any news of a toss or a start out there at the Kensington Oval, and go back to Joss Buttler. He's just gone past. He went past 5,000 runs in that 50 not out that he made in the run chase on when was that now? We're talking Wednesday, aren't we? On Wednesday, which kind of went a little bit under the radar, because I suppose for everybody it was just a relief to see him spend a bit of time in the middle, find the middle of the bat, and make his first 50 in 15 one-day internationals.
Yeah, and it's been tough to see. It really has been tough to watch Joss Buttler over the course of the World Cup, and then in that first game especially, the end of the World Cup, he looked a little bit of a broken man. He ran down the wicket in one of the latter games, just hit it up in the air, and you could see what he was trying to do, but his shot normally is to run down the wicket, hit it straight down the ground or over the course of sort of extra cover, and during that game it just seemed as though all the pressure was on his shoulders, and he's got in such a position to hit the ball exactly where he normally would hit it, and then he's trying to hit it too hard. He tried it on the leg side, went straight up in the air, and that can happen from time to time when the pressure comes on, especially from a captaincy point of view. But for me, it was just brilliant to see him scoring runs, because England do need him. He said afterwards, when he plays well, England more often and not win, and that's any team that Joss Buttler plays. He's one of the nicest men in cricket. There are a lot of question marks on whether he is the right person from a captaincy point of view, because he's too nice of a person, and are we seeing the sort of steeliness of Joss? But the one thing I'm encouraged by, and I have said even at the end of the World Cup, that he is the right man to take it on. Like we're talking about Liam Livingstone, like we're talking about potentially about Phil Salt, there's a lot of big players going out now, and it's now Joss's turn to lead from, not just from the front, but to mould a group to go into 2025, and then potentially, if he's still around, or hand over the baton just before the 2027 World Cup.
One thing is 100% for sure. I mean, England need Joss Buttler the player, the productivity of Joss Buttler the player, more than they do the master tactician,
yes,
or motivator. Anything that you've seen on this trip so far that will quieten down the voices as to whether or not he is the right man to keep it going as captain? He's certainly the right man to be in the team, that is for sure.
I wouldn't say hugely about there's a big difference from the Caribbean. I think if we're brutally honest, you would have a concern about the last 10 overs in the first game, where the pressure was on, ball was going to all parts. Shai Hope was batting very, very well. Shepherd came in with a whirlwind, and then all of a sudden we're looking at bowlers who don't really know what's going on. You're looking at a captain who is trying to set a field with not knowing what the bowler's trying to do, and there was a little bit of carnage in that last 10 overs. So that there still shows a little bit of probably naivety or lack of the lack of authority that potentially Josh shows. So that was a little bit of a warning sign, but I think we've got to give this guy a chance. He's the best cricketer that we've ever produced for me in white ball cricket. He shouldn't be captain because it's the only option, because he probably is the only option that's out there at this moment in time. I think we have to give him a chance to captain a team that he moulds into a team, rather than these such a great experienced players that we've had before, which he was part of under Owen Morgan. I think time will tell whether Joss turns into a good captain, and I really, really hope he does.
I was thinking about this the other day, and I think I might have brought it up with you, Harmy, when we were off air. We were talking about Pat Cummins. No one thinks Pat Cummins is a good captain. Let's be honest. Even Pat Cummins is on the fence about whether Pat Cummins is a good captain, right? He's tactically, he's like a lot of bowling captains. Don't want to typecast you here, Harmy, but they can be a little bit defensive at times. They can let the game flow a little bit, or it doesn't matter to a batter if a bowler's figures get ruined, so they move people around and all that sort of stuff. So he's reactionary, he's slow. He was seen as weak in Australia. You talked about the nice guy. I mean, Pat Cummins and Joss Buttler, vying for in a nice-off situation, and yet Australia.
Chris Wokes.
Hey,
Chris Wokes. Surely.
It is unfair. You're right. But you have a situation where he's managed to captain Australia. When I went through the history of Australian ODI captains, right, there really aren't many tactical geniuses in ODI cricket. Like if Martin Crowe, Arjuna Ranatunga, Brendan McCullum, MS Dhoni are probably the four, and then Owen Morgan comes off the back of them. Ricky Ponting's not seen as a tactical genius. In fact, he was mocked for that. Michael Clarke, perhaps, but if you look at that World Cup, he just said, I'm going to bowl Mitchell Starc, who's averaging 10 with the ball, and we'll probably go okay. Alan Border was not a tactical captain. Steve Waugh, by that stage, was just, I'm going to put in 3 or 4 slips and then see what happens. So I don't want to say we over-egg all that sort of stuff, but realistically, there have been a couple of times when tactical captains have done very well. Generally, your best 11 is what wins you World Cups, right? I don't think it's tactical genius. It might be in the changing the way that you play. That is the thing that I think you can have a bigger imprint on. But in a game-by-game situation, I just think having the better team is always going to be better than having the tactical genius.
Yeah, you are a better. You have to have a good team. If your team's not the greatest, then obviously your captaincy is always going to be under question. But I think there are times where you can show authority. There are times where you look out there. Michael Vaughan always talked about having why he had the sunglasses on, because there might have been carnage going round and his eyes might have been all over the place, but he never wanted to show that his team, that he was feeling the pressure. And I think that is something that I think Joss, possibly during the World Cup and possibly at the end of that game, you would think the leadership qualities of pressurised situations possibly have asked questions. I think that's why that's trying to be as nice as I possibly can be.
There's one guy that springs to mind, actually, who probably made an average team better, and that might well have been Stephen Fleming of New Zealand, in terms of a guy who was able to draw the very most out of limited resources for a New Zealand one-day international team. But as Jared and Steve quite rightly say, the tactical genius in 50-over games are few and far between. Generally, if you've got an unbelievably good side, you tend to go pretty well. Let's hope that's the case for Jos Buttler as he builds towards England's next big ODI assignment, which of course is the 2025 Champions Trophy. Right now, at the Kensington Oval, the scenes are not particularly good. The covers are still on. And so as a consequence of that, we'll bring you the very latest as and when it happens from out there. But for now, let's change subject and take ourselves back to England's tour of the West Indies in 2004, where Steve Harmison speaks to Mark Nicholas about his figures of 7 for 12 in Jamaica.
Catch it! Out, caught. It's a flash and out. Good pressure by England's opening bowlers here, Harmison and Hoggai. Giving him out. Sawan goes for a double duck in the test match. Well, it's rolled back onto the stumps. Harmison picks up another wicket.
Harmison, he's on fire. He's enthusiastic. He's been very accurate this morning. He's created pressure and he's given England so far the upper hand.
Gone straight up and caught. Could not evade it on this occasion, Ridley Jacobs.
Catch it!
Gone. That's 5 wickets for Steve Harmison.
Good bowling this. It's a way to bowl to the tail enders.
Yeah!
Very easily caught. That's Trescothick at first slip who's made that look supremely easy.
Yeah! That'll do it. Trescothick takes the catch. Harmison becomes the most successful bowler ever at Sabina Park. 12 overs and 3 balls, 8 maidens no less, 7 wickets for 12.
Grievous bodily Harmison. That's what it became. The famous day when Steve Harmison blew away the West Indies at that famous ground, Sabina Park in Kingston, Jamaica. West Indies 311 47, England 339 and 20 for no wickets. Harmy did his damage in the second innings, 7 for 12. I mean, they are staggering figures, and it actually forced a public apology from the West Indies team for their poor performance. Unprecedented, I think, in the history of West Indies cricket. It really was a humiliating day for West Indies. Of course, there was a sense of revenge, I think, for England on the back of so many exasperating defeats from the great sides of the 70s and 80s and indeed parts of the 90s too. Quite a story to tell, and Steve Harmison is with it to tell us now. Harmy, hello.
Hello, Mark. Yes, it was nice goosebumps listening to some of the commentary back.
Yeah, well, that was the TV commentary. We covered it for TalkSport, actually. And the unusual thing about that tour was that Tony Gregg worked with us. We had Michael Atherton emerging as a young commentator, Chris Cowdery, Jack Bannister, I think Jeffrey Boycott, and Greggy and yours truly. We're all covering it and all equally thrilled by your brilliant performance. There was a headline at the time about Harmison. Listen to this. His unpredictability could be frustrating, but perhaps the truth of his career and his personality was that he was somebody at his best out of the limelight. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think so. I wasn't somebody who chased the limelight. Wasn't somebody who, if you watch again, I was quite embarrassed coming off the field when players, the teammates were telling me that to lead them off, and I still am quite happy being out of the spotlight, out of the way, if I can possibly help it. But it was at a time where I think England were just starting to evolve, and the characters that were in there as well. There was a lot of similar characters.
So explain that. Explain it, because Matthew Hoggard, Andrew Flintoff, Simon Jones were the other seamers.
Yeah, and that was the first time, along with Ashley Giles, that all five of us played together. And obviously, that was built on 2005, culminating in 2005. But we were all similar characters from working class areas, from sort of hard working upbringing, hard working parents. So we had this bond that we were very, very close, but we brought so much difference to Michael and to Duncan and what they were trying to build as a bowling unit and as a team unit. So from off the field we were very, very similar, but on the field we had so many different qualities that made us as good as we were.
You mentioned Michael Vaughan and Duncan Fletcher there. So you had this 5-man attack that, as you say, went on not just to win against Australia in that famous summer of 2005, but also beat South Africa in South Africa the previous winter. And you all offered something different. That would seem to me the beautiful thing about the attack. Matthew Hoggard, outswing, Andrew Flintoff, raw pace and sideways movement, mainly off the seam, some late swing too, and explosive. Simon Jones, fast and full, and really could make the ball swing so late. Ashley Giles, accurate. And then you with your alarming bounce and strange differentials. There were days when you looked in perfect sync and pretty much unplayable, and days when your action looked as if it just couldn't work itself out. And that was a funny thing. What was that? Simply just you and how you felt that day, or were there imperfections in your action that you found difficult to control?
I think there was imperfections in the action which were difficult to control, but what made it on some days devastating for the opposition. I always joked and said, if I've got no idea what's happening, what chance is 22 yards away when it's 90 mile an hour. And I remember a game in Perth where I won that Alex Stewart, I'll not fondly remember. But I remember losing my run-up, and it was just, I got the yips, couldn't run in, but for some reason I was bowling 10 mile an hour quicker, and Ricky Ponton and Damien Martin were at the other end, and I remember walking back, and I said it to Ricky, I says, I've got no idea when I'm letting go of this. And he just looked at me and he just said, it's not fun for us down at this end on the fast bouncy pitch, because we've got no idea what length you're going to bowl, when you're going to bowl it, how fast it's going to come. And I think that was the unpredictability I had throughout my whole career. But I would say there was a few imperfections in the action from a repeatability point of view, which was, I always believed it was the fun of the fair. I always said from a mental point of view I was quite strong in a way that if I did bowl a one that wasn't very good, or I did bowl a spell that wasn't very good, I was quite good at getting over it very, very quickly and being comfortable that the next spell is a new one, and if I get it right, I'm doing my job for the team.
All right, let's remind everybody of the game. West Indies batted first. Devon Smith made 108. I remember that innings very well. A lot of pull strokes that he nailed. Brian Lara just 23, Sarway and LBW to Matthew Hoggard, no score. And the other runs came from Ryan Hines, the left-hander. He made 84, 38 for Ridley Jacobs, and then 20 for Tino Best towards the end. 311 for West Indies. You got Chris Gale bowled him out, actually. And who you got a second wicket? Tino Best, LBW, Steve Harmison. So 3 for Hoggard, 2 for you, 1 for Flintoff, 2 for Jones, 2 for Giles. Then England batted. There was 50s for Mark Butcher and Nasser Hussain, 46 for Flintoff, 20 odd each for Chris Reed and Ashley Giles. And you made 13. Well played, Harmy. There were 60 extras. 60.
Yeah, I remember that. The extras was our top score.
Yeah.
And I remember in the first innings, the pitch just felt too bouncy. It really felt too bouncy. You were bowling half volleys, and Devon Smith was cutting them for 4, and you just think, I can't bowl any fuller than this. I really can't. And it wasn't until later on in the game when the ball didn't bounce as much and we were more dangerous.
Well, England made 339, so hardly had a lead on West Indies, 311. Do you remember how the pitch looked? Because I do.
Yeah, there was a shine on it.
Yeah, that's
wasn't
right.
It?
Black and shiny, wasn't it?
It was a shine. There was a proper... Not seen a pitch out here for quite some time like that. There was. And I do believe that by the time the West Indies had come to terms with what we were as a side and how good we were as a side, they were 3-0 down.
Right, that's true. Yeah, I was going to come to the rest of the series in a second, but England did win it 3-0. So not much in it. First innings in the first test in Jamaica. And West Indies come out with Chris Gale and Devon Smith. They're going fine. They get to 13, and you strike to get Gale again. So let's just remind ourselves of that moment.
Catch it! Out, caught. Graham Thorpe. Early loss again. Once more, Gale goes cheaply. It's 13 for 1. It's a flash and out. Good pressure by England's opening bowlers here, Harmison and Hoggard.
So that's the great Tony Cozier with David Lloyd there, and the first strike, and particularly Gale, very important.
Yeah, hugely important. You always know that Chris can get you off to a blistering start, and it sets a message to the dressing room that if you get Chris Gale early, then all of a sudden, the next batsmen are coming in, and Chris was a huge larger than life character, and if he got you, then you were always chasing the game, trying to bring the game back. So in that series, we did well to get on top of Chris Gale. But I think I can't carry on without mentioning sort of night before when it was in the dark, Nasser and Butch, they got pelters off Edwards and Best. Tino bowled quickly, Fidel Edwards bowled quickly, and we had in that group 3 experienced players at 3, 4, 5, and boy did we need them in Jamaica. And we needed them on the whole trip. But I think when you talk about how that side evolved, it started from a concrete base with 3 older men in, senior figures in the middle of Hussain, Butcher, Hussain and Thorpe. And Butch got banged on the arm a couple of times. I think he had to go off to hospital. And at that, we were teetering at the end of if you remember, it was dark. Umpires didn't take us off, and if we didn't have experienced characters in the team then it could have been a whole lot different.
So Steve Harmison there speaking with Mark Nicholas about the last successful tour, the only successful tour. He was lumping me in with the really old guys, but I was only 2 or 3 years behind them. Talking to Mark Nicholas there about that tour of 2004, the last time that England won a test series in the Caribbean. It had been 36 years before that, and it's now getting on for 20 years since England have been there and done it again, although England's test tours to the West Indies are few and further between than they were once back in the day. Still no good news from the Kensington Oval at the moment. Let's head out to Barry Wilkinson, who's patiently waiting for us to get an update on conditions out there. Barry, what's going on?
Well, it was looking much promising about 45 minutes ago, but it's gotten very overcast again, and not good news at all. When you see the ground staff not out there and looking active, you tend to worry at Kensington Oval, and that's just the case. The ground staff are actually in the little hut. You'll know the hut well, Butch, and they're not moving. So that tells a story that they're not satisfied that it's going to start raining anytime soon. Having said that, though, Gregory Bradford is now coming out. He's the 4th umpire, and he's now coming out with his umbrella and having a look on the peripheral outside of the covers So if you want to be encouraged by anything, perhaps hold on to that. Otherwise, it's not looking good. The rain subsided, but just as the covers came off, just as the teams were beginning to warm up, a very, very sharp shower sent everyone inside. And even though there has not been a big set of rain for the last half an hour or so, it's drizzling very, very consistently. And that means that we're not going to see any cricket anytime soon. So that's what's happening. The crowd, of course, a little impatient. They're just having fun in the stands, listening to music. And at the same time,
getting a few Bankses on board, no doubt.
I'm
the
sure
fans,
that definitely being knocked back in the party stand in particular, which is well populated. The party stand with a nice pool as well and some dancing girls. They are well decked in that party stand, and I reckon it's about 90% full. The other parts of the ground, just about 70-75%. But we spoke about the locals abstaining from these matches, and we haven't seen a lot of them. It's primarily England fans, and it's a bit of a shame to come this far and not to see cricket, to see the rain, which is what you usually see at this time of the year in London or wherever else in England. And to come here and to have it must be very frustrating. But that's the scene, Butch. The rain is falling. It's coming again across the ground. You know, it falls from the western side here and is just sweeping across the ground. The ground staff are not interested in even coming out at the moment, and the covers are well entrenched, and the teams are inside in the Cigar Sobers Pavilion. So that's pretty much the scene. No cricket, just everyone patiently waiting for the rain to stop for there to be any chance of this series decided getting underway.
Well, it's a great shame, Barry, but it does mean that we get to hear extended lengths of your dulcet tones out there. You mentioned that the groundsman's hut. I wasn't that familiar with that. Roti hut was probably more my scene out there, although there are, of course, other vendors available there at Kensington Oval. Thanks very much, Barry. We'll be back in touch shortly to get any latest. Oh, have you had any word about time being knocked off the 50 overs as yet? I'm guessing we're over an hour now, so that we must be looking at the reduced game.
No official word, but it is indeed 2:30. This is ours supposed to start. So I think at is it 1:45, 2:45? A correction. I think they'll begin to make an assessment on that. I reckon already we might have 7 overs off. Might be a 43 overs a side game, but we'll wait to get the full confirmation before we speculate on that.
Okay, great stuff. Barry Wilkinson there on the ground for us at the Kensington Oval. Right, prior to Barry's timely intervention, we were listening to Steve Harmison in conversation with Mark Nicholas about the tour of 2004. Let's get back to that.
Ramnaresh Sarwan was a good player and often a thorn in England's side. Right-hander, very organised, neat and tidy player. He'd gone for a duck in the first innings. Here we go again.
Giving him out. Sarwan goes for a double duck in the test match. What a start for England.
A double duck. I haven't heard it called that before. It was a pair. And obviously a great wicket, that Sarwan.
Yeah, it was a good player, great player was Ramnaresh Sarwan, and there was pressure put on Daryl Harper. Nice man, Daryl Harper. You've always felt as though he was going to give you one from a bowler's point of view. And if you remember right, it's gone sort of angling in towards his pads. It looked as though it was a bit high, could have possibly have gone down, but it was also bat was close to sort of ball and pad, and it looped up to Nasser Hussain at short leg. And I think the pressure of, has he inside edged it? Well, it's been caught. Is it LBW? And I think Darryl just put his finger up and thought, well, it's got to be one of them, and off you go.
The days before DRS.
DRS, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, and now we go to Shiv Chanderpaul.
Well, it's rolled back onto the stumps. Harmison picks up another wicket. West Indies in dire straits now. They still trail by 13. They've lost 3 second innings wickets.
Just feel its extra bounce again. Hustled on to Shivnarine Chanderpaul.
The late great Bob Willis with Ian Bishop there, and Chanderpaul, the ultimate limpet at the crease, very hard to remove.
Yeah, hugely hard to remove, and thankfully a bit later on in his career he came to play at Durham in a successful time, and he was a fast bowler's dream if you were on his team, because he knew if he got past 20-30 balls he was there for the afternoon, and he could block it and he could hang around, and it was a huge wicket, an element of luck. defended it back onto his heel, and it rolled back through his legs and onto the stump. So, we talk about great spells and great days out, and you do have to have an element of luck. Talked about the Daryl Harper with Sarwan going my way, and that one certainly did as well.
Yeah, but before you got Ridley Jacobs, we ought to say that the big wicket was claimed by Matthew Hoggard, who had Brian Lara caught it slip by Freddie. Lara, I think, had a finger injury, as I remember. Is that right?
Yeah.
Had you hit him?
I hit him in the first innings, and he came in at number 5. He came in one less at number 5, I think it was. And then I hit him on the same finger in Trinidad as well, just before lunch, to get him out. But he batted at 5, if I remember, in that series, in that second innings of that Test match.
Yes, he did. Okay, so the other one to have gone to Simon Jones was Ryan Hines, caught behind the wicket by Chris Reed, who seemed to be set in the job then. A wonderful gloveman, the Nottinghamshire captain later in his life. And then you were back in action against Ridley Jacobs.
It's gone straight up and caught. Could not evade it on this occasion, Ridley Jacobs.
Just have a look at this. Tucking him up, no room. Getting big on him again. Straight off the hand, up in the air. Nasser Hussain. I'm going to have that one.
In Botham there with Michael Holding. How did that wicket fall?
Yeah, that was a brute. To be honest, that bounced. And he to be fair to Ridley, throughout that Test series, he was like a voodoo doll. We just kept hitting him in the rib cage or on the backside. Remember, Ridley was a big, strong man, and he just kept getting hit on the backside or hitting the ribs. Me and Freddie peppered him, and he just couldn't get out of the way of it. There was a one a year or two later. I remember had this conversation with Brad Hogg on the YouTube stuff, and he was being giving me some stick and getting himself going at Lords, and it was a similar ball. Just couldn't get out of the way of it, and it would hit him in the throat if it hadn't sort of get into the glove first. And it was, when you get deliveries like that, it's a great feeling as a fast bowler to see the ball just loop up in the air to short leg. And just before this series, Nasser did write in his newspaper column, he said it was the best seat in the house in Jamaica, and you wouldn't get an easier catch than that one.
Okay, well, Tino Best had made 20 in the first innings, which was, I know, very frustrating for you at the time. Andrew Flintoff christened him, mind the windows, Tino, for a joke at Lords he had with him, but you decided you just had enough of him, full stop. Here we go.
Gone. That's 5 wickets for Steve Harmison.
Good bowling this. It's a way to bowl to the tail enders. They don't like it in their ball. Good players don't. Tail enders hate it. In England, in a very healthy position, leading West Indies by just 13. It's 41-7.
And from Tino Best to Adam Sanford.
Very easily caught. That's catastrophic at first slip. He's made that look supremely easy. No feet involved in this shot, but a low catch comfortably taken.
David Gower joining in the commentary. Now you're really on fire. I just remember it so well. You were so smooth. You were cruising in, and I bet you wished you could have bowled all day.
I felt as though I could have bowled all day. In the heat of Jamaica, it was red hot, 12 and a half overs. I could have gone on for another 6 or 7, but from getting Ridley Jacobs out, every ball I felt as though this is going to be nicked it. It's going to go straight to Chris Reed, or it's going to go to first slip. I didn't feel it at one point that I wasn't in control of everything I was doing. And when I did get Best and Adam Sanford,
Adam Sanford,
I just felt as though that ball was I bowled that ball continuously, and it was like slow motion in your feelings. And not many times as a bowler you get that feeling, and what a feeling it was, because you don't feel as you're using any energy. You just feel as though I'm sort of not only in total control, but I'm going to get a wicket with every ball. And I remember Trez running up to me and saying, "I've never felt as though in a Test match where I feel every ball is coming to me." So it was just in sync.
Yeah, the wind beneath your wings. And so West Indies in absolute disarray. 43 for 9, and Harmison runs in to Fidel Edwards.
That'll do it. Trescothick takes the catch. Harmison becomes the most successful bowler ever at Sabina Park.
What a magnificent effort from him. 12 overs and 3 balls, 8 maidens no less, 7 wickets for 12.
Yeah, what a performance. England won the test by 10 wickets and went 1-0 up. I remember the party at the hotel by the pool that night. All of the great and good from the ECB and from Sky had turned up as they were planning a bit of a heist on the television deal, and everybody just joined in the party. It was madness. Was that the best you ever bowled?
Yeah, up there. I think the next test match at Trinidad wasn't too bad either. I felt I just carried it on at Trinidad, and I have to mention the party. We hadn't, as a unit, the whole team had worked so hard for 3.5 weeks, 4 weeks. Not much alcohol consumed before the first test match, and I think during that party we probably drank more in the next 12 hours than we would have done in the 3.5 weeks previous. And I remember Mark Butcher sitting in sort of as the sun was coming back up underneath a palm tree, just playing the guitar, and there was magical memories and that sort of celebration afterwards.
I'll read you a few headlines. The Daily Mirror, the day sport was turned upside down. Super Steve Harmison was walking on sunshine after his career best figures of 7 for 12 fired England to a sensational 10-wicket triumph, and it had grievous bodily Harmison himself gasping. Harmison said, "I could not believe what was happening out there. I feel numb." The Sun, the 6'5" Darren Quickey reduced the West Indies batsman to quivering wrecks with his pace, bounce and aggression, and Brian Lara's side were blown away for 47. The Windies batsman had neither the technical nous nor the stomach to survive against Harmy. That must just feel amazing when you knew so much about the history of West Indian fast bowling to be up there with headlines yourself. Fantastic.
Yeah, it was unbelievable, and we didn't probably realise at the time, but we were onto something special. We went on from there, and as a group and as a unit, not just the bowling attack, but the whole team. I think we transformed. I think we transformed as a side from that day in Jamaica, when I think the belief in us, like we said before, it culminated in 2005, and we had players dropped off by the wayside and new ones come in. But I think it was the day that first test in the West Indies was really the day that things started to happen for English cricket.
Well, you went on to win the series 3-0. You bowled very well, I remember, in Trinidad in the next match. I must admit, I think you had a 6 for haul, as I recall, in one innings. Am I right there?
Yeah.
Yes, here it is, 6 for 61. You got in the first innings. You bowled them out for 208.
You got off to a great start. I think they were 80 for none or 80 for 1. Chris Gale smashed it, came out like I mentioned before about Chris, and then we got 3 wickets literally right on the cusp of lunch. And I remember getting Brian out, but I think it was his second or third ball bouncer, and he gloved it, hit his dodgy finger straight in front of his nose, and it looped up to Ashley Giles at gully. And again, we walk off, and we think, right, we've got the West Indies back where we want them again.
So you were player of the match in consecutive test matches, Harmy. These were the days of your lives.
Yep, very much so. And
6 in the next match in Barbados. 6 wickets in the next match. 2 3-wicket hauls as well.
But that was a great game for on the field coming off the field with Graham Thorpe. I think when I came off there, I was like, wow, I've just done something special, and we have just done something special. Me and Simon put 80 or 90 on with Graham Thorpe to get us, I think, a 2-run lead, and that for me was one of the best hundreds I had ever witnessed from an English player.
Thorpe's, you mean 119 unbeaten? Yeah,
it was unbelievable, and me and Simon didn't get many, if any, but the way he marshalled us, the way he went about it, and if I felt as though you were in a zone with your eyes on in Jamaica. For me personally, I looked into Thorpe's eyes, and he didn't know I was there in between overs. Really, he was so determined to get that 100, and that's what I mean before. It's just the whole cross of the group. Simon got 5 for in Trinidad. Freddie got his first 5-wicket haul in Barbados. Hoggard's hat trick, and Thorpe's 100 was. That's why we won 3-0.
Fantastic. We would be remiss not to talk about the 4th test. because West Indies batted first in Antigua at the old recreation ground you were playing then, much more atmospheric ground than where they play now, and they declared 751 for 5.
That was madness.
And you bowled 37 overs, Harmy, 1 for 92. And Brian Lara yet again broke the world record and finished 400 not out.
It was unbelievable. Well, the stories from that are endless, but I remember right at the very start, walking onto the field on morning of day 1, Sir Ian Botham, or Lord Botham as he is now, pulled me over. Andy Roberts standing in the middle of the wicket, and he, well bowled young man, and I was like, pleased to meet you. The history of it was just another great I was in the company of. And he said, but you'll not win 4-0. And I just burst out laughing. I says, what on earth makes you think that this batting unit can handle us and we're not going to win 4-0? He says, because I'm the groundsman here and I prepared this pitch. My heart sank. Didn't bounce above shin high. Brian, I'm still convinced Brian was out early doors, I think in the second or third over, that he nicked it. But again, another piece of history which was unbelievable. But Freddie never forgive me for getting warned off in that game. I've done some unthinkable things to my best mate, Andrew Flintoff.
What do you mean warned off?
Well, I got a warning for running on a pitch on day 1, and I got a warning for running on a pitch on day 2, and I forgot about day 1, and I obviously got done again on day 3 because that was our third new ball, our third day of bowling. And I think it was Alim Dar just said to me, I was Billy Bowden, Alim Dar, I can't remember which umpire it was, just said, yeah, off you go, you can't bowl anymore. To which, obviously, I had 1 for 92 at the time. And unfortunately, the big lad from Lancashire had 1 for 96 at the time. And when Voney asked him to take the next over, he got dispatched for 4, gone for 100, and I was standing at mid-off, wetting myself with laughter, because obviously the pitch was flat and he had to continue bowling. And he wasn't best pleased that I'd getting out of the gallon, the 100.
Okay. I just want to read you one more headline, if I may, because I think it's the best of the lot for you anyway. In the Jamaica Observer, Garfield Myers was the writer, more down to earth than the Mirror and the Sun, but I think almost more interesting. As England closed in for the kill, the post-mortems began. A popular knee-jerk assessment, as the shock set in, was that the West Indies had spinelessly capitulated, as they have done countless times in recent years. But that view completely ignores the quality of Steve Harmison. I really like that. I think that's a tremendous bit of reflection by a journalist on your performance. So, Harmy, this was, as you say, the start of something very special that in the end led to winning the Ashes with that same attack and winning in South Africa. You were very well led by Michael Vaughan.
Yeah, we were. He was an unbelievable leader. He had us all sort of where he wanted us. We were all on tip-top form, fitness. The way we were as a unit was no coincidence that Michael's relaxed manner needed that. We needed that from going from the sort of the way Nasser Hussain had give us an excellent education, I think, in the game, and I think we had just sort of moved beyond that. But Michael, you can't speak highly enough of how he was as a person, but also as a captain, because he could deal with Hoggard in a different way. He could deal with Harmison in a different way. He would deal with Jones, and then the same with Freddie. And he knew what qualities Ashley Giles had as a person and as a cricketer, as well as himself in ridiculous form off the back of an Ashes trip to Australia, which gave him a huge amount of confidence in his own career. So I think we all pressed the buttons at the right time. We were all in the best form of our lives, and we needed a leader who could just manoeuvre us. And you are only as good as your bowling attack as a captain. He had a fine bowling attack, but he was also a very, very good leader. He was a fine leader.
It is TalkSport 2, and you've been listening with Steve Harmison, conversation with Mark Nicholas, talking about that incredible tour of 2004. Well, it's coming up to 10 to 7 in the UK. The play should have been underway at 5:30. We still do not have any news for you yet, unfortunately, on this third and deciding one-day international in Barbados, I'm afraid to say. Still a little bit of drizzle. We were told a couple of minutes ago, though, that the covers were starting to come off and that the umpires were on their way out for a look around and a check on things. So hopefully there could be some good news from that. So as soon as the umpires have had a look and decided what they need to do, it is going to be, I'm sure, a case of we need to do a little bit of tidying up, but then we will get it underway. The plan was originally that it would only take 20 minutes or so from toss to first ball. So hopefully sooner rather than later we will have some good news for you. If you missed the other England cricket action today, there was another incredible game in the England-India Women's Series at the Wankhede Stadium. Second T20 game. England won the first after putting 190 odd on the board after being 2 for 2. Well, today India batted first and were bowled out for just 80. Jemima Rodriguez top scored with 30 of those, and Smriti Mandana chipped in with 10. No one else got to double figures. 80 all out in 16 overs and 2 balls. Charlie Dean got a twofer, as did Lauren Bell, as did Sophie Eccleston, as did Sarah Glenn. In reply, England knocked those off in 11 overs and 2 balls. Once again, they lost a couple relatively early, Sophia Dunkley and Danny White, so they were 19 for 2. Alex Capsey and Nat Siver-Brunt took them relatively close. England were 61 for 2, but then in a heartbeat, 73 for 6. So things changed very, very rapidly. England had a bit of a wobble up. So the scorecard actually reads for England: Dunkley 9, Wyatt 3-ball duck, Capsey 25, Nat Siver-Brunt 16, and then Heather Knight was 7 not out, Amy Jones 5, Freya Kemp got a first ball duck, so Sophie Eccleston came in on a hat-trick, but she got 9 from 5 deliveries to mean that England won and went 2-0 up. So as I say, winning with 8 overs and 4 balls to spare. So they are victorious in that match. Right, now we were just waiting for this particular news, and it has just come in. The West Indies have just named their squad for the T20 matches, which of course get underway. Well, the first one is in 3 days' time. Now, the interesting thing is, it's a squad of 15, but the official release says this is for the first 3 matches of the 5-match series. So they may then have a bit of a reshuffle. So the full squad: Rovman Powell as captain, Shai Hope as vice-captain, Roston Chase, Matt Ford, who is in part of this squad, the one-day internationals, Shimron Hetmeyer, Jason Holder is back, Akil Hussain, Alzari Joseph, Brandon King, Kyle Mayers, Gudakesh Moti, Nicholas Puran, Andre Russell, Shafane Rutherford, Romario Shepherd. So 15 named for the West Indies. Of course, the first one is at the Kensington Oval in Barbados. Then the circus moves on to Grenada for 2 games, and then down to Trinidad for 2 games. So that is the squad for the West Indies. Steve Harmison alongside me. What do you make of that then, Harmy? The 15 named by the West Indies.
Yeah, look, some big hitters, some powerful hitters. The one glaring thing that stands out right in, we're looking at your computer screen as I do at this moment in time, Macca, is Rovman Powell as captain. That I'd be interested to see what Barry Wilkinson or Philo's got to say about that. But you look at some of the names on that list. Hepmeyer, IPL experience, captaincy experience for Jason Holder. Alzari Joseph captains his 50 over team from Antigua at the start of the summer. Kyle Myers has done a bit of captaincy. Nicholas Pooran's captained himself. Andre Russell, experienced player. So to see, that's some powerful names in that team, and I expect England and the West Indies to have a great series of 2020 cricket. But the big surprise that initial thought of that squad would be Rothman Powell as captain and Shai Hope as vice captain.
Okay, so let me quickly go through. There's an awful lot of text that goes with this release. So Matthew Ford is selected in the T20 squad for the first time. Shafane Rutherford also selected after last representing the regional side in January of 2020. Gudakesh Mosi returns after injury. Andre Russell last played for the West Indies in the T20 World Cup in the UAE of 2021. Johnston Charles, Obed McCoy, Odean Smith and O'Shane Thomas all miss out on selection on this occasion. Shai Hope becomes the vice captain to add to his role as captain of the West Indies team. The selection panel has the opportunity for squad adjustments ahead of the final 2 games. Now there's some quotes from Desmond Haynes, the lead selector. This will be the final home T20 international series for the West Indies in 2023 as they prepare to be one of the 2 host teams. Yada yada yada. We've selected a squad we think gives us the best chance of success in the tournament. We'll continue to assess in the lead up to the competition. So no mention regarding the thinking of the captaincy. So Philo, let's start with that. Rothman Powell as captain and Shai Hope as vice captain. Is that maybe a reflection of managing the workload for Shai Hope potentially, do you think?
No, Rothman Powell has been appointed white ball captain earlier this year. He took the squad he led the squad in South Africa, and then he led the squad against India in the home series, which they won. Shai Hope, obviously they've seen quality in him as the white ball captain, and they've decided to obviously he'll be his deputy, which is the norm. My biggest surprise here is Andre Russell coming back after such a long time. I know that the head coach Darren Sammy had hinted that he believed there's room for some of the senior players and experienced players, but we saw Russell in the IPL not really living up to the expectation of his franchise. They would expect him to do a lot more. He was down with his bowling. He was injured at some stages. To bring him, he didn't have a particularly good CPL as well, so he's strictly there on experience. And it goes to beg again the question of the selection policy, because Darren Bravo, who scored the most runs in our 50 over competition, was not selected because of his age. Now you're selecting Andre Russell. I would like to know what he's being selected on, but he's known around the T20 world as a hitter and a good player, but he has not really done it in the last couple of years. So, but obviously we keep hearing the same thing. This is the best team that we can pick to move forward. I'm happy to see Rutherford actually given the opportunity to get into the squad and hopefully get a play. Moti is back, who is our best left arm spinner. We saw Akil Hussain is also there. Matthew Ford, who is very sweet on the head coach's mind. He also coaches him at St. Lucia Kings in the CPL, and Matthew Ford has been around the world playing some T20 cricket as well as some T10 cricket. So he's been given the opportunity off of his performances, and we just hope that they can come up with the right 11. Marker, you pick a squad of 13 or 14, but you still have to come up with the right 11 to do the job for West Indies on the given day.
Big Bad Barry Wilkinson, our man in Barbados, is joining in the conversation. So we've got 2 West Indies cricket experts with us here on TalkSport 2 at the moment. Barry, what's your headline thoughts on that 15-player squad announced by the West Indies?
Well, I think they're giving a lot of mixed messages about what they're trying to actually do to prepare for the next World Cups up ahead. Now, we heard earlier that Darren Bravo at age 34 was considered too old, despite him performing so well as they're trying to get ready for 2027. So I'm thinking that Russell is purely a short-term measure for 2024, when the West Indies will be playing in the World Cup, of course, here in the Caribbean. That's the only way I can see it, because at 35 years old, I honestly thought that Andre Russell's career was over with the West Indies team, even if he continues to still play IPL. Because when I look at his stats, when I look at how he's performed for the West Indies in T20 cricket, Andre Russell has not been the ideal number one article. I mean, he's got 1 half century in 67 ODI, 67 T20s for the West Indies. And you're talking about someone who is supposed to be a premium all-rounder. His highest score is 51, averages 19. You look at his wickets, he's picked up 39 wickets in 56 innings. So his performances for West Indies have not replicated what perhaps he might have done for the Kolkata Knight Riders and for all the other franchises that Andre Russell has played in. So his pick really surprises me, because I thought that they would have moved on from Andre Russell at this particular stage. Kevin St. Clair, who has been doing so well with his off-spin, with his batting, he's been emerging in the Caribbean Premier League. He should feel pretty hard done, because the signal that they're saying is that, look, we're going to still go with Russell to try and get us to win or perhaps progress in 2024, but we don't believe that a player like you, St. Clair, is ready. And they're not doing the same with Bravo. So mixed messages, and that is a bit of a disappointment.
So I can tell everyone some good news. We are just being informed that the toss should be happening in about 12 minutes' time, 7:10 UK time, with the hope of starting play at 7:30 UK time, playing 43 overs aside. So toss in just over 10 minutes' time. Therefore, first ball 20 minutes after that, so half an hour's time for 43 overs aside. That is the intention. Barry, just to just finish up, if you like, dot I's and cross T's on Andre Russell. Where is he physically? Because for the last couple of years, if you put both knees together, you might have one working one between them. I mean, yes, of course, you've got the form, but where is he fitness-wise? Because, you know, I was under the impression that realistically it was pretty chronic. Is he actually fit enough to play?
Well, obviously he is. I would hate to think that they picked a crippled man to play, but I'll tell you this, he puts his body on the line quite often, and that putting body on the line has caused him severe pressures over the years. Like you said, he's had some knee operations, he's had some other ailments, and I would agree with you, Maka, that it's quite funny that he's actually not only in the squad, but I don't know if he'll be fit enough to manage into 2024. Will he play then against Australia? Will he play in the other series that the West Indies have before the World Cup next year? Because if he's going to be part and parcel of the West Indies setup to the 2024 World Cup, they have quite a few engagements. And you're talking about playing those engagements plus getting through an IPL season. And I'm not sure if he's going to play the PSL as well, which precludes the IPL, and also play and make himself available for the West Indies. I think that's a lot of cricket for Andre Russell at age 35 with all those ailments to be playing, to be given his 100% best for West Indies at the World Cup. So I am concerned. That adds to the concern of Russell in that particular T20 squad. Maka, you did say, I think about 45 minutes ago, I did say we're going to have a 43 over affair. And
you're correct. You are.
You're correct in confirming that. And the good news as well is that the clouds in the west, Philo would know these clouds I'm talking about, they have dissipated and out there's looking very blue. Once that continues, I can tell you we will have cricket here until the cows come home, and we shouldn't have any problems at all.
Well, they always say, don't they, once you get past 3 o'clock in Barbados, then the weather always breaks anyway. So we're past 3 o'clock, so therefore everything should be sweetness and light in the garden.
Well, Raoul Stewart, who's one of the most known cameramen around the world, he said to me even before cricket was supposed to start, about 12 o'clock when it came to the ground, he said, this rain will stop at 3 o'clock today. Raoul said that, and I mean, I thought it was a very premature statement, but he said, I go on weather.com is never wrong. They said that the rain will stop at 2:57. I said, okay. And I think he's right. It doesn't look like we'll have any more rain for the meantime. So he might have actually have called that correctly.
Fantastic. Now, as I say, we are 8 minutes away from the toss. Do you think that there's been enough rain or potentially enough moisture on the outfield at the moment? Because the square has been covered, but not a huge... It's not one of these like when you go to Sri Lanka and they get these enormous sheets out and the entire playing area is covered. Do you think that could potentially have any impact on whoever wins the toss as to what they want to do?
Well, the good thing about Kensington recently is that the ICC left here about 2 days ago doing their massive inspection for the World Cup next year, and as a result, Kensington has undergone a massive spruce up and major improvements with the outfield where moisture is concerned. In fact, when I look at the outfield now, there's still a lot of spots where there's great sand. You can actually see the sand that has been beneath the surface. So I personally don't think that that's going to be an issue where you're going to have a lot of water on the ground, to be quite honest. I don't think that's going to be an issue. But I expect that whoever wins the toss will be thinking, wow, do we really want to be fielding in the dew or in the added moisture later on? Because it would perhaps add to the intrigue of what you're going to get. But I don't think that is going to be a massive issue with a lot of water on the ground, to tell you the truth, because major improvements have been made at this particular ground.
Awesome news. Right. The players are all out there en masse now, starting their warm-up procedures once again. So while we're talking about the nuts and bolts of it all, 43 overs aside, which means that three bowlers will be permitted to bowl 9 overs each, and 2 can bowl 8. And your power play allocation, so it's now 1 to 9 is the first block of power play. Power play 2 will be 10 to 35. And then the final block with the restrictions, 36 to 43. So those are the new playing conditions for today's deciding one-day international. And hopefully, and I'll find as much wood as I can find and touch it, we are not a million miles away. Barry Wilkinson, just a quick one while we talk about the T20 squad. Jason Holder and Akil Hussain, I think I'm right in saying, are both in the Middle East at the moment, playing in the T10 competition. When are they expected back in the West Indies?
I would imagine that they might have been making their way back as we speak, or perhaps if not here already, because...
You would have thought so, wouldn't you?
The first game is on Tuesday, and today is Saturday. It doesn't take a day to get back from that part of the world to Barbados. It's actually about a 2-day trip if they come through London and then get here. So I would think if they haven't left today that they would have left already. They actually chose and opted not to play in the 50 over because they said that they wanted to get the preparation in the T10 for the T20 series. So let's hope that they do come here well fine-tuned along with Kyle Mears. So you've got Kyle Mears who played out there, Jason Holder, Akil Hussain, and of course Nicholas Pooran, who would have played in those T10 matches to get ready for this T20 series starting on Tuesday. So I reckon that they'll be back anytime between today and tomorrow, Matt.
Just one final one for the time being, Barry. You were talking earlier about the locals coming in to watch this one. It was 50% off for the locals to come and watch this. Are we expecting maybe more to come in for the T20s? Because obviously, in terms of just pure physical time to actually watch a game from start to finish, a T20 game is much more watchable and much easier to watch than a 50 over. Do you think the locals will buy into those a bit more?
Yeah, T20 cricket is most popular here than 50 over cricket, so I think you will have a pretty good crowd. It also starts at 6 p.m, which means it's after work, and you'll have persons not having that conflict of choosing between work and coming to cricket. So yes, to answer your question, I think you'll have more locals here for the T20s. We've seen for the CPL, the crowds definitely came out. The ground was full almost every match, and I reckon that being the most popular format, that Tuesday would probably be a sellout crowd, with of course the England fans who probably already have their tickets, and the West Indians, the locals who definitely come and watch the game.
Absolutely. Barry, for the time being, thank you very much. Big Fat Barry Wilkinson, part of the commentary team once again here on TalkSport 2. Just to recap it, last few minutes, the West Indies have confirmed their T20 squad for those games. So Rodman Powell is the captain, Shai Hope is the vice-captain, and then it's Roston Chase, Matthew Ford, Shimron Hetmeyer, Jason Holder, Akil Hussain, Alzari Joseph, Brandon King, Kyle Mayers, Gudakesh Moti, Nicholas Poran, Andre Russell, Shafane Rutherford, and Romario Shepherd. So if you're not a really close watcher of West Indian cricket, there'll be an awful lot more names that you will know as opposed to maybe the squad for the one-day internationals. So we are closing in on the toss. As I mentioned a few moments ago, all the players are out there doing their warm-ups, and I can see Ian Bishop and a few other members of the TV crew making their way towards the middle for the toss. So thankfully it would appear that we are now very close to some cricket. Just to reconfirm all the details, it will be 43 overs aside, 3 of the bowlers being able to bowl 9 overs, 2 of the bowlers being able to bowl 8, and your power play restrictions: first 9 overs is power play 1, 10 to 35 power play 2, and the final power play will be 36 to 43. There's a lot of people out on the outfield at the moment. All of the England staff are out there. You can see Harry Brooks throwing a rugby ball around at the moment. If Johnny Bairstow was out there, he'd absolutely be joining in with that. So they're going through their bits and pieces. So the plan is the toss will be happening in round about 90 seconds or so, with the first ball going down at 7:30 UK time. So a 2-hour delay. We lost 14 overs, which is about an hour's worth, but obviously we can make up some time as well. The interval will be shortened to the minimum that they can, which is around about 20-30 minutes. So we will rattle through this one once we can get up and running. Philo Wallace is alongside me, and Philo, toss going to be imminent. Would you be batting or bowling? What are you thinking?
Well, it's a good toss to lose, Maka.
Yes.
When you look at the surface that's been covered for quite some while, and the amount of rain, then you have to take in the night element as well. You don't know what the night will bring. You would expect some dew because Barbados has been very hot. I'm very surprised that so much rain has fallen for the day. But I would tell you this, if I win the toss as captain, I will bat first.
Right, well, it's not Ian Bishop on Toss You today, it's Samuel Badri, so let's join him out in the middle.
Decided just the way we like it, all to play for. Winner takes it all. The captains are out in the middle. Shai Hope out of the West Indies, Jos Buttler, captain of England, and the omnipresent Sir Richie Richardson will oversee proceedings. Shai, you've got the coin? Heads is the call. Oh. And tails it is. First time, Shai, that you finally won the toss. What are you going to do first and why?
We're going to bowl first for the obvious reason with the weather wrong.
And any changes to your team?
Yes, one change. Matthew Ford is making his debut today.
Debut for Matthew Ford here at home. 1998, that was the last time West Indies won an ODI series against England here in Caribbean. Putting that into context, what would be the message to your men today as you go into this game?
Well, we spoke about it in the meetings. We have to start a lot better with bat and ball. And today, as long as we do that, catch that momentum, we're going to find ourselves victorious in here.
And in terms of the ball, what can you do specifically to get that better start?
Just hit better areas. We talk about that 68-meter length, and as long as we do that, we're going to get some earlier inroads.
And then in terms with the bat, again, a better start is needed. What has been the game plan with regard to
that? Just assess, understand that we've been preparing well, and as a group, we're batting well as well. So it's important for us to start well today, especially in this decider. And I'm sure the guys are going to pull up trumps for West Indies.
Thank you very much, Shai. All the very best today.
Thank you.
Just if you can make your way here, I just mentioned that start to Shai in terms of 1998 was the last time West Indies won at home. Contextualize that for us and what this game means to you for a series victory.
Yeah, a great game to be involved in. To be in a series decider, all to play for today. It's going to be a great crowd, so looking forward to a good game.
And having a look at the surface, what is your initial thoughts on it?
Yeah, it looks a really good wicket. We'll have looked to bowl first as well for obvious reasons, but I think it's going to be a really good pitch.
And any changes to your playing 11?
We just have one change today. Matty Potts comes in for Bryden Cast.
And the reason for that?
He's just unwell today.
Okay, thank you very much. Just all the very best.
Thank you.
And there you have it, folks. The news from out in the middle. West Indies they have won the toss, and unsurprisingly, they decided to bowl first.
Thank you, Samuel. So there is the news. So we've got Matt Ford coming in for the West Indies. We don't have official confirmation of who he's actually come in for, because that information hasn't been passed to us yet. And Bryden Cast, as we suspected, is the man to miss out for Matt Potts, but that is due to illness. Joss Butler has just revealed, so illness rather than a selection call at the moment. So, Philo, your thoughts on that then? Both captains saying they wanted to bowl if they'd won.
Well, obviously, Shea Hope is looking to put the ball in the England camp. They need to now set a target for West Indies. They won the first game, the West Indies chasing. So, obviously, they've done one thing right thus far, that's to send England in. Obviously, now it's the way how England will bat on the surface. But Josh said that obviously if they had won the toss, they would have sent West Indies in. So there must be some moisture around. But my fear is the night time. I don't think there will be a lot of deterioration in this surface because of the weather that has been around. And I think it should be a good surface for one-day cricket.
It is O'Shane Thomas who has made way so that Matthew Ford can make his one-day international debut. Take you fully through the 11s in just a moment here on TalkSport 2.
On DAB, online and via the TalkSport app.
He's gone!
The third ODI live on TalkSport 2.
Game day exclusive on TalkSport 2 with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Enterprise has vans of all shapes and sizes. So if you've got a plan, we've got a van.
Y'all ready for something new? Just eat. Oh, you thought it was just burgers and fries. They got more flavors than you tasted or you heard in your life. Yummy. And it ain't only restaurants anymore. We can go bananas at the grocery store. I'm a bad girl, but my takeout better. What you need, dude? I could cop a taco platter. And my sushi training's on. Ooh, when you're this slick, what you gon' do? Did somebody say just eat?
Talk about a blast from the past. The 1990s. When McDonald's started using 100% British and Irish beef in our burgers. Back when you actually had to leave the house and head to the arcade if you wanted to play a game with your mates. What a time. It's just one of the little changes McDonald's have been constantly making to the way we source and produce our food over the years. McDonald's. Change a little, change a lot.
Hope there won't be any VAR delays today. Heard that rumour about their striker.
Can't wait to see what the pundits make of that booking. Looking forward to the match report on this one.
When it comes to football, never miss a story. Get the best news, opinion, interviews and gossip at thesun.co.uk. For the football lowdown every day, it's thesun.co.uk.
We all fantasize about our perfect home. Sipping a morning coffee out on the terrace. Good morning, Mr. Squirrel.
Morning.
The kids building a treehouse in the garden.
I'm living my perfect childhood.
But come on, this isn't real. Listen, if you're serious about making your fantasy a reality, find out what your home is worth instantly with a free online valuation estimate. Get real about moving. Get on the market. Most common time to obtain an online quote between 1st of June 2022 and 30th of September 2022 is under 3 minutes. Excludes Northern Ireland.
Your van heater is not the only thing that's hot right now. Screwfix hot deals are on and you can save big. Buy any Flowmaster single panel radiator and get the Danfoss TRV for just $9.99, saving you £15. Plus, everyone loves a Henry vacuum and the XL is now just $149.99. That's a saving of £20. Shop hot deals now on the app at screwfix.com or in store. Price is valid until at least 7th of January, subject to availability. For full T's and C's, see screwfix.com.
Game day exclusive on TalkSport 2 with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Aston Villa versus Arsenal live today for $11.99, no contract. Search Now Sports, 18 plus, stream via internet, terms apply.
TalkSport 2.
Short ball and he's edged, he's out!
The third ODI live
on TalkSport 2, the new home of cricket.
Here he comes.
Oh my goodness, Salt's not going to get hit on the body by that one.
Honestly, there's an air of arrogance when he played that shot like, you're not troubling me, fella.
The way that England have played for so many years now, I feel like when myself and Jaxie were coming through, we understood this is the way that you have to play if you want to play for England.
Jax pulling this one with fine leg up and it's gone all the way for 6 as well.
Very clear on how we want to operate as a partnership.
Joseph is in. Oh, that's a hit ball, and it's disappeared over long off.
I feel like we're yet to properly go on with it and really bang them to rights outside of the power play. So I think when that happens, I think that'll be entertaining to watch.
So we finally have a start time in the third and final one-day international between West Indies and England. Live and exclusive here on TalkSport 2 from the wonderful Kensington Oval out there in Barbados. The toss has taken place. That was about 10-15 minutes or so ago. The West Indies have won it and decided on this occasion to bowl. Just a reminder of where we are in the series. England losing the first one, West Indies winning by 4 wickets in Antigua. Then the follow-up game that occurred on Wednesday, England won that one by 6 wickets at a canter, meaning we have a decider here at the Kensington Oval. It's been reduced to 43 overs a side. The power plays are overs 1 to 9, and then the final power play overs 36 to 43. 3 bowlers can bowl 9, 2 bowlers can bowl 8. Changes as far as the 11s are concerned. Matthew Potts plays for Bryden Cast. Bryden Cast, we understand, has taken ill between the second and third ODIs. So Matthew Potts gets a chance in the England ODI starting lineup this evening. And a debut for the West Indies. Matt Ford, young quick bowler, is in for O'Shane Thomas. A few groans from Phil O'Wallace I can hear from the back of the box that we won't get to see O'Shane Thomas and Alzari Joseph with the new ball. It'll be interesting to see whether or not Ford takes up the new rock, or whether or not Romario Shepherd maintains his role with the new ball. They'll be taking on Jacks and Salt at the top of the order. Jacks and Salt have both come out all guns blazing, as you would expect from an England white ball side, and it'll be them that'll open the batting for England in this must-win match. Interesting to see if the conditions have changed at all out there in the middle. Obviously, a lot of cloud cover. We've had spits and spots of rain over the last hour and a half or so that has delayed the start. There certainly does seem to be a little bit of cloud hovering over the Kensington Oval. Not that that has dampened the spirits of any of the travelling England fans who are there in great numbers out there in Barbados right now. And why wouldn't they be, as we look out the window here at London Bridge to the damp and the grey and the cold. It looks anything but that out there at this moment in time. We're expecting a bit of pace and bounce from the surface. The curator, Winston Reid, is very happy that the pitch should encourage quick bowling and stroke making, all of which will perhaps please this England 11 as they look to get their their start after what has been a very poor World Cup campaign on the road to the next World Cup in 4 years' time, and of course that Champions League that they managed to qualify for that comes up in a couple of years as well. So West Indies will be bowling. England will be looking to go out there and crash the ball to all parts, no doubt. Remains to be seen as to whether or not that particular approach is the one that suits this particular group of players for England. I've got Jared Kimber alongside me. Any surprises that West Indies decided to bowl first, having made such a mess of batting first in the last one?
Well, I think the interesting thing is that they've dropped O'Shane Thomas, who they've been using in the middle overs, and they've brought in a proper specialist opening bowler who, you look at his numbers, even in T20 cricket, he doesn't really bowl in the middle at all. So they've just decided that Romario Shepherd's their new opening bowler, and now they've got 3 of them. I'm fascinated to see how this goes. It looks like a dry, cracked surface, though, doesn't it, as well? It'd be interesting to see if there's any moisture out there, but maybe that's why they've gone with it. But yeah, I think you're right. It seems a little bit reactionary to the last game.
Sir Curtly Ambrose was out there, stood up in the middle of that dry, cracked Barbados surface, and he's looking in such good shape that he might well have disappeared down one of them. Sir Curtly, we'll be hearing from him and from Stacey Ann King, along with Barry Wilkinson as our comms on the ground out there in Barbados. And back here we have Steve Harmison, Phil O'Wallace, and of course Andrew McKenna, and yourself, Jared, to talk us through what we hope will be a fitting decider in the beautiful surroundings of the Kensington Oval. We're not too far away from a start time as yet. Have you got any nuggets for us in terms of England's batting approach, or the numbers in terms of what success looks like playing at Barbados?
Well, I had a tactical question for you. It feels like England are now trying out their squad a little bit more. So the first game, we saw them not really try their bowlers all that much and go with that one formulation all the way through. The second game, you were a little bit upset, and by that I mean I heard about it for about 4 hours, about the fact that Will Jacks came on when they were 4 wickets down. Now they're changing it around. I can't quite work out if they're trying to work out what their best team is, if they're trying to give people preparation in different roles. It doesn't seem to me that they came into this series with one clear thinking. So do you remember when they played in the West Indies and they played in the Netherlands a couple of years ago, and they took like 100 left-arm bowlers on both tours? You were like, okay, everything else they're happy with, they're just not sure who they want to be their left-arm bowler. It was really clear. Can you tell me what exactly they're trying to get out of this tour?
Well, with Matt Potts playing instead perhaps of John Turner, no, I can't. I can't tell you, because Matthew Potts, as Steve Harmison mentioned at the top of the show, is very much a known quantity to England in both white ball and red ball cricket. John Turner, of course, will go out there on this trip and not make an ODI debut, so that remains to be seen.
He might have gone to Oystons, though.
He might have gone to Oystons, which is a very, very fine establishment, I can tell you, but unfortunately not for us, not this time. Anyway, Sam Ellard has been out there talking with the two captains.
Shay Hope joining me now. You won the toss, Shay. What are you doing and why?
We're going to bowl first. With the obvious weather around is going to give us a better chance to dictate the game. So hopefully we can start a lot better today with the ball and put them under pressure.
And just one change, I believe. Tell us about the change.
Yes, Matthew Ford is in for O'Shane Thomas. He's making his debut today.
What can we expect from him? How exciting is he as a player?
You'll see in a few minutes.
Yeah. What can you learn from the last game? A tough defeat. What are you looking to change today?
Well, we have to change that win column, but just to be a little bit more aware of certain situations and just capitalize on those moments of the game, because sometimes we let it get away and slip away from us. But as long as we do that, we're going to be just fine.
Good luck.
Thanks.
And Joss, you've lost the toss. What would you have done this afternoon if you had won the toss?
Yeah, we'd have looked to bowl first as well. I think obvious reasons. Looks a good wicket. So yeah, hope we can get out there and put a good score on the board.
Matt Potts plays today. What is he going to bring to this ODI side?
Yeah, a lot of energy, I think, skill as well. So really excited for him to get his chance and hopefully some wickets. That's what we want.
A great performance last time out, Joss. What are you looking to see from your side today?
Yeah, more of the same, I think. I think the performances have been good in the first 2 games, but we all start on Nord again today, and obviously we've had a bit of a delay with the weather, so making sure we're right on it when that first ball comes down.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, we're about 6 minutes or so away from the start. The ground is set fair, one side shrouded in shade, the other, the side where a lot of the England fans are displaying some of their best lobster-like suntans. Over in the party stand, there's usually a little pool over there, as well as many well-equipped bars. The flags are just waving, swaying in the breeze. The worst of the weather seems to have blown through. You can get in touch with us here on cricket_TS or at TalkSport2. There's also the YouTube channel for your viewing delight. Steve Hamilton looking at an absolute picture in black and white here. I have no idea where that colour coordination comes from. So time now then for me to hand over to both Steve Harmison and Andrew McKenna as we get ready for the first ball.
Cheers, Butch. So, couple of hours late, but we will be getting underway for England's final one-day international until the 19th of September 2024, which of course is only a few weeks away, 2024, but it's still a while. They can sign off in good style in this one. That's the intention anyway. England losing the toss, being put into bat. Phil Salt, Will Jacks, Zach Crawley, Ben Duckett, Harry Brook, Jos Buttler, Liam Livingstone, Sam Curran, Rayan Ahmed, Gus Atkinson and Matthew Potts. The England team for the West Indies, one change for them as well. Alec Athanaze, Brandon King stay at the top of the order, Casey Carsey at 3, Shay Hope at 4, Shimron Hetmeyer, Shafane Rutherford, Matthew Ford, Romario Shepherd, Alzari Joseph, Gudakesh Moti and Yannick Carrier. Just on the Matthew Potts, John Turner thing, Steve Harmison. I saw a couple of people on social media who said, well, hang on, Potts was an injury replacement for Josh Tongue. Turner was picked to be in the squad beforehand. If a spot becomes available, shouldn't he get it? But it's never as simple as that, is it? Because it depends actually performances in the nets and whatever else. You can't simply say, well, you were in the squad originally, therefore you should play.
Yeah, there is that. I think what's probably happened here for Matt Potts over John Turner is they probably see Matt Potts the closer to Brydon Cast from a role point of view than what you do with John Turner. John Turner, a lot of people have got their opinion of John Turner and want to see him in, and I want to see him in, but I'm like quite a lot of people who are out there on whatever platform it is asking for John Turner to play. We haven't seen him play a great deal, and that's the reason why I want to see him play. But I think he's more utilised with the newer ball than he is in the middle, hitting the deck, and probably the overs that Matt Potts is going to have to bowl to take the place of a poorly Bryden Cast, because probably what it looks like. And England have been, as much as we have been critical at times when they go on tour and you want to see them give not everybody a game, because I don't believe that that's the right thing to do. But when there are people who are fresh out there that nobody's seen, can we see them? During Owen Morgan's time, he wasn't happy changing his team too much, and it looks like Josh Butler is going to do the same, because I think if Bryden Cast is fit, we probably would have seen England play 3 unchanged sides in these ODIs. But we're going to see Potts. I'm pleased for Durham boy. He's good, like Josh said, loads and loads of energy, and I think the reason why he's selected over Turner, for all the people at home who are scratching their head and wondering why, because he was a replacement for Josh Tongue, it is probably down to the overs he is likely to bowl, which is in that middle of the innings where you want somebody that hits the pitch hard, and that's probably what Matt Potts has got over John Turner.
Umpires have led the players out. It's Chris Brown, the New Zealander, and Leslie Reefer, the local umpire. But the players are now in position, but there will be a pause first, because in the last few days it was announced that the former Guyana and West Indies players Joe Solomon and Clyde Butts had both passed away. So there is now going to be a moment of silence to mark their passing. Both teams with black armbands on. The fielders stationed in their positions. The batters at either end of the 22 yards. So we will be able to get the game underway very shortly indeed. Joe Solomon was former batter and actually got the run out, which led to the famous tied test of 1960 at the Gabba against Australia. Clyde Butts, of course, went on to also be chairman of selectors for the West Indies. Right, it's going to be no messing around, because Matthew Ford on debut is going to be straight in and opening the bowling from the 3Ws stand end. He's going to be bowling to Phil Salt, and he is on his way. Right arm over, 2 slips in place, bit of duck on that ball, and Salt hits it straight to mid-off. Alzari Joseph at the second attempt knocks it down, and there is no run.
Yeah, a little bit of in shape from Ford. Interesting run up, not fluid by any stretch of the imagination. What you'd have from what you'd think from a like Michael Holden barely touched the ground when Mikey run in. This one is a little bit harder.
Ford is in, was width on that occasion, and Salt has lashed him through a backward point and away for 4. 2 bounces, and that is international one-day cricket for you. Matthew Ford, a boundary with your second ball. England underway, 4 without loss.
Well, he's gone for the in-swing again. He's trying his shape, the seam's shaped towards the off stump, rather than sort of cantering away towards slip for the away swinger. The first ball swung, and that one didn't. It went straight on with the arm, and it's gone dispatchingly to the boundary.
On his way in, past the umpire, and turned on the onside to Shimron Hetmai. A little bit of in-duck on that one. Pushed out on the leg side, no run. Good evening for the first time in the commentary, Jared Kimber.
Yeah, thanks, Macca. Yeah, he certainly does bowl in swing. That is his main skill. He's not particularly tall, but he's also not that short, so he's got a slightly higher release point. Not very fast, I think, is the other thing you might notice about him, Harmy. So I think Crickfield's have him down as about 125 Ks, which is, on the slower side of an international bowler.
I did see one website describe him as medium. In he's in for the 4th time, punched into the outside, well fielded at extra cover, and there is no run. Rutherford, the man on this occasion. So yeah, 21 years of age. He's only played 12 List A games before, which has seen him taking 12 wickets at 29. Best of 3 for 33. His economy rate 4.4.
Yeah, I can see straight away why there's not a great deal of pace on it and why it's going in.
Ford is in once again, solidly in behind this is Salt, pushed out onto the offside no run. Go on then, Coach.
Yeah, because he obviously, this is the first time I've seen him. I've seen obviously 5 balls now, and his release point is, like Jared said, it is quite high, but the actual, when he lets go of the ball, his wrist and his hand is more or less past the ball. It's like a little bit of a leg cutter. Every ball seems to be a little bit of a leg cutter, which could make him very, very dangerous.
And he comes in the air, hit towards mid-off, caught by Alzari Joseph. No, Ford celebrating, and Alzari Joseph didn't look that convincing, and this will go to Nitin Menon, our third umpire, to confirm whether the catch has been taken cleanly or not. Phil Salt hits it to mid-off, and this is one of those, is it on the half volley, is it scooped, is it taken cleanly?
What you got to remember is Alzari Joseph is the most laid-back man in the world, and I mean, you know, to get him to smile was always a challenge. Nothing against it, because I'm not exactly the brunt of everybody's, the party of everybody's jokes, but when it comes to it, he really does show very little emotion, does Alzari Joseph. The one thing I will say is he put his finger up straight away. Alzari Joseph thought this straight into the hand.
It's a replay that we're now seeing. Is this yes, fingers are underneath.
Out. Yes, keep it going.
Yeah,
please.
out for me.
Keep it going.
Yeah, fingers have got underneath. His right hand has got underneath it. He's managed to gobble it up. Yeah, he was straight up with the finger for me. Yes, no problem at all. I think this will be given out on the field. And going back to what I was saying about Ford's action, if he does get his full wrist behind it, he will then get the ball to bounce or spit off the surface that little bit with a little bit more velocity. And I actually think that's what happened there.
Well, Nitin Menon is still waiting for another angle, I've just heard him say, and I'm not sure why. We're now seeing it from another angle, but of course what you have to remember is
can you go back to the first
cricket
angle and zoom it up, please?
pitches are concave, so we're looking now at an angle on the TV.
Can you explain concave to Harmy?
Yeah, you might have to spell it as well.
like an upturned saucer.
Yeah, I get that.
Our camera is on the left side at the moment, looking all the way across to the right, so it actually disappears.
The fingers are underneath here. Okay, thank you. I'm ready with my decision for the big screen.
So Nitin Menon is now happy, and I'm convinced he's going to say out. This seems to sort of have taken longer than it might have needed to here on TalkSport 2, but there you go.
I think he was hoping for a side view as well, wasn't he? And he hasn't got one. But it just looks like, to me, it looked like it bounced originally. It was only Alzari who sold it.
Yeah, given out on the field, and given out by Alzari Joseph and given out by the third umpire.
Can you hear the boos? Those have got to be the England fans. I've got to say, I think that's the right decision.
Yeah, I'm 100% with you. I think this is out.
I genuinely don't know why they're booing that. I mean, they're obviously disappointed England have lost a wicket, but that's out every day of the week and twice on Sunday.
Yeah, I think the angle that one of the angles we got was from a camera probably positioned at fine leg, and you just mentioned about the concave bit there. The angle of the camera at fine leg is going across the pitch, and as you're going across the pitch, because the square's been relayed so many times, that there's a little sort of uphill on either side, because obviously relaying squares and putting more turf on and loam on. So because that angle of that camera was at ground level, what you're seeing is the floor seems to have disappeared. So what it looked as though it jumped up before it hit his fingers, but actually his fingers are underneath the ball, they're on the ground, and what you can't see from that angle is the actual fingers underneath the ball. I think what a lot of people have seen on the big screen is the ball bounce up into the hand, but what they've not seen is, because the fingers are underneath, because the square and the angle of the camera is at, I think there was a little bit of an optical illusion for the people who are in the ground. But for me and for third umpire Nitin Menon, the right decision has been correctly made.
Right, so Zach Crawley comes out to the middle, 48 in the first game, 3 in the second, but he's at the non-striker's end because Will Jacks will be on strike. Actually, maybe the PA announcer went a little bit early with that music after the wicket. Surely he should have saved that for Will Jacks. Hit the road, Jacks. Anyway, Romario Shepherd is going to come in to the right-hander. Still 2 slips in play. Slightly back of a length. Pushing back down the pitch is Jackson. There's no run. It's 4 for 1 here on TalkSport 2. 7 deliveries into this innings. Remember, it's 43 overs aside after the rain delay.
I'm excited to see how angry this makes Philo Wallace in the other room.
I was just about. I can feel Philo just getting off his chair now, bouncing something around the room.
We might have actually heard him yell out when he realised Romario Shepherd was bowling. So we thought that Shepherd would be bowling with the old ball, which we've been desperate to see.
In he comes with the new conker, and it's turned on the leg side by Jax Carty, who will do the fielding at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
So we thought in the first game he should have not bowled with the new ball. We thought in the second game he should have not bowled with the new ball. Now they've made a decision to change, and now Zari Joseph, who they've been using with the new ball non-stop for 3 years, is the one they've taken away, and Romario Shepherd has got it again.
Yeah, Zari Joseph is the best bowler in the West Indies at this moment in time from a seam bowling point of view, and yeah, I feel Philo coming on with a rant.
Shepherd is in, and Jax is playing from the crease again, just pushing out on the offside. No run. One thing I should point out to you at this point is Kensington Oval is often pristine. The outfield at the moment is anything but. They actually used and rented out at the ground for an event recently, which basically has done a bit of damage as they put various bits and pieces out onto the outfield. So there are an awful lot of bare patches, so you can see an awful lot of sand dotted around the outfield. Shepherd is in, straight ball, lovely shot from Jax, straight back past the bowler, and it runs away for 4. England 8 for 1 after 10 deliveries of the innings here on TalkSport 2. Both of the sets of runs coming from boundary 4s.
Wow, I'm sorry, there's 10 balls gone in this game, and there'll not be a better shot all night than this one. That is an absolute beauty. It's not a half volley by any stretch. A ball's bouncing off a good length. Probably would have hit just top of the stumps. Maybe he's gone over. Will Jackson's hit it firmly along the floor. What a shot that was.
Shepherd in, shorter, dropped into the offside. Jax has Crawley offering to come from the non-strikers end, but he says no thank you, we won't go there at the moment. It was a glorious shot. It narrowly missed the stumps on the leg side, if you like, as Jax is looking down the pitch. But the way the ball went, it actually crossed the boundary edge about 5 metres to the right-hand side of the stumps. There was a little bit of fade across the ball. Glorious, glorious shot. Shepherd is in. Oh, that's short and wide. Brilliantly fielded by Rutherford in the covers on the 30-metre circle. Jax would have thought from the moment that made contact that was going to be another 4. It's not. 2 of the 43 overs bowled here on TalkSport 2. England 8 for 1 after being put into bat. Steve Harmison.
Yeah, it was a good shot from Will Jacks. All he can do is hit it. If somebody pulls off a good bit of fielding, then fair play. It was the middle of the bat. It was a short and wide ball. I just want to come on to Clyde Butts, who sadly passed away. You know, talking about my youth and remember vividly growing up playing for Ashington when I first got into the first team. Played against Philo Wallace. I think Philo played for Sunderland, but I sparing a thought of the lads at Blaydon Cricket Club, because Clyde Butts played a lot of cricket at Blaydon Cricket Club. As they're overseas, I mean, there was a huge amount of West Indian cricketers playing in the sort of late 80s, early 90s.
Matthew Ford to start the third over again. It's another of those little induckers. Crawley's pushing out to mid on, no run.
And there were some big names I didn't quite get in the team at Ashington to play with, a guy called Collie Solomon, but growing up, going to the cricket club, seeing this 6'6" West Indian, he's an overseas player, pro, it was a massive thing. There's a lot of pros around, and Clyde Butts was definitely somebody who played a lot of cricket in the northeast of England.
Matt Ford is on the way. Again, it's ducking in, and Crawley is pushing that one out on the onside. Little bit aerial to start with, but no fielder anywhere near it, and there is no run. That one around about 130 kilometres an hour, so not express pace.
No, but he's making the bat. He's giving the bat a decision to make.
Ford in once again. Crawley is coming forward, just pushing into the offside. No run.
it's not an easy decision because he's not floating it up there. He's bowling into the pitch, and that's what you got to do in the Caribbean, especially in somewhere like Barbados. The harder you hit the pitch, the more inconsistency you will get out of the surface, especially with the newer ball. If you're tall, Ford's not. He doesn't look the tallest, but he does have a high action, and if you hit the deck hard, you've got a chance of making something happen.
Crawley has walked at the bowler, then bailed out of the shot, and the ball has hit the bat, looped up, been caught at second slip. Crawley's gone for a 4-ball duck, and Ford's got 2 for 4 on debut.
Exactly like that. That's exactly what I mean. The harder you hit the surface, it's a length ball, back of a length ball, which Zach Crawley's come down the crease, and all it's done is it's just bounced. It's popped from nowhere. And Zach Crawley couldn't get his bat out the way in time. I don't even think it's his bat. I think it's his glove. It's nipped back at him, bounced off the glove, and looped up in the air to slip. Zach Crawley's looking bemused at the surface, but this is what you have to do in the Caribbean. The harder you hit the pitch with a new ball, the more that indifferent things can happen, and that's why Zach Crawley's gone for none.
I tell you what, the expression on the face of Will Jacks at the non-strikers end was quite telling there as well. He was leaning on his bat, sort of mouth open, going, "What the heck happened there?"
And I think this is what Philo Wallace has been saying about the West Indies all along. Give the new ball to bowlers that have got pace that can hit the surface hard. Alzari Joseph, O'Shane Thomas. Ford's not the quickest, but he's got a decent wrist position when he gets right behind it. He's got a tall-ish action. You watch Jason Holder play at Barbados. You see him bowl that full of length, difficult to get forward to, but he makes the ball bounce because he hits the pitch quite hard, and that's all that big Matt Ford's done here. He's run up, he's hit the deck with some in shape, and he said to the batter, "I'm going to make you play, and if there's anything in this surface and you're not consistent with your movements or your decision making, I will make something happen." He made Phil Salt, get one to stop on him, and there he's got one to bounce on Zach Crawley. What a start to his international career.
Well, Ben Duckett is the new man. Ford will go around the wicket to the lefty. 2 slips still waiting behind. Bat raised. Ford goes in. Duckett, it was one of those that if there was a short leg in place, it might have had a little catch there, but he's just turned it backward of square leg and will get underway with a single straight away. So England put into bat after losing the toss in this deciding one-day international. Salt caught by Joseph off Ford for 4 from 6 balls. Crawley caught at second slip, and he is dismissed for a 4-ball duck. England 8 for 2. Alec Athanaze was the man doing the catching on the second occasion. Ford, wow, dreamland on one-day international debut. He's got 1 ball left of this over to bowl to Jackson. He's in. Again, it's that one that slides in. Jackson's got it wide of the mid-wicket fielder, and it'll be Moti going around from mid-on to pull it in. They will take a couple. 11 for 2, England, after 3 of their 43 overs here on TalkSport 2.
Yeah, great start from Matt Ford. And just to go through what happened with Zach Crawley. Zach Crawley as a man is 6'5". He's standing tall in his crease, and he comes out of his crease towards off stump and beyond off stump. And this is how much this ball's bounced. He is trying to let the ball go wide of off stump, underneath his bat. His bat is obviously canted in the air, his wrists are cocked, and he's expecting this ball to go underneath his bat, and it hasn't hit his bat, it's hit his right thumb, so it's bounced a good foot more than Zach Crawley's expecting it, and the ball's just looped up in the air to slip. It shows you that with the new ball, there's always something in the surfaces in the Caribbean.
Mario Shepherd to Ben Duckett. Ben Duckett plays at a wide one there, and just a little pushy waft. Doesn't get anything on it, and it's through to Hope behind the stumps, and there is no run. A very good evening to everyone watching on the YouTube stream who has already decided and picked up on the fact, and I'll let you in on this little secret. I worked this out about an hour and over ago. I've got my convex and my concave wrong.
Convex and concave? Yeah.
Yes. Thank you very much to all the scientists who are watching on the YouTube channel. Duckett driving nicely through cover on this occasion. That'll be a retrieval job from just inside the rope. Yannick Carrier it is, a man about 3 or 4 metres inside the rope, but they will get a couple, so 13 for 2. Yeah, as I said it, there was something in the back of my head, I wasn't entirely sure, but yes, you're absolutely right. I've got McConvex and McConcave the wrong way round, so apologies for that one. So that's one of the reasons for watching on the YouTube channel, TalkSport Cricket YouTube. If you are a subscriber on the channel, then you can also send us messages, as you can, through @TalkSport2 or cricket_TS. Ben Duckett gets one that flies through from Romario Shepherd this time. That one, again, it's not express pace, 135 Ks, but he's bowled a length there that it's hit the seam and taken off, and Duckett, well, he actually ended up playing a decent amount underneath that. He bounced so much.
He's done well there, Ben Duckett. He's done really well because he's gone with a horizontal bat. He's not gone with a straight bat. Straight bat, he might have clipped his glove or took a higher part of the edge. Because he's made a decision to go with a horizontal bat, it's just bounced over from Big Shepherd.
He's gone in again, but bowled the deliberately short one, and Ben Duckett's almost waiting for that, and he's pulled it away for 4 through mid-wicket. That was just a little bit too telegraphed. Duckett's got 7 from 5 balls, England 17 for 2.
That's a great shot. Fantastic shot. Again, like the ball before, he made the decision to go horizontal, and if you go hard horizontal and it bounces, there's a good chance it's going to miss your bat and go over the top. This time, it hasn't bounced as much, and Ben Duckett's waited for it a little bit, sat in the pitch, and he's managed to pull it in front of square. It just shows you there's not a great deal of pace in this pitch, but if you hit the pitch hard, it does something different.
Shepherd is in past the umpire, turned on the leg side by Duckett. Hetmeyer will do the fielding at mid-wicket, and there is no run. So Ben Duckett in the series in the first game in Antigua made 20 from 23. It was 3 from 7 in the second game. It's only his 11th one-day international, although his debut did happen all the way back in October of 2016, live on TalkSport 2 actually, or probably TalkSport back then actually, in Bangladesh. Romario Shepherd is bowling to Duckett, who again hits it through the covers. Now, he's timed it pretty well, but a bit of moisture on the surface means that Yannick Carrier again can pull that one in about 4 or 5 metres inside the boundary edge. 4 overs completed, 2 more to Duckett. England 19 for 2 here on TalkSport 2. Jared Kimber.
Yeah, so it's interesting watching Ben Duckett. When the ball doesn't bounce more than usual, he doesn't have too many problems with that ball outside off stump. But when there's any sort of pace and carry because of the bowler or the pitch, he has a weakness there. We've seen it in one-day cricket, we've seen it in Test cricket, and the way that teams have gone out of it, gone at him, which is the idea of bowling sort of back of the length outside of off stump at him. Sometimes it's that angled bat. Sometimes it's just the way he sort of swings through the lines a little bit, but it does feel like there's just a little bit of extra pace and carry. Or is it pace and carry? It's probably bounce and carry, isn't it?
I think it's bounce.
Yeah,
bounce more than anything else with Ben.
So they'll try and keep it as wide from Duckett as they can.
Ford to start the 5th over. Strongly forward is Jacks, pushing defensively to extra cover, no run.
So most batters, of course, you want to bowl as close to off stump as possible, on a length. Whereas with Ben Duckett, you really want to be probably at least a metre shorter and a little bit wider, and use that angle across from him as well.
I think the thing for me with Ben Duckett is, can you make him play with a sort of angle bat? I think he's a very good decision maker, Ben Duckett.
Ford is in once again. Jack's a little bit squared up by this one, but pushes to mid-wicket. Hetmeyer does the fielding, no run.
So if you're bowling at him, he plays the short ball very, very well, because he plays that horizontal square cut or the pick-up pull, which we've already seen. And he's actually not a bad driver. He sits back a little bit, but he's not a bad driver. If you can get him in that wider area where it's not quite horizontal or straight back, that's when he seems to...
Ford in, Ford defensive from Jacks, no run.
I think that's where he seems to get a little bit of indecision. So when he's playing with that angled sort of 45-degree bat, it brings in chop on, because he does chop onto the stumps quite a bit, or he pushes away from his body, and the bat is always angled, and that's when he brings slip into play from a red ball and a Test match point of view. But when he gets the decision right and he goes either horizontal or fully fledged straight down the ground, he tends to play them nicely.
Ford is in now again. Jacks is walking at this one, clips it into the leg side, and Hetmeyer can't get forward enough, even with the dive, to take the catch. And they'll actually take a single to stick the knife a little bit further into the bowler's hearts on that occasion. But again, he just walks half a pace. It bounced a little bit, looped up. Hetmeyer not able to get in and complete the catch.
Yeah, it's just bounce. That's all it is. Hit the pitch hard. Use the inconsistency, the natural variations of the surface. Will Jacks is wanting to come at the ball. I don't think this is a great surface, especially against the new ball. So it's not one there in typical Barbados where you stand and it's crash, bang, wallop. I think you're going to have to have a hell of a lot of hard for these runs.
Around the wicket is Ford on this occasion. Duckett will cover up defensively, no run.
So just to go back to Duckett, I'm interesting that Ford's come around the wicket because he does swing it away, so he might be looking for his best ball rather than Duckett's one. But the thing about Duckett is, you're right, he's a very good cutter of the ball, but I remember talking to the Australians about this, and they said they didn't mind him cutting at all because he does it in a risky way. It's the pull shot they want to keep away from, so it almost looks like a wide short ball at times.
Duckett is hitting hard off of the back foot into the ground. Hetmeyer actually jumps, collects the ball above his head, but because Duckett's hit it straight into the ground, it's not a catch. 5 overs gone here on TalkSport 2. England 20 for 2. Duckett's got 9 at a run of ball. Jack's 7 from 11. I do have to warn you before Jared comes in, though, that the ground staff are circling and they have their sou'westers on.
Yeah, but you say that, and behind them there's just someone in a bikini and a couple of topless dudes. So it may not be raining all that hard, is all I'd say.
But they look as though they're from Ashington.
It may be rain, but at least it's warm rain, is their theory.
Maybe when you've had that much rum and banks, you don't notice. Just on the cut shot, he scores with the cut shot at a strike rate of 68. The pull shot is 155, and he's been out twice playing the cut shot.
Romario Shepherd to start his third over. That is thrashed off the back foot by Will Jacks through the offside. That's a spectacular boundary. England 24 for 2. Jacks 11 from 12.
Yeah, width from Shepherd just gives Will Jacks a bit of width. He tries to hit the pitch hard. A little bit Jason Roy like that, where he picks it up over the top of extra cover. This time Will Jacks, he's seen 4-5 overs of this surface now, and he's thinking, if it's going to bounce, I'm going with it. I'm not going to try and keep it down. I'm going with it. And that was a shot there of, if it does go up, I'm just going to keep trying to hit it over the infield.
Shepherd is in once again. He's gone wide on the crease, aiming in towards middle and leg, and it's hits very hard to mid-on. Yannick Carrier does well, diving away to his right-hand side and prevents the run being taken. By the way, the England and West Indies sides have met 14 times in Barbados previously. England winning 8 of them, and they won 3 of their last 4 in Barbados, but they did lose last time around. So it's a venue they like. They know that pretty well. Pretty much every tour England go to Barbados. This occasion, Jacks has beaten outside edge, and he's playing at that one. Didn't play the line, and it just goes wide of the outside edge through to the keeper. Hope no run.
Yeah, it was a good ball by Shepherd. Just a little bit fuller, a little bit more on it. Scrambled seam. The ball before was, obviously the first ball of the over was a bit short. He's tried to hit the deck hard, not kept his action, and it's gone a bit wider. The ball after then goes a bit fuller. That one there, perfect line, perfect length, trying to get the outside edge.
Shepherd in, turned on the onside by Jacks from the crease line. Yannick Carrier will do the fielding at mid-on, and the single will be taken. 5 overs and 4 balls, 25 for 2. Don't forget, of course, you have a choice for your breakfast radio. Now, Jeff Stelling's joined the TalkSport team every Monday and Tuesday. He's alongside Alan McCoist on TalkSport from 6 a.m. But of course, you can also have Chris Evans on Virgin Radio from 6:30. So you can download the apps and have a choice of listening, or on your DAB radios, of course. Shepherd around the wicket to the left-handed Duckett. Bat and pad close together. Sounded like there was a bit of both involved in that as they take the single. Duckett goes to 10, and it's 26 for 2.
And that's good from England. Last 2 balls from Jackson Duckett. This wicket, it doesn't look as though it is a wicket where you can really trust the bounce. So because you're still in the power play, you're still looking to try and force the issue and try and get boundaries. The in-between times, you have to make sure you rotate and strike. And left and right hand combination will naturally help that. And you've always got to be looking for singles. Will Jackson, the second last ball that's just been bowled, clipped the ball through mid-wicket, got off strike, and then, Ben Duckett did the same.
Shepherd to complete the over is guided through point by Jacks all along the floor. Hetmeyer ambles in off of the boundary edge, and they take a single. 6 overs gone, 27 for 2. England, Duckett 10 from 10, Jacks 13 from 16. But I am a little bit concerned because it does look like the clouds are starting to build up behind the pavilion, and that is the direction that the rain emerged from earlier on. I'll let Harmy ruminate on that as I make the way for Mark Butcher to take over the ball by ball.
Yeah, you don't really want it to see it coming from the ocean. If it comes from the ocean and you lose sight of the hills in Barbados, then all of a sudden the Kensington Oval might be going to get wet.
First ball of his fourth over, which is nudged down towards third man by Will Jacks for a single. 28 for 2 then England. 2 down in the third for just 8. Crawley is gone for a duck. Caught by Antones for a delivery that bounced and nipped back on him as he advanced down the pitch. It came off the bat handle and glove and ended up in the hands of Slip. As Duckett turns that ball from around the wicket down to fine leg for a single. So 29 for 2 now, England. The other man to go was Phil Salt, who was dismissed in the first over. First international wicket for the young man from Barbados, Matt Ford. Chipped a ball rather tamely to mid-off and was athletically caught centimetres above the ground by Alzari Joseph, tumbling forward. So England suffering a sticky start here, and Ford has been the man. But this time he over pitches, it's drilled down the ground. West Indies ground fielding and catching has been excellent so far, so Joseph tumbling to his right falls off the one-handed stop, and they just come through for a single. Good evening to you, Phil O'Wallace.
Good evening, Mark Butcher. Good evening to the many listeners out there and viewers who are watching us on the stream. Yes, a very good start by West Indies. They won the toss and decided to field. Obviously, with the conditions being rainy, that's what they decided to do.
Round the wicket again to Duckett. Comes forward and it's slashed away on the offside, and extra cover gets in the road. Shafane Rutherford pulls off one of 3 or 4 good stops already, and there is no run.
Yes, we saw this from England in the second ODI, where a lot of good shots were saved by the fielders. I know we're seeing the West Indies doing the same thing, but I'm happy to see the Jacks, the way in which he's dealing with the bad balls. He's really hitting the bad balls with authority to the boundaries.
Ford is in, snake hipped run up around the wicket, gets 2 straight again at Duckett, who's very, very happy. He's one of the few left-handers who looks more comfortable with bowlers around the wicket than they do when they come over, moving the ball towards the slip. He turns that to deep backward square, and they come through for a single. Duckett's 12 from 13, Jacks 15 from 18. And of all the England batters so far, Will Jacks has looked the most comfortable. Just a hint that the ball is stopping and bouncing a bit in this surface. As Ford comes in, over pitches again, and Will Jacks has just thumped this. He didn't catch it right out of the middle of the bat. It sounded better than it looked. Tried to hit it up over the top of mid-on, who's inside the circle, and it went probably 3/4 of the way back to the boundary. It went so high up in the air that it plugged, and they come back for 2. That's the end of the over. 6 runs from it from Ford. He has figures of 2 for 14 on debut. England are 33 for 2, still looking to push on and make the best of this 9-over power play in this reduced game.
Yes, that final ball there from Matthew Ford. Full length, but not as full as Jackson expected. And looking at it over mid-on, maybe getting it over the boundary. But Moti made a very good effort, actually, running from inside the 30-yard circle. And the ball just bounced in front of him and dead stop. But again, we're seeing Jackson looking to be positive in the power play overs, which is a good sign for him and for England. It's good to see that he is continuing in his consistency in this rich vein of form.
Shepherd again, round the wicket to Duckett, gets it on his hip and he flings it away. Sort of short arm jab. And Ford puts a foot wrong for the first time on his one-day international debut. The ball burst through his hands. He really didn't have to move. And one bounce into his hands, through the hands, and for 4 behind him.
There's a very good shot there with Ben Duckett. He's a short man in stature, so he just bent a little lower in his stance and just whipped it quite nicely. And Ford misjudging the pace and the bounce of that ball and down to the boundary for 4.
Ford just rubbing the fingers of his hands together as if to say he lost a bit of tackiness there. That one is then overcorrected by Romario Shepherd. It's a wide, long half volley, and Duckett slaps it through extra cover and mid-off for 4.
Another good shot there from Ben Duckett, just staying low in the stance and just getting his foot to the ball and just hitting it sweetly through the middle and through the line as well and down to the boundary for 4. But a good start here for Ben Duckett in this Romario Shepherd's over.
He has an excellent record batting at number 4 for England, Ben Duckett. That extra cover drive, very much a thoroughly modern one, more hit with the bottom hand than the top hand folding over towards the side of his body as the bat comes through in a slashing fashion. The next ball is at better length from Shepherd and punch back to mid-off, and there's no run.
The Shepherd needs to be careful here. The last delivery is what he wants to be bowling, that line of length, hitting a hard line and that hard length just outside the off stump. Don't give Ben Duckett any room both sides of the stump score. He can score. He's one of those 360 degrees batters.
Mentioned before that Duckett looks more comfortable with bowlers around the wicket. I'll expand on that in a moment. And again, it's wide of the stumps, and Duckett again just allows himself, he puts the front foot up the line of leg stump and then just flings the hands through it and slaps it away to the boundary, square of the wicket this time.
Yes, and this is a similar fashion that Romario Shepherd started in the first game. He went for some 30-odd runs. He's already gone 3.4 overs and he's gone for 30-odd runs. Another light delivery, this time with and the ball just short, but then Duckett again holding his shape quite nicely and punching it through the offside. The ball is running across this lush green outfield.
Averages 24.3 batting at number 3, 59.3 batting at number 4, Duckett. And that ball is on middle and leg and turned in towards mid-wicket, where Hetmeyer gets in the way. Duckett is absolutely furious with himself that he didn't find the gap there on the leg side, but it's a dot ball. I also asked our statistician, Gary Morgan, who's up in beautiful Manchester at the moment, about the stats over and round. My feeling was that over the wicket Duckett would struggle a bit more than round the wicket, which is different from most left-handers, and so it proved. Over 29.42, around 64 he averages. As Romario Shepherd is around the wicket to him and beats him outside the off stump. The ball staying a little bit low for the first time this evening, and that is the end of that Shepherd over. 3 boundary 4s from it, 12 runs. Duckett's 24 from 19, Jack's 17 from 19, and England are 45 for 2.
Yes, that last delivery, a hint of inconsistency in the bounce ball just staying low. But your stats are quite amazing, because for a left-hander, you would think that when the bowler comes around the wicket, he's more vulnerable. And when the bowler is over the wicket, he can see more of it, but he likes it. You can see he's very, very comfortable. He doesn't look inhibited at all. He's actually smiling to see Shepherd coming around the wicket.
It's funny, isn't it? Because we use stats a lot in the game nowadays, or at least a heck of a lot more than we would have done, say, 20 years or so ago. But just in my mind's eye, it occurred to me that he never has much of a problem with bowlers around the wicket. Yes, the West Indies have gone around the wicket to him straight away, and the stats match that up, 64 when right arm bowlers are around the wicket at Ben Duckett, right arm seamers. As Ford goes in to Jackson, he's nipped one away from him. That is an absolute jaffer. Wide of the crease, the normal angle of delivery from Ford is to come back into the right-handed batsman. I think I heard Curtly Ambrose saying that if the line maintains that length, that line just outside the line of off stump, all he has to do is make the ball straighten a hair and the batters will find themselves in trouble, and that is exactly what's happened. A feather through to Shea Hope. That is a brilliant wicket. Last over of the power play, and Ford has 3, as do the West Indies.
Yes, a very good start from the debutant Matthew Ford. He's got a hoop. He's quite happy getting the dangerous Will Jack one that straightened, and Jack's just feathering it through to wicketkeeper Hope, who took the catch and threw it to the heavens. And Ford again celebrating in Ford's manner. And this is very good bowling from the young man. And England obviously now they're 45 for 3. And we're seeing young Harry Brook. So they have now to look to get a partnership between Brook and Duckett, because the informed Jacks is back in the pavilion.
Yes, Harry Brook comes striding down the stairs, switches the bat from right hand to left, a few windmills with both, and flicks the wrist backwards and forwards with the bat for a bit of weight, and then comes trotting out to the middle, adjusting his strides as he does so. He's been in good form as Harry Brook. 43 not out in the run chase in the second ODI in Antigua. Made 71 from 72 in England's total of 325. That proved not to be enough in the first game, as the West Indies won that one by 4 wickets. But Brook now comes out with his team in some trouble, having lost 3 wickets in the power play Again, the statisticians will tell you that's never a good thing. I could have told them that without looking up the stats. But it's a beauty from Ford. Scrambled seam delivery. The wrist normally comes down the sort of the outside of the ball, pushing the ball in towards the right-handers. But on this occasion, the seam just bit a little, and it straightened on Will Jackson. He feathered it through to Shea Hope, who was absolutely delighted. What a delivery. And the celebrations from Ford were good enough to match the ball. 3 for him, 3 for 14 from 4.1. It's been a good choice to bring him into the side and a good choice to give him the new ball.
Yeah, good choice to give him the new ball, but at the expense of O'Shane Thomas. One would say that it worked, but I like to see fast bowlers. But he's doing well. He's picked up 3 very good wickets with 3 good deliveries as well. And that is what is good to see, and they're all been catches. So obviously he's hitting the edges and causing some problem. And you just saw Harry Brook asking Ben Duck if he's getting the ball to seam away. So there is some doubt in the English batter's mind already.
Forward in then to Brook, who's backing across and just watches that ball onto the bat. It dabs it down towards third man who's inside the circle. Duckett fancied a single. Brook did not. And the upshot is that there's no run. A little cheeky smile from Ben Duckett at Harry Brook, as if to say, you're right, mate. You know I'm here, don't you? Brook smiles back. All very relaxed out there in the middle, despite the fact that in this deciding match, England are 45 for 3. England fans are up, singing the Great Escape. Plenty of hand clapping. Managed to put down the beer bottles for long enough to clap the hands together. That next delivery is stroked away to the offside sweeper boundary, and Brook will get himself off the mark with a single.
I think this innings here for Brook is going to require another discipline application. We saw it in the first 2 ODIs, and now he's going to even call for more application in this third and final ODI. He's joined Ben Duckett, obviously, who was 19 from 24 balls and look anxious. And Harry Brook to me will be the one who has to calm this innings and get them to build a score that they can defend. But when you look at it, he has to be the key now to solidify the middle order here for England.
Yeah, absolutely right. And Duckett has looked in terrific touch. 24 from 19. Plenty of work to do as Ford is in around the wicket once again. Duckett is up on his toes, which still doesn't elevate him to the height of Will Jacks in his crouched position. Punches it off the back foot, and the bowler gets a little hand on it on its way back down the pitch, and there's no run.
Yes, good aggression there from Ford, and why wouldn't he be after picking up 3 wickets in 15 and 4.4 overs, short of a length delivery, and Duckett going on his toes. Not too high because there's not much higher he can go, but actually playing the ball back down the pitch.
Ford is in again. Ball would have passed probably 2 feet above off stump, but Duckett uses the wrist to work the ball into the leg side. There is extra cover there on that leg side, saving the single. So again, he doesn't manage to rotate the strike.
Yes, again, Ford coming around the wicket, targeting that ball coming into Ben Duckett, stopped him from using his arms. But he's a very free scorer outside of the off stump, and just managing to put it into the leg side where Hetmar was there.
Final ball of the Ford over, final ball of the power play is cut hard down into the wicket block in Barbados, so it bounces over the head of the man at backward point. Ben Duckett will take a single and keep the strike. He goes to 25, and at the end of the 9th over, the end of the power play, shortened game, remember, 43 overs aside, 3 times 9 for the bowlers, 2 times 8. Final power play will begin in the 36th to get us up to the 43rd. England 47 for 3. Once again, the start has been relatively fast in terms of scoring rate, but they've lost wickets and will be very keen, you would think, Phil O'Wallace, to keep the likes of Butler and Livingston back in the hutch for as long as they possibly can before an onslaught at the end.
Yes, Mark, which is 43 overs. They've lost 7, but they've lost 3 wickets as well. They've gone 47 runs, but the 3 wickets that they've lost is very important. That would have set them back in this stride. And now we're going to see Alzarri Joseph, the mean machine, looking to come into the attack. So England are not out of the woods yet. Ben Duckett and Brook, they need to see off Alzarri Joseph back deep into the remaining overs.
So Joseph grooves in short on the hip of Duckett, who sways inside the line, allows the ball to come to him, paddles it down to deep backward square for a single. One thing's for sure, Philo, given that the inclement weather that we've had and the fact that the pitch was under cover for a long period of time, there would be a tiny bit of softness, you would think. Having played Barbados before, you know that generally speaking they're hard, fast and bouncy, but if you do get a little bit of dampness, the ball it takes a bit of the pace off and makes it stand up in terms of its bounce. And of course, the outfield being very green and lush, the new balls wouldn't have taken quite so much of a battering in the power play as perhaps they would do had it been drier.
Yes, obviously with the weather around, the ball would get a little tennis bounce. But also with these white balls, they get very fluffy once water hits them.
He's over the wicket now to the right-handed Brook, and there's hesitation between the two England batters, and there's been a direct hit. That is a brilliant piece of fielding, and I think Harry Brook's short here. I really do. Alzarri Joseph followed through onto the opposite side of the pitch, so ran across the pitch to field the ball off his own bowling at mid-wicket, picked it up in his right hand, spun on the turn and threw the stumps down in one motion. And I think Harry Brook's short. There was a huge hesitation between the two of them. He's gone. He is gone. That is brilliant from Alzarri Joseph. He's pulled off an excellent catch, inches from the ground to get rid of Phil Salt. And now he's run out Harry Brook off his own bowling, and now England are in desperate trouble.
England are in a hole and it's full of grease. Harry Brook just looking to tuck that ball to the leg side again. Good awareness from Alzarri Joseph, running onto the onside, picking the ball up and turning and throwing the stumps down, and finding Brook maybe an inch or 2 inches short of the ground, of this crease. And obviously the English batters were not looking at how well the West Indies were fielding. And it's called momentum. The fielding momentum is with the West Indies, and that was a dangerous single, and it ended up in Harry Brook losing his wicket.
I mean, they'd have got through for one, no problem whatsoever, had they both set off. But there was that slight hesitation in the previous over when Brook dabbed it down to third man, and Duckett wanted the single. Brook sent him back. They both grinned at each other as if to say, OK, well, we won't do that again. But then in the very next over, a long single, if they'd have gone straight away towards mid-wicket, there was hesitation. They both looked at each other. They both stopped. Just watch here. 1-2 steps, and then Brook goes, oh, hang on a sec, is he coming? Duckett got his head down and went, but that hesitation was enough to leave Harry Brook about 3-4 inches short of his ground. And Alzarri Joseph, that is stunning, because he had a hell of a lot of work to do, and he did it brilliantly.
And he's also the vice captain, Mark, and I like to see the energy he's bringing. He's bringing that kind of energy that is wanted to lift our West Indies team after losing the second ODI. So it's very, very good cricket awareness, good cricket from West Indies, particularly Alzarri Joseph, and they're quite buoyant now.
Quite right too, and Duckett, it is on strike to the next delivery from Alzarri Joseph over. He nudges that off the back foot wide of mid-on and will come through to single, and that means that the England captain Jos Buttler, fresh from 58 not out in the run chase in Antigua, finds himself at the crease at number 5 for England with 3 balls of the 10th over remaining. Not part of the plan, you would have thought, when they had the whiteboard up in the dressing room.
Definitely not. Jos Buttler obviously batted wonderfully well in that second ODI, which England won in Antigua, and now he's asked the final to come in this turn of final ODI, the decider, to really look now to have a significant innings.
Alzarri Joseph positions the seam in those long fingers, slip in place still. Short ball to Jos Buttler. Buttler takes it on. Has he got enough? No, he hasn't. It has been taken down there at long leg. That surprised him. Jos Buttler did not see that coming from Alzarri Joseph. He was trying to prop himself forward, and suddenly the short ball, the hammer was dropped by Alzarri Joseph, and Jos Buttler top-edged it above waist height. It flew down to fine leg. Most of the time when Jos Buttler gets a top edge on them, they fly 10-15 rows back, but this was caught running forward. Is it Moti down there has taken the catch? Yes, Moti clung on to one. And England fans who are having a party out there at the Kensington Oval are now silent, because their number one, their kingpin, their captain is on his way back for a first ball duck, and England are in total disarray at 49 for 5. Very smart bowling by Alzarri Joseph. The big fish, you give the big fish a big ball. A bouncer had no control, but looking to pull, get a top edge, not getting anything on it. And Moti coming forward from long leg and taking a very good catch, moving to his left. And that would have shocked England. Now being pushed back at 49 for 5 and going into the 10th over. So the decision to field first, it's really working for West Indies, and you can see it. They're buoyant forward. Has picked up 3 early wickets. They're fielding well. They're running. Alzarri Joseph with a run out, and now a wicket on his own. So this is good cricket from West Indies. Is it ever? Have your say on at cricket_talksport or at talksport2 on Twitter. Keep an eye on Philo Wallace and that great big 100 megawatt smile that's on his face right now on the YouTube channel, because the West Indies are on fire here. Liam Livingstone is the new man out, and We spoke about him in the build-up to the show, that he still has plenty to prove, and now he has a chance to do it. As Joseph moves in again, he goes for the stumps this time, and Livingston again, maybe a little surprised, is just caught on the crease but defends it away into the offside. Alzari Joseph face speaks it all. He's not getting carried away. He's all business at the moment. But England, my goodness me, 5 down for less than 50, and we're not even out of the 10th.
Yes, very good ball in from Alzari Joseph. The ball got Butler with a bounce, and Liam Livingston has come to the crease. And obviously a full-length delivery, and he playing back looking for the short ball, but managed to squeeze it onto the offside. Again, Alzari Joseph thinking.
Joseph in, and that ball just stands up a little bit on Liam Livingston. Back of a length, he defends it away onto the onside with a straight back. Shea Hope gets his team sprinting through the overs. And why wouldn't they want to get the ball in the hands of the next guy? It will probably be Matt Ford again. You wouldn't want to take him off right now on debut. He has 3 wickets to fall. Joseph with 2 wickets really to his own name in that over, despite one of them being a run out. The run out was quite superb. Brilliant athleticism and awareness from him. England really failing to communicate, or at least Duckett and Brook, for the second time in their very short-lived partnership, and that was the undoing of Brook. He's gone for 1. Butler, very next ball, the short ball, it was perfect, it was quick, it was right on the money, and Josh Butler, I think it was the last thing that he expected, and he went for a first ball duck. Ford it is to continue. Try getting the ball out of his hand at the moment. Figures of 3 for 16 from 5 on debut, and England just clinging on for dear life here at the moment as Ford moves it mid-crease, full of length, back over the wicket now to Ben Duckett. The statistician has managed to get the message through, and Duckett defends onto the offside, and there is no run.
Yes, a steady build-up of deliveries there from Alzari Joseph to pick up the wicket of Josh Butler. Very good ball indeed, and obviously Ford continuing in the manner in which he's starting, just getting the ball into the business area, this time coming over the wicket and asking Ben Duckett to defend.
Ford in, this time shorter and wider, and Duckett allows it to come alongside him and then taps it away to the sweeper out on the offside boundary for a single. 50 comes up for England, a mild ripple of applause, perhaps ironic ones from this, well, we reckon about 75% travelling crowd of England cricket supporters, England and Wales Cricket Board cricket supporters, I should say.
Yes, obviously.
Don't want to upset our friends from out there across the Severn River.
Yeah, obviously England have a very, 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 very good support when they travel. Even in the World Cup, they had a good support. Coming to the Caribbean for this short series, they'll have a lot of support as well, and they won't be short of entertainment.
Well, it's always entertaining wherever England go, that is for sure, for better or for worse, as Livingston takes 2 or 3 shuffles down the crease towards Ford, gets himself outside the line of the ball and just knocks it around to deep backward square leg for a single. That's him off the mark. Duckett's 28 from 26. He's looked by far the most at ease out there as far as the England batters are concerned. 51 for 5 then, halfway through the 11th.
Yes, it's important that Ben Duckett trying to get a partnership here with Livingston. He's looked very calm and cool, and he looks in control. Plays some very good shots, well balanced. Obviously he has good awareness as well, Ben Duckett, but it's going to be Liam Livingston who has to try and rein himself in, get in on this pitch and look to do something spectacular.
Ford switches to around the wicket. Duckett defends. It's 1 or 2 drops of rain coming off. It's probably one of the roofs, I think, judging by the way they're falling. I can't see anything out there in the park at the moment.
No, the skies are blue, so I don't see. The water must be just coming off the roof.
Yeah. Just seeing the replay of the delivery that saw the end of Will Jacks. It was an absolute peach, nipping away from a wide angle from Ford. This time around the wicket to Duckett, he's short and wide, and Duckett can only find the man at backward point. And well, who's to come for England here? We've got Livingston and Duckett at the crease. Sam Curran will be due to come in next. Matthew Potts probably at 8.
He bat a little bit, can't he?
He bats, yeah, a little bit, yeah. There's a man who can bat a little bit on our screen, Sir Gary Sobers. His picture looks in decent enough health. As the next ball is just patted back down the ground to the bowler. End of Ford's over. just the 2 singles from it. England, well, they don't know what to do from here at the moment. The only thing they can do is try and build a partnership, and that partnership needs to come from Duckett and Livingston. Jarrett?
Did I hear you talk about Duckett and over the wicket and around the wicket?
You did.
In one-day cricket, now he hasn't played a lot of one-day cricket yet. At the moment, when you bowl over the wicket to him, he averages 70. When you bowl around, he averages 14. However, I think that's part of the reason that they were coming around to him, but it's only because he's only faced a couple of hundred balls, right? If you look at his overall record, you're much better off at coming over the wicket, generally, where he averages 30 in T20 cricket, and around the wicket is 45.
Short ball from Joseph is fended down backward a point by Livingston, and they come through for a single after the slight fumble from Hetmeyer. So Gary sent me some figures. I don't know what. In fact, I didn't ask him to quantify what they were. It was 23 over the wicket and 65 around.
Yeah, I'm not sure. That might be List A cricket. He might be going at the overall record.
That would make sense, wouldn't it? Overall 50 over record, yeah.
Yeah, so if you just look at it, there's no doubt you want to be over the wicket to him, a little bit back of a length and angling across.
And that's what Alzari Joseph is attempting to do, but it's a little straight. Duckett tries to pull it, gets a bit cramped up and can only bottom edge it wide of mid-on, and again there's another single.
Yeah, he does this little shoveling shot once the ball is on his body. A normal player would just look to tuck the ball into the leg side, but Duckett just lowers himself and tucks it and shovels it into the leg side. But again, Alzari Joseph is trying to bowl that hard line and length at Duckett, just cramping him for room.
Yeah, and the television director is very enamoured with the delivery that Matt Ford bowled to get rid of Will Jacks. The ball nipping away at angle, going back towards middle stump. It just straightened, and that was the end of Jacks. So the next ball from Alzari Joseph is defended by Liam Livingston. 53 for 5, England.
Yes, obviously Matthew Ford is a wicket taker with a new ball, and it's good to see him getting the ball to go both ways, and the length and the line that he is bowling with that new ball is quite commendable. This is his debut match, and he's really running in and holding his lines and length like a man who's been there for a little while.
Joseph with a short ball, and Livingston wisely decides to duck underneath it, then rehearses the pull shot that he might decide to employ should he get himself in. Josh Buttler, I mean, the bouncer was a surprise for sure. I think Buttler was expecting something around off stump as he looked to sort of shuffle forward and cover that off stump. But should he have taken it on first ball?
No, I would have ducked that first ball and allow it to go. Alzari Joseph bowled the previous ball 141 kilometres, so he's bowling fast, and he has a very good record at the Kensington Oval.
Yeah, averages 13 or something at the Oval. Livingston decides to take it on though, slams it up in the air, it goes high off the bat. Tried to take on the pull shot, and no control whatsoever, and the ball spent an age out in the sky towards mid-wicket. Fortunately for Livingston and for England, the fielder was unable to get around and take the catch, but again a huge risk taken with England 5 down. And 2 batters, well, Livingston himself, who's only just come to the crease.
Yeah, I don't know why he wanted to play that shot, Liam Livingston, but favours fortune, favours the brave. Yeah, he pulled a ball up, but just short of a left, not getting a lot of bat. The ball hitting high on the splice of the bat, but Casey Carty can make it run from backward square to mid-wicket, and he got a single.
Joseph nudged off the hip of Duckett to Hetmeyer at deep backward square, and they'll pick up another single.
Yes, again, Alzari Joseph looking to tuck Duckett up on the leg side. Don't give him any room outside the off stump. He's very, very strong square wicket and driving through the extra cover area. That ball just on the hip, and he just tucked it quite nicely into the leg side. Hetmeyer down on the boundary on the leg side, just picked it up and get another single. And after 12 overs, England have moved on to 55 for 5, and those 5 wickets will be hurting England, knowing that they were sent in to bat on a Kensington Oval surface that is actually fresh. And they would have wanted to bowl first, but unfortunately they're batting, and there's a good toss which they hope to have won, and obviously pressure on England batters.
Yep, West Indies winning the toss and deciding to bowl first. Josh Buttler said he would have done the same thing, and given the rain and the fact that the pitch had been under covers, that's an entirely justifiable decision. West Indies have responded though in the field and with the ball. There's been barely a bad ball bowled, and England looking to try and be positive no matter what the conditions or the occasion. found themselves getting out to a mixture of excellent bowling, some of it completely blameless. You think of the dismissal of Jacks. Crawley perhaps maybe shuffled down the pitch, but again the delivery was an absolute belter. Brooke and Duckett, there was a mistake there, and Butler, well, he took on the short ball first ball and perished. Now we've got to change. It's going to be spin. Moti comes in to the attack. He's bowling to Duckett. First ball, he tries to slap it through the offside. Inside edges it to mid-wicket, and that seems like a good time to hand over to Sir Curtly Ambrose and to Barry Wilkinson out there in Barbados.
Thank you so much. As Moti comes in again and bowls, this one is short. There he goes to pulls it behind square. He'll get one. Will he come out for the second? No, he wouldn't try to risk that, especially after the run out early of Harry Brook for one. So 56 for 5. All eyes on Matthew Ford, the young 21-year-old who has impressed many this year in the Caribbean Premier League. And the Honourable Desmond Haynes, chairman of selectors, was very tempted to go with him as he makes his debut, and he's got an impressive 3-wicket haul so far, 3 for 18. He's also, of course, in the T20 squad just picked, so all eyes on him. But it's Moti at the moment and bowls, and this time Livingston is on driving straight to the fielder there. Karaya at the wideish mid-on, and there's no run. 56 for 5 in over number 13 as Moti again left arm spin and bowls, and this delivery is punched out to cover, and there's still no run. Sir Curtly Ambrose is with me. Sir Curtly, would you say England have approached this like if it's a T20?
I wouldn't say that. I mean, when you look at the first and second ODIs, that's the way they played.
Moti in again and bowls. This time Livingston is cramped for room, but still finds that space out there in the long on area for one. 57 for 5. One ball left at over number 13.
It's just a situation where they didn't get off this time. Some good bowling, particularly for Matthew Ford, as David Joseph among the wickets as well. So it's not like a T20 mode. It's a situation where they didn't get off this time.
Duckett on 31. He's got the lion's share of the runs from 33 balls. Livingston's only got 4, but it's Duckett on strike as Moti bowls, and this delivery is on-driven again to the long-on area for 1 to end the over. We've got 13 overs gone. The West Indies winning the toss and fielding first. England in trouble. They're 58 for 5, the latest score here on TalkSport 2. So Curtly Ambrose, you look at the situation in this game in terms of the conditions. We had so much discussion about Antigua and the Viv Richards Stadium and that surface. How do you compare the two surfaces? Has this played better so far?
This one seemed to have a little bit more in terms of movement of the seam than the pitches at the Viv Richards Stadium. So batting is a little bit more tricky today. I reckon because of all that rain around, maybe a bit of preparation moisture or the covers.
It's going to be Joseph as he comes in again and bowls, and this delivery is driven firmly out to the point for 1.
The covers were on for a long while, so maybe a little bit of sweating. So there's a little bit of movement around, and there's no sun or anything like that. So I reckon he will continue to play so for a long period of time.
I'm going to get your thoughts in a minute on Matthew Ford, who has had a wonderful debut so far. But for the meantime, it's Livingston. He's on 4. He's on strike as the vice-captain comes in now. Bowls, passes the umpire, and this is a short ball that's pulled over the mid-wicket area. That's going to go into the boundary for a rare boundary, a rare 4, because we haven't seen many boundaries at all, giving the England fans something here to shout about.
It's still a slowish surface. Yes, when you bowl in a good length, you may get the ball to seam a little bit. But there was a short delivery from Azari Joseph, and it tells you the lack of pace in the pitch. Because Azari Joseph isn't a medium pacer, and he was hit well through mid-wicket. That tells you the slow nature of the surface.
It actually hung in the air for quite some time, you're right. Perhaps if that field of that mid-wicket was back a little bit, might have been in for a catch as Joseph in again bowls another short ball. This one is pulled with a lot of command, but there's a fielder in the backward square line boundary, and they'll only get 1. Let's talk a bit about Matthew Ford, 21 years old. He's doing his Bachelor's of Science in Sports Science at the University of the West Indies from the Combermere School, a school that has produced so many cricketers: Craig Brathwaite, Carlos Brathwaite, Shane Dulrich. They're known for producing cricketers, and he's looked good.
He's one of those players that is always looking to learn, and that's key. As long as you're coachable and you're looking to learn, you will get better.
Joseph comes in again and bowls, and this time is again pulled through mid-wicket. It was a very low arm pull. He jabbed at it. It's going to go down to the boundary, but I don't think he'll get there. Just help and relayed to Shepherd just about now, and the batsmen there are going to get 2 more runs. So Duckett moves up to 36, 67 for 5. Hetmar given a very good effort there on the mid-wicket boundary, relayed it to his countryman, and I'll go further and say his perhaps neighbour, because they're both from Berbice in Ghana, and they were able to start what would have been a boundary and only limit it to 2. 13 overs and 4 balls gone, 67 for 5. The run rate is at 4.90, but England won't be looking at that. They'll be looking at the fact that the right column says 5 wickets down. Here comes Joseph in again now, bowls, and this time Livingston is playing the ball straight to the offside, gets a single as the ball is played out to the third man area. Matthew Ford called into account again, and there's just 1 run there for him. 68 now for 5. Conditions have improved a lot in terms of no more rain for the meantime. It was very overcast earlier, lots of rain, then it stopped and started again, and there was that ever-present feeling that we were going to have one of those days, secretly, that you'll be watching rain fall and not watching cricket. Thankfully that has not happened, and we have a good crowd on hand. I would say, like I said earlier, 85% UK, 15% local. Is Joseph around the wicket now and bowls to Duckett, and Duckett is turning this one behind square. He'll get 1 to end the over. 14 overs gone, and England are 69 for 5. Livingston has 10. Duckett has 37 from 37. Latest now here at Kensington Oval, more from Sir Curtly Ambrose.
Shea Hope, the West Indies captain, won the toss, elected to bowl first, and up to this point turned out to be a good decision. His bowlers haven't let him down at all, picking up 5 quick wickets for only 69 runs on the board. So at this juncture, you have to say that the West Indies are in the ascendancy and they're more confident at this moment. Lots of work to be done by Duckett and Livingston, who is at the crease, along with Sam Cowan, Atkinson, Rayan and Potts to come. Lots of work to be done, lots of overs to go.
Phil Salt caught Joseph, bowled forward for 4. Will Jacks was caught by the keeper Hope and the captain, off of Ford for 17. Zach Crawley went for a duck, caught by Athanase off of Ford. And then we saw Harry Brook needlessly run out. Very athletic there from Sylvester, from, I call him Sylvester Joseph, from Alzari Joseph for 1. And then Josh Butler, I thought he was perhaps the softest of the wickets to go, just skying the ball to Moti on the backward square leg boundary, and he went for a duck as well. So we've got 2 ducks in this lineup, Crawley and Butler, and they would have been very key and pivotal men, with Duckett unbeaten on 37 run a ball, 37 4-4s, and Leon Livingston, he was on 10. But we've got Sam Curran coming in next. So they still have lots of batting left, but you would have to say with 43 overs, I know you said that this is how England usually start, this is how they play the cricket, but you just get the feel that once they can settle down, they will give you that competitive total. If not, the West Indies are not going to be chasing anything above 200 runs.
It's going to be so important for the West Indian bowlers to keep it as simple as possible. You don't want England to get away to a big total. So it's always going to be a situation where, because oftentimes, Barry, you know, as bowlers, and you nip out 5 wickets for nothing much, all of a sudden they start to experiment and try things, and before you know it, there's a big total on the board. So it's always important just keep it simple, continue to do the things that are bringing you success, and try to finish. Don't experiment too much.
Yeah, well said. The lights are on, and the water card is still very much on, so you're not missing any cricket. The West Indies making 1 change today, and that change has proved to be very successful. You just get the feel that in that first one in Antigua, when they only shuffled about 5 bowlers, they were definitely a bowler short, and I think they paid the price there as England made 325.
That was my observation as well. with 5 bowlers, because there's a situation where if one or two of the bowlers don't quite get it right, who are you going to fall back on? But then when I look at the lineup, then I thought, okay, maybe they will use Atenays for a couple of his off spinners, or they could use Rutherford for a few of his seamers,
that's right,
which he did in the second ODI. So maybe that was the thinking behind the team, but I'm always a bit concerned about just 5 frontline bowlers, because things can go haywire.
Yeah, you're right, and things did. Luckily, Shea Hope and Romario Shepherd picked up the slack with the bat and were able to get the West Indies home. So we're about to have a resumption now. The cart is going off, and it's going to be Moti to continue. The left arm spinner. He's got 18 wickets so far in his very short ODI career. This is his 10th ODI match. Guritish Moti from Guyana. We had the unfortunate news of the death yesterday of Clyde Butts. That was indeed so sad. He perished in a car accident, and as well as Joe Solomon. So 2 former greats gone in one day. Here comes Moti now on bowls, and this delivery is on the line, the off stump. Duckett defends, and there's no run. How close were you with Clyde Butts?
I mean, we weren't that close. I mean, whenever we meet up, we'll have a little chat about cricket or whatever.
Moti again bowls, and this one is a full toss, driven, not taken advantage of. Fields to his own bowling, Moti, and there's no run.
Yeah, but it's not a situation where we'll call up each other from time to time. You and I claim to be friends, Barry. You don't call me anyway.
That's not true. You're never wrong when you call. You're always up and down. As Moti bowls again down the leg side, turned into the onside. They're going to sneak a single here to backward square. They fielded there. I wouldn't say Hetmeyer was caught napping, but he could have been a bit more alert in that position. In the end, they were able to get a single. So one run to take the total now to 70. 7-0 for 5 on here on TalkSport 2. We're at over number 15. A bit of a recovery. Livingston has got 10 from 13, and Duckett has got 38. It was 49 for 5, so these two have had a little partnership of 26 so far, the highest partnership. As Moti now bowls to Livingston, and Livingston is driving back to Moti, and there's no run. Moti has certainly come on leaps and bounds as a cricketer in the last 5 years. He's worked so hard at his game, and I'm not surprised that he's reaping some success. Again on the line of the middle stump, turned into the onside, still no run. Yannick Carrier there running in from mid-wicket to ensure that he would be able to take a single. Here he comes again and bowls, and Livingston this time is driving through the onside pleasantly out to the long on area down to the boundary, but there's a fielder there, so he'll get what's called a long one, and the over comes to an end. 15 gone. 43 overs all told to be bowled by the West Indies, and England are 71 for 5 after 15. Sir Curtly Ambrose.
Very, very good going by West Indies. This is exactly what Shea Hope, the skipper, would have wanted. Early wickets, restrict England, put them under some pressure. As you see Yannick Carrier coming into the attack. Going to be very interesting to see how he goes with his leggies. Would he be able to get some purchase? Would he cause some problems for the batters?
If anything from what we've seen from Moti is to go by, I think he might want to get some on the right length. He will. I have some good news in terms of the bowling of Matthew Ford. I've just been informed that 3 for 18 is currently the best bowling figures on debut for West Indies versus England in ODIs. The best was 3 for 28 by the late great Malcolm Marshall in the 1980. So this has been a very encouraging start for the career of Matthew Ford, as this first delivery is well flighted, and there he comes on the front foot and square drives it out to the point area for 1. Livingston goes to 12, a 72 for 5. When you're being in the company of someone like Malcolm Marshall, you must be doing something right, even if it's on debut.
What a phenomenal bowler he was. There are no questions whatsoever when it comes to his bowling. The late great Malcolm Marshall.
People always compare you with Mako in terms of who was better? Was it Sir Kirtley? Was it Malcolm Marshall? Here comes Carrier. He doesn't have that reputation yet at all. And that's driven beautifully by Duckett into the covers, and that's going to go for 4. It was a full toss outside the land, the all stump. And Duckett is not the most attractive player, but he has a very good habit of putting away bad balls, and that he did for 4, and he moves it now to the 40s. And England now, they move along now to 80, is it? No, 76-5.
That's what batting is all about. The ability to put away bad deliveries. And of course, you can get singles or twos off of good deliveries as well. That frustrate bowlers.
Carrier in again with his leg spin and bowls. This one is short and punched away. We'll get perhaps a couple here again. He comes and gets the first one very quickly, but no, he doesn't want the second. Not fielded, not taken cleanly there by the keeper, Hope. And in the end, even though it was deflected, they'll still settle for the single as that ball went out to the cover boundary. So Duckett, 43, 79 for 5. Livingston, he is on 12. These are still 2 very good batsmen, don't fool yourself. Sam Curran can also bat very well. So England, once they can get settled again, can still post perhaps a competitive total. As Carrier comes in again and bowls to Livingston, who's playing this in the air out to backward point. One bounce to Alzari Joseph. That one stopped on him, Sir Curtley. I think that's what you were trying to insinuate, that if you don't go through the shot, you could be in trouble. That was just short of a length, and Livingston was very lazily on the back foot. Here comes Carrier in again and bowls to Livingston. Livingston gets the dividends, driving in the air. That's going out to the long off area. They get 1. They'll come back for the second quite easily. Shimron Hetmar feels just about now, and the batsmen get 2. But again, that one held up. The ball is not going through.
And that is something that Carrier needs to do. Take the pace off the ball a little bit and force the batters to really hit it. It's easier to hit through the line when the ball is a bit flatter or a little bit quicker. With pace off, it's always a good option.
Here he comes in again, Yannick Carrier, and bowls with a slip this time, and this one is driven again into the backward point area. They get 1. Will they come back for the second? Yes, they do. So 2 more runs there to England. This is good cricket from them. A nice little fight back. They were 49 for 5. They're now 81 without further loss after 16. With Duckett moving to 43. Livingston has 16. The latest score here at Kensington Oval.
Very, very important that these 2 continue to build a good partnership. Partnerships are so important. If these 2 can bat as deep as possible, the runs will come. They are scoring quite nicely without taking too many chances. But on the other hand, the West Indies now would want to break this partnership before it gets bigger.
You're right, because you correctly said about 15 minutes ago that the last thing the West Indies would want is to do so well and then they get complacent and you find a 60 or 70 run partnership that bring England back into the game. And that's, I wouldn't say it has begun to happen. Well, it has begun to happen. It's not happening as yet fully, but it has begun to happen. As Moti comes in and bowls to Duckett, and Duckett is driving back to Moti. There's no run. The Windies releasing their T20 squad today. If you missed it, Andre Russell is back. That's the big news. I'm sure that was whet appetites of some. As this delivery again is driven into the onside. Hetmeyer's there at mid-wicket and there's no run. He tugged at her as well. Didn't really hit it with any level of conviction. Here comes Moti in again and bowls. This delivery again, bang on target on the line in the middle stump. Duckett on the front foot, playing the ball back to the bowler. Still no run. There's a slip, there's a short third man, there's a sweeper, cover, mid-off, long on, short mid-wicket and the back square at the boundary. This one is turned down into the back square leg position. Shimron Hetmeyer is there. Along with Casey Carty, they do a bit of relay and ensure that the batsmen are kept to single. 82 now for 5 in over number 17 in the second power play. Moti in his third over has only conceded 6 runs. My goodness, has he bowled well. Livingston on strike on 16. This time he gets a full toss, pitched on the line of the leg stump, turns it down to the mid-wicket area, out to the boundary. Ford is there and they only get one run. I really thought he should have done better with that as well. These are deliveries that are gifts. That was virtually a full toss on his legs and he just pushed it into the onside. Let's see what Duckett will do. Here he comes in now, Martin Bowles to Duckett. Left arm spin to the left-handed batsman Duckett, who's just again forcing this into the offside for another single to end the over. 17 gone, it's 84 for 5. As we look at the career of Ben Duckett as a one-day cricketer, 29 years old, of course he's from Kent. This is his 11th ODI. He's only scored 324. Not a bad average of 36. Highest score of 107 not out. So 250s and 1 century in 11 ODIs is not too bad, Sir Kirby. How do you rate Ben Duckett as an ODI cricketer?
Still very early to make a good assessment. Still very young in his international career. Looking to build a foundation. Already scored a century, so he knows how to score runs. That's not an issue. But it's still too early, Barry, to really give him, some kind of pass mark. He needs to play a little bit more.
He's on strike again as carrier bowls. So this one is short. He's punching it beautifully. But there's a fielder there on the backward point boundary. That's Casey Carty. And that means he'll only get 1 run. We spoke about Duckett. What about Liam Livingston? We'll talk about him a little bit. He's an interesting cricketer in terms of his career. Livingston, of course, is just about a year older. Cumberland. He's played some 24 one-day internationals. Still looking for a century. As this delivery is pitched up and driven out to cover, we'll get 1 more. 24 ODIs, 513 runs, highest score of 95. And he's been in and out of the team. He has not suggest consistency, and he has not been a solid member of the side. But he's looking to change all of that. Only played 1 test, Liam Livingston. As the tuck band makes its way around the ground, you can hear it in the back, providing some sweet songs. As this delivery is down the leg side and played into the ear, out to a short leg area. There's no short leg, so they'll get away. Perhaps there was someone might have been in for a chance and catch. Carrier, none for 12 for the second. It's 86 for 5 with Duckett on 46, 1 shot away from what will be another half century. The crowd is quiet at this stage as Carrier bowls to Duckett. He's driving again out to the man Casey Carty there again at the point boundary for 1. So Duckett moves now to 47 from 50. On 18. So this is a good recovery. 49 for 5 was the score at one stage. 87 now without further loss. 2 balls left in the over. Then we got here from here comes again Carrier bowls delivery that brings the batsman on the front foot. He's pushing it square to the offside. Thought of a single, but decides against it, and there is no run. So the weather's definitely improved. It's looking much better. I don't think once it remains at this that we should have any more rain interruptions that we have all day. But now we're seeing that the umpire is signaling a no ball, which means it's going to be a free hit. We're just going to confirm it's because it oversteps. You can't do that as a spinner, can you?
It's something that always irritates me when it is spinners bowling no balls. I mean, nobody's perfect, but you're not really running in, striding out like a fast bowler. It shouldn't be.
Let's see what Livingston does with this free hit. He comes down the pitch and goes for a big swing, misses it. But of course he would have been stumped on a normal day, but he can't be stumped on this occasion. So that's a free hit gone awry, you will have to say. That was a great opportunity for him to try and get a 4 or 6, but he missed it, and in the end it's a dot ball, and it's 88 for 5.
That is exactly, Barry, why I complain a lot about this free hit nonsense, to be quite fair. everything these days tailor-made for batters.
Here he comes in again and bowls on the line of the off stump. Played square into the offside, and there is no run to end the over. 18 overs out of 43 gone. Duckett has 47 from 50. Livingston has 18 from 25. The Windies won the toss. England were in trouble at 49 for 5. They're still being checked, but at 88 for 5 would suggest that a recovery is on. So, thank you so much, Sir Kirtley, here on TalkSport 2. Let's hand you back to Andrew McCann.
Thank you very much, Barry and Sir Kirtley. Yeah, work to be done for England. 18 of the 43 gone. 88 for 5 means they're going at just under 4.9 and over. Ben Duckett, 47 from 50. Livingston, 18 from 25. After Salts, 4. Jack, 17. Crawley, 0. Brook, 1. Butler, first ball, duck. Moti will continue with his 4th over. 0 for 8 so far for the slow left armour. Shea Hope's just wandered all the way down to have a word with his bowler before they start the new over. Ben Duckett will be on strike, closing in on his 3rd one-day international 50. It's fair to say that England have needed him, and Liam Livingstone, to be fair. These two have got to do the bulk of the batting, certainly for the better portion of the remaining innings. Moti is now happy and will start. Left arm over to Duckett, who punches towards mid-on, and there is no run. Band in good form, very good form today. In goes Moti. Duckett forward, playing from outside the off stump, turning on the onside to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Steve Harmison alongside me.
Yeah, it's been a good little fight back by England.
Duckett down on the sweep from well outside of off stump, and to deep backward square for a single. He goes to 48, 89 for 5.
Ben Duckett's played really well. He's been very, his decision making's been brilliant, especially against the Seamans early on. When carnage was going around him, he stayed calm, he stayed composed. He's now gone to the sweep shot off the spinner. I'm really encouraged by it. I think we all want to see Liam Livingstone get a score. Talk about Liam Livingstone in the build-up.
Around the wicket is Moti to Livingstone. Livingstone stays tall, allows it to come all the way to him, and then guides it down to 3rd, where Rutherford, sprinting after it, will put it inside the boundary, about 10 metres inside, so they can come back for a couple. 91 for 5. Livingstone's got 20 from 26.
That was a lovely shot. He just let the ball bounce. He laid it on the ball, come to him. A little late cut past, short 3rd. 44 is the partnership. It's just building nicely. It was carnage for about a 20-minute period early on for England, when the ball was bouncing, and now Livingstone and Duckett just starting to rebuild nicely here for England.
Moti around the wicket, shorter but quicker punch to Hetmeyer as short extra cover, and Livingstone's got a smile on his face thinking, oh, what I could have done with that, but I didn't. It's no run. To complete the over, Moti goes in. Livingstone just plays respectfully to short mid-off, and that is the end of the over. 19 gone here on TalkSport 2. England 91 for 5 after being put in. Jared Kimber.
Ohtani just signed in Major League Baseball a 10-year contract for $700 million.
I'm sorry, say that again in English.
10-year contract, $700 million, and I just wondered how that compared to your career earnings, Harvey.
£700, I think that's about it, to be honest. Most of it was made off the back of a Caribbean trip, so not quite in that league or John Rahm's league when it comes to the live golf or anything like that, but what a time it is now to be a professional sportsman.
Also, I said this before, it's really interesting that you've got a Japanese baseballer who's an all-rounder, so they haven't had an all-rounder in baseball for 100 years, and he's one of the biggest baseball stories. We've got an Afghanistani leg spinner in cricket. There's a lot of weird stories popping up in sport that you wouldn't normally assume. I don't think if you're a young person in Japan 15 years ago, you're dreaming of making $700 million with the Dodgers. Macca might have been.
I can remember when Alex Rodriguez went to the Texas Rangers from Seattle. That was 252 over 10 years. Starts of a new over. Carrier is in, and it's turned around the corner to the leg side by Duckett, down towards short fine leg, but there's no run. I think that was 252 over 10 years. And that was probably 20 years ago, maybe even a little bit more now. So gives you an idea of the inflation of sports wages. Actually, Kevin Peterson I saw on social media describing the live golfers as pioneers. Duckett drives into the cover region. He'll be fielded by Alzari Joseph just outside of the ring at mid-off, and they will take a single. Duckett goes to 49, 92 for 5. I've heard the live golfers called many things recently, but pioneers was a new one on there.
Yeah, just not like Kev to prick his ears up when there's money going around, is it? So, no, he has an opinion on the golf. I think, Rory McIlroy in that situation, spare a thought for him. He has been the leading light for the golf, or what you would say is the proper golf, and not the breakaway league. But I think we're all golf fans, just want to see everybody play together.
Carrier is in, but deep in his crease is Livingston, pushing to mid-on for a single, 93 for 5. Of course, Kevin's currently playing in that Masters competition, and in fairness to him, doing quite well.
Yeah, he's
I
doing
did see
really
him say on social media, thoughts of an IPL contract.
Yeah, somebody was pushing the Pakistani Super League towards him. I'm not sure he'll be going over there, but no, Kev was an unbelievable player. A ridiculous talent player. It looks as though he's gone to play cricket. I think he's back now, and he did look in fine form. He hit a couple of big shots down the ground when you see them on social media, and you can still see that he could possibly still play.
Duckett 49 not out, pushes back with a point on the offside and brings up his half century. He does it in 56 balls. He's got more than half of the England total, then 94 for 5 after 19 overs and 4 balls, but Ben Duckett gets his third one-day international 50 just when his team need him most.
Yeah, well played, Ben Duckett. It really has been an exceptional innings, because while things were going round him at the other side for predominantly right-handers, the left-hander, he stood tall. He's absorbed the pressure, gone about it, his innings in a nice little merry way, and he's keeping England just in this game. I say just in this game.
Livingston to face Carrier, stays deep in his crease as he bowls right arm over leg break, pushed all along the floor to long on, and they walk a single to make the partnership 46 from 62 balls, taking England to 95 for 5.
Liam Livingston again, that's better. Just hit it down the ground and just keep the momentum going. Put the pressure back onto the West Indies. Keep building this little partnership, which that it is only a 43 over game, and England are in a bit of trouble, but don't shoot yourself in the foot by giving it away. Give yourself the best chance of facing the last 10-12 overs of this cricket innings.
Duckett waits for Carrier. He's given him some width. Chipped in the air, down over mid-off's head, and it'll land 10-15 inside the boundary. Rutherford does the fielding. Duckett's heart was in his mouth for a while, because he didn't get all of it. It was more of a chip than anything else, but he knew the man was inside the 30-metre circle, so as long as he cleared him, he was okay, but he didn't clear him by much. Duckett's got 52, England 97 for 5 here on TalkSport.
Yeah, there was just enough drift on that delivery there that just drifted away from Duckett, where you could see he was wanting to hit it down the ground, and just at the last minute you could see his facial expressions that he knew he was in trouble. He knew it was just a little bit too far out of reach, but he knew he didn't have to hit it that far and that hard, so he didn't try and lose his shape. He just tried to guide it straight rather than try to hit it with full force then over towards the leg side, which might have got him in trouble, and it might have gone straight up in the air. So again, Ben Duckett, he's in a little bit of form, he's in a little bit of touch. You see how he just adjusted there.
Moti around the wicket to the right-handed Livingston, gets a low full toss about ankle height and clips it out to Romario Shepherd, who's on the mid-wicket boundary, and returns it in for a single. From the bowling point of view so far, well, it's been Matthew Ford's show on one-day international debut, 3 for 18 from 6. Romario Shepherd's 4 overs have cost 31. They opened the bowling. Alzari Joseph came on first change, 1 for 17 from 3 for him. Moti is in his 5th as he bowls to Duckett outside of off stump. Ben Duckett gets so low as he plays the sweep, gets it to deep backward square, and they will take a single to take it to 99 for 5 and the 50 partnership. So Gudakesh Moti, 3 overs, 0 for 8, and Yannick Carrier, 2 overs, 0 for 14. Those the bowlers used so far. The West Indies making one change, like England did today. It's Ford for O'Shane Thomas. Bryden Cast missed out as Matthew Potts came in for England. Bryden Cast, Joss Butler said at the toss due to illness. Around the wicket is Moti. Livingston pushes out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Yeah, the spin bowlers have bowled nicely, but I think England at the 5 down building a partnership. I think I'd turn to Alzari Joseph.
Now that one bounced a little bit from Moti, and that is the bottom hand coming off the bottom of the bat from Livingston. That sort of reaction where you go, oh my goodness, what happened there kind of thing. So there was a bit of bounce, but he managed to control it. There's 2 balls left in the over. 0 for 13 for Moti. Short ball, not timed into the offside on this occasion. Well, he's not well enough to get to a boundary, but it's a single that brings up the England 100. 20 overs and 5 balls to get there. It's 100 for 5. Livingston got 24. Duckett 53. England's rebuilding job continues.
Yeah, 51 run partnership this, and the spin bowlers have contained nicely, and Shai Hope will be, just ticking the overs off as much as he possibly can. But with the partnership building, Alzari Joseph only bowling 3 overs.
Moti, that one turned. Duckett helps it around to deep backward square, and they will take a single.
And I think because of that, I'd have a look at Alzari Joseph and see if he's your best bowler. He's my best bowler, so bring him on, see if he can break the partnership, 2 overs. If he can get one of these 2 out now, would be a massive wicket for the West Indies, Jared.
Yeah, I think they went a little bit long with the spin there because they just let England just chip it around a little bit. So I think bring Joseph back, maybe a little bit late, but it's still a good idea. Kieran from Crickviz sent us through something that says in the last 5 years, Joss Butler has had 9 dismissals from the short ball in the first 10 deliveries he has faced. So when he comes in, so the first 10 deliveries of each innings, he's gone out to the short ball 9 times compared to, I think, full balls was 5 times and length balls was 2. So you can see it's a big difference. So I went and had a look at the numbers. Before that, he used to average 142 playing the pull shot early in his career. In the last 5 years, he's averaging 22 playing the pull shot. That's a big difference, Harmy.
I wonder if that might have something to do with his numbers from his Test career.
Well, Alzari Joseph is coming back for his 4th over. 101 for 5. It's down the leg side. Duckett's underneath this, helps it on its way, and it lands in the players' viewing area of the Cigarfield Sobers Pavilion. First 6 of the innings. Just got his line wrong there, and Duckett just scoops it up and helps it on its way for 6. He goes to 60.
Yeah, shoveled round the corner. It's actually landed in the West Indies dressing room. He's just from around the wicket, bowled it onto the hip of Ben Duckett, who's, I think he's getting a little bit of a top edge on it, but just helped it around the corner with a pace on the ball, and just helping it up into the air. It's gone onto the balcony of the West Indies players.
Joseph around the wicket to Duckett, who pulls into the leg side towards mid-wicket. There's no fielder out there. 3 bounces and rolls into the rope. This is a fabulous start to this over from Ben Duckett. 6-4. He's now got 64 from 61. England 111 for 5 here on TalkSport 2.
It's poor bowling from Alzari Joseph. It really is. He's bowling into the wheelhouse arc of Ben Duckett. Ben Duckett, not a tall man, and he's going to try and bowl a bouncer. He's got to get that closer to Ben Duckett, and he's got to get it higher. He's got to get it higher. That is meat and drink for a player, not because Ben Duckett's in and he's on 64. That's one of his favourite shots.
Where does Joseph go here then? He's around the wicket and bowls. Well, that's about waist height as Duckett plays it back down the pitch to the bowler. And all the West Indian fielders clap and say, yeah, that's more like it. 3 overs and 3 balls, 1 for 27 for Alzari Joseph so far. He did get Joss Butler out. First ball, as Jared was saying, the short ball did the trick. As you and Butcher were actually talking about out the back of the box, Harmy, it wasn't the old full-blooded pull. It was sort of a get-off-me pull. Joseph around the wicket. Duckett opens the face, guides it backward a point. single down to third man where Moti fields. Single taken, 112 for 5. And it almost looked like Butler was a bit surprised by that short one.
Yeah, he was. It looked as though he was startled by it. Just get to the crease, he's taking his guard, standing there waiting for Alzari Joseph, just thinking, hit it back down the ground, and his instinct took over. That's what Josh Butler does. He's very instinctive player. He plays better when he plays on instinct, and I think that she's seen the short ball, and he probably seen it a little bit late. It was onto him a little bit faster than he thought. It was a good short ball.
Oh, sorry.
Joseph is in. Liam Livingston's climbed into this one over the leg side and just comes down over the rope. He gave that massive hang time, and it comes down about 1.5 meters over the rope at mid-wicket in front of the main scoreboard. And Alzari Joseph, I think that might have been an off-speed one. The seam certainly went down scrambled. It certainly went an awful long way. 75 metres as Livingston climbs into that one. 118 for 5.
Yeah, great shot from Liam Livingston. He's sensing that Alzari Joseph's not in total confidence, and he's expecting the full ball after Joseph's bowled a couple of short ones.
Final ball of this over. Livingston swings, misses through to the keeper, and there is no run. So 17 from the over. 2 sixes, a boundary 4 and a single. 1 for 34 is Joseph from his 4. It's 118 for 5 after 22 here on TalkSport 2.
Harmy, I had one for you that I thought you might be interested in. Alzari Joseph, we know he's probably more of a new ball bowler than anything else. You know, a little bit of height, sideways movement, all those things. Against right-handers across list A cricket, he averages 22, and against left-handers, he averages 57. We saw him come on here, and it was almost like he didn't have a clear plan of what to do to Duckett. I know in the end, Livingston's giving him one as well, but it was the lack of plan of he didn't seem to know what his best ball was to a left-hander. And with the new ball, that probably doesn't matter as much because he can nibble it around. Once the ball gets old, it doesn't look like he knows which side to bowl from and what kind of delivery he needs.
Yeah, I'm pleased you mentioned which side to bowl from. I'm still struggling to understand why people bowl around the wicket to Ben Duckett, especially because the way he sets up. You know, his hips are open. His right foot is probably on sort of middling leg. His left foot's on middle stump. He is square. So if you're bowling from around the wicket, that's an easy tuck off the hip. If you're bowling short, you know, you have to get it high if you're going to bowl short from around the wicket to him. I don't understand why people don't bowl over the wicket to him.
Moti to start a new over, and from outside of off stump, turns back into Duckett, gets solidly in behind it, almost a little bit French cricket style, but keeps it out, and there is no run.
Seems to be the modern way that you bowl around the wicket to left-handers, but I think some, especially on pitches which have got a little bit of inconsistency of the bounce, and that is what this surface is, I'd have stuck over the wicket.
Moti, left arm spin, Duckett down quickly on the reverse. The ball actually grips in the surface and bounces a bit, but Duckett is good enough to go through with the shot, gets to the non-striker's end, has a giggle with the bowler. 119 for 5.
I think that shows you how good he's seeing the ball, because that actually didn't react the way he expected, did it? Like you said, Macca, I think it spun a little bit more, held up, and he almost waited for it and readjusted his sweep shot. And most people, well, his reverse sweep in this case, most people don't do that.
Around the wicket is Moti to Livingston, very full, virtually full toss length, pushed out to mid-wicket where Carrier fields no run.
The left-hander plays a reverse sweep. It's just a sweep though, isn't it? They're the ones standing on the wrong side.
Moti, oh, that's short. Livingston doesn't time it as well as he would like into the offside. Will still get out to the cover sweeper for a single, and it's 120 for 5. If a left-hander plays a reverse in a forest and no one hears it.
The parable of our time.
Yes.
It's not a parable, it's convex, isn't it?
Leave it. Over the wicket is Moti to the left-handed Duckett, who is, his body is completely outside the line of off stump. Sweeps down to Rutherford at deep backward square and will take a comfortable single. 121 for 5 as we approach the end of the 23rd over.
The disappointing thing from the last over of Alzari Joseph, from a Shai Hope's point of view, you bring him on to try and make an impact, and he made the complete opposite impact that you want him to do, and he's your best bowler.
Moti to finish the over, quick in towards the pads of Livingston, clip to Carrier at mid-wicket, and there's no run. So 23 gone, it's a 43 over a side match, so 20 to go. 121 for 5 are England at this stage. Duckett's 67 from 66. 31 from 39 balls for Livingston, and England at this rate are on course for 226. Well, that would be something to work with, at least.
Yeah, something to work with. 7 and over gives 261. I don't think they're getting 300 at 9 and over, but I think somewhere in between. I think 250. I think 250 on this surface could be a good score for England. That's what they should be looking to target. I think anything over 230 will be an in-game score. 7 overs less than a normal game. I don't think this is a great surface. And England's bowlers, well, they've got a couple of hit the deck bowlers as well, so I think they'll enjoy bowling on this.
Joseph to start a new over, and still around the wicket. Ben Duckett tries to flay this through the offside, doesn't catch up with it, and it's through to the keeper, Shea Hope, and there is no run.
And it's a big over for Alzarri Joseph, because in the last over, his captain's asked him to come and break a partnership, and he's gone for 2 sixes in it, and that's criminal as your best bowler. But for me, from an England point of view, brilliant from Liam Livingstone, because he sensed that even though he's under pressure as in place, he's not bowled. He sensed the bowler's under pressure, and he hit him for a big six. Took a gamble. Shows that his confidence is growing.
Joseph past the umpire. Ben Duckett square drives this one out to Carty, who is sweeping on the offside in front of the party stand, and they will take a single. TalkSport 2, of course, every ball of the T20 series starting on Tuesday coming up as well. Don't forget, it's a pretty late start on Tuesday for the first T20. First ball, 10 o'clock UK time. So it's going to be a pretty late one. So tuck yourself up in bed, pop your earphones in, get your DAB radio on or your app, and you can stay with the cricket. Joseph into Livingston, drops it into the offside. Actually takes 3 or 4 paces down, saying to Ben Duckett, you come in? And Duckett said no, so they stay where they are.
But that's good from Liam Livingstone, because he's still looking. There's a good ball from Alzarri Joseph. He's looking to rotate the strike, seeing that respect for the bowler, trying to still keep the scoreboard moving, waiting for the ball in his scoring area.
Alzarri Joseph on his way. Oh, Livingston's come to meet him. He's swung into the leg side. Is it over the leg side? No, but it's dropped by Carty. He didn't get all of that one, and it went high without the distance, and it comes down with Carty underneath it, but it goes straight between his hands. And Alzarri Joseph was having a difficult enough day with Liam Livingstone as it was, without his mates doing that. Carty is a straight deep square leg, moves about 5 or 6 metres to his left hand side, gets a hand to it, but the next contact is with the grass, and Liam Livingstone stays at the batting crease. England 123 for 5.
It's a poor drop there from Carty. It really is.
Joseph once again around the wicket to Duckett. Slower ball, help round the corner to deep backward square. They will take 124 for 5.
It was a better bit of bowling from Alzarri Joseph. This has been a good over from Joseph. This is what his captain Shai Hope needed from the last over when he first came on to bowl. He sees Liam Livingstone go towards the leg side, going for that big leg side shot, follows him, bounced in and around the hip area. Liam Livingstone just helps it up in the air on the way, and that really is a poor, it's got into the wind, but it's a really poor effort from Carty. He's nowhere near the boundary.
Joseph to the right-handed Livingstone. Livingstone guides it wide of the keeper, through, second slip and away for 4. Used all the pace on the ball. That might be the quickest ball of the day so far, actually. 141 kilometres an hour. There was something behind that from Joseph, you could tell. It got the raging hump, and Livingstone just backed away, opened the blade, and guides it away through very fine third for 4 more.
That is a really good shot. He's just watched the ball bounce, I think. He's trying to get it a little bit squarer than that. It's just got it probably finer than he was wanting, but that's why it's gone to the boundary. And Alzarri Joseph, well, in this series so far, he's been very expensive. A couple of spells in this series so far, he's been dealt with. And in this last 12 balls that he's bowled, when his captain really needed him, spinners had just contained enough to get England under a little bit of pressure. He's gone and released it in England now, where you're not where they want to be, but getting closer and closer to a total where they'll feel as though they're still in this contest.
Harmy, can I ask you a technical question about catches? Because you being the expert here.
Did you see me catch a cricket ball?
Yeah. They keep. I reckon West Indies have dropped 3 catches where they've let the ball get really, really low. Karai's coming in here.
He will over the wicket to the left-handed Duckett backing away, hits to mid-off, and they don't take a single.
So obviously in Australia we're taught to catch it as close to our eyes as possible, and I know a lot of other countries do it with their hands facing up, not the way the Australians do. But it doesn't seem to me to be any reason to let the ball get 1.5 foot off the ground when you're going to take a catch. It just seems like an odd decision that they keep making.
Carrier on his way in over the wicket. It was a loopy one from Duckett. Duckett hits down the ground. 1 bounce, 2 bounces. Oh, and it's well fielded by Ford, who got very close to being done by the spin. He was quite wide at long on, was running straight, and then suddenly had to put his left hand out behind him to stop the ball. And they only take a single, 129 for 5.
Yeah, some beautiful courses on the island of Barbados. Sandy Lane, I think the lads played yesterday. Royal Westmoreland, Apes Hill, and that there from Ben Duckett. 9-iron down the ground. It hit one of the rough patches. It got a little bit of spin. Just checked to this side. I think he had about an 8-foot putt from that little downhiller.
Presumably he held it as well.
Oh, Livingston's had a huge swing at this one. It hits him on the body. There's half an appeal from Hope for Elbidully, which surely must be too high, but Livingston was looking to give that the absolute beans.
Yeah, he was trying to hit that onto one of the golf courses on the west side of Barbados. He's gone kitchen sink this, and sometimes he does get predetermined that he is, but he's gone right across his stumps, both, and the ball's just bounced. I think it's spun as well to go past. I think it's going to go past off stump and probably
wide and high.
Just going to go over.
Carrier comes in for the 4th ball of the over. Livingston went across his stumps very early there to be in position, pushes to mid-on, well inside the circle, and they hustle for a single. Livingston realised the fielder was a little bit slow off the mark there, Moti, and called his mate through for a quick single.
I think to go on what you're saying, Jared, you're taught as whether your hands up, fingers pointing up or fingers pointing down. That's a preference for me as a fielder. You are comfortable in catching whichever way you as a player feels.
Moti in Carrier into the left-handed Duckett, turns through square leg, and it'll be a single.
But I think that the biggest thing you try and teach kids is to try and catch it as close as you possibly can to your body, where you've got a stable base. And more often than not, that's higher than your waist. It's above your waist, in and around your waist high. And if something does happen, well, you can have a second chance. You've got more chance of getting a ricochet or a rebound. But you've also got a chance, if you do catch it that little bit higher above the waist, to absorb the velocity on the ball to take it down. If you go right close to the ground like they've been doing, there's a hell of a lot more chance of you not being balanced.
Carrier is in. Livingston swings this one into the leg side. It's flat and just clears the man out on the mid-wicket boundary for 6. And he did not have much to spare at all there. That was a proper flatty from Liam Livingston. It gives him 6 to take him to 43 from 45. At end of 25, England 137 for 5.
Yeah, it's a powerful, powerful shot. Shortish ball. Liam Livingston's been waiting on this. He's been wanting to play that sort of slog sweep. This ball went 74 metres, but it probably only went 15 foot off the ground all the way, and it just got over the top of the fielder as it was coming down. There's Mario Shepherd there, both feet off the floor. I don't think he was really that close to it. Another good shot, another powerful shot from Liam Livingston, and another over where pressure was getting built up nicely, and England have been able to find a boundary just to release that pressure and then put the pressure back onto the other bowler at the other end.
To take you through the next few overs, Stacey Ann King is alongside Big Bad Barry Wilkinson.
Thank you so much, and what a partnership this is, just nearing the 100-run mark at this stage. I'm just a bit surprised as Stacey Ann King joins me that we have not seen Matthew Ford perhaps come back to try and take a wicket, because you've got a situation where he's got 3 for 18, the best bowler so far, and we've seen these two whack about the bowling quite easily. Some pretty poor fielding as well. Shepherd now comes in and bowls to Duckett, and Duckett has turned this in the air, and he's out caught at mid-wicket. Just as I was giving them a bit of a stick. Easy wicket, and Duckett gives it away. 71 from 73, turning that one into the hands very, very safe in there of Yannick Carrier, and it's now 137 for 6. Stacey would have to say a good breakthrough, but the West Indies did give some chances before that final catch.
Well, you did say or ask for a change of bowler. Unfortunately, it wasn't Matthew Ford, but Mario Shepherd doing what is needed for his captain, Ben Duckett, going for 71 from 73. He had 6 fours and 1 6 in that innings, and that partnership between him and Livingston, 88 from 93. So a very good partnership in the context of this game, because they've lost a lot of wickets up front, and just being able to recover and keep things tight. That's been a really good innings from him, but he'll know that he gave it away. That was just too easy after he was all set.
Yeah, that's the surprising thing. He's fought so hard, and it looks like his wicket was really surrendered. He did not show that he was in control, and just pushed the ball into the hands of Brandon King at the short mid-wicket to be dismissed for 71 from 73, like you said, 6 fours and 1 6. But a great partnership. Livingston is still there on 43 from 45, 2 fours and 2 sixes. But now he's going to be joined by Sam Curran, who's also a pretty good batsman. Your thoughts on the score? 49 for 5, Stacey Ann, to fight your way to 137 for 6. Would the West Indies take this on in terms of feeling a bit deflated?
In a sense, they may, because wickets were falling so quickly before they created opportunities, but then a number of opportunities that were created weren't taken as well. But give credit to where credit is due, and it was a really good innings and a really good partnership between Duckett and Livingston. Livingston is still there, but in the context of the game, I think it was really good from them. You actually saw Ben Duckett trying not to play that sweep shot in that first period of before getting to 50. So I thought it was really good from him, because he knew that he got out twice in the 2 previous matches playing that sweep shot, and just being able to stay out there.
So the man from Northampton has come in. That's Sam Curran, who's getting off the mark, turning the ball into the onside. He seems to be around so long. You seem to forget that Sam Curran is only 25 years old. But he, of course, is the younger brother of Tom Curran, as he's in his 32nd ODI. Highest score of 95 not out. I think that's actually the same score as Liam Livingston. I think both of them have 95 not outs as their highest ODI scores. As Shepherd comes in now and bowls to Livingston. Livingston gets a good short delivery that cramps him up for room. He was looking to cut that. In the end, he had to play it and defend it along the ground, and there is no run.
Yeah, a few deliveries similar to that. He would have just opened the face and beaten the wicket keeper, just literally guided it down to that short third or that long deep third area and picked up runs for it. But this time around, Shepherd bowling a much tighter line to him.
Here comes Romario Shepherd, the man from Berbice, passes the umpire and bowls. This one again cramps him for room. It was short. It was on the line of the off stump, and there he was trying to just lean back and perhaps steer it down to the third man area, but he was unable to do so. Perhaps, I don't know if she was beating for pace or if he was just in the wrong position at the wrong time.
Yeah, 2 similar deliveries from Romario Shepherd, which is good from him, being able to bowl that tight line.
Here he comes in again as he passes the umpire and bowls to Livingston, and Livingston this time gets a good delivery on the line of the off stump. Forced to defend, Shepherd fields his own bowling. Shepherd has definitely tidied up because he was a bit loose early on. In fact, there was an over that he was struck for 16 runs, but he's managed to just come back a little bit, and at 138 for 6. You look at the bowling figures of Shepherd, he's got 1 for 32, only in over number 5. Here he comes in again now and passes the umpire and bowls to Livingston, and Livingston is going to cut this one. Beaten, taken there by the keeper Hope,
It's over.
and that's over. 26 of 43 gone, And England 138 for 6 with Livingston there. He's on 43 from 49. The run rate now 5.3. England fought back, but the West Indies have just checked their total.
And 5 bowlers used thus far for West Indies. Of course, Ford being the best on the day so far with 3 for 18 from his 6. He's only bowled one spell so far of 6 overs, which was really impressive. Shepherd 1 for 32 and Alzari Joseph 1 for 41. No wickets to any of the spinners just yet.
Yeah, I've noticed that. Is it because of the pitch? You think the pitch is perhaps favouring the seamers more, or the two spinners, Moti and Carey, have not really come to the party? Which one is it, Stacey?
Yeah, I think in the context of this facility, it has really taken a lot of pacers' wickets. Pacers have gotten wickets more than spinners. Of recent, spinners have, but pacers generally have taken more wickets here.
Well, let's see if Carey is going to make the difference in that. The leg spinner bowling to the left hand is Sam Curran, and this time this delivery is on driven back to the ball and there's no run. So Sam Curran, who would have had a pretty good returns in the last ODI, if not the first, when he went almost for 100 runs, got 3 wickets in the last and was very good. Wasn't called on to bat. Today he definitely needs to put down his head and get a good innings for England. And this delivery, they're appealing for, well, the captain Shea Hope is appealing. Is he saying, is he trying to insinuate that he was bowled? I don't think so. In fact, he actually just fixes the stumps himself, because that one went between the gloves of Hope, and they went on to hit the stumps, and he was just playing with him. He was just perhaps teasing Sam Curran, appealing for being bowled. Here comes Carey in again and bowls. This delivery is down the leg side and turned quietly into the forward square position for 1. So Curran goes to 2. 139 for 6. What's a good total now, would you reckon, Stacey?
Well, knowing that the average first innings score here is 200, just around 200, 202. I think from an English perspective, you'd want to get at least to 250. Give yourself a chance. Give your bowlers a chance as well, because they've done really well in the last ODIs.
Here he comes in again and bowls to Livingston, and Livingston this time is stabbing at that, just on the line of the off stump. Plays it to Rutherford at the backward point position, and there is no run. Lane Livingston, although he has played some entertaining shots, has not necessarily looked rather fluent. He's only got 2 4s and 2 6s in his 43 from 50, but he's really played a good innings from the perspective that he stopped the wicket in glut, even though he was dropped as well. Should have been taken by Casey Carty there at the deep mid-wicket area. Casey Carty put down a very easy catch. Is it because he's not batting well? Perhaps he's not concentrated in the field, Stacey King?
Yeah, I didn't think that catch helped him, or that drop catch helped him in any way, because he's been having a hard time batting. And of course, you want to just do things to stay in the game so that your confidence is built as well, because you still have to go out there to bat. So you don't want to be thinking that, hey, I just dropped a catch.
Easy 1-2. This delivery is again into the onside, and there the batsman goes on the back foot, looks to turn it in the onside, can't score, goes forward to square. The over ends. A dot ball. England 140. 140 for 6 from 27. With Sam Curran on 2. Livingston's got 44. Projected scores, if they continue at this rate, they'll get to 223. They'll want, like Stacey Ann said, to get to 250. I think that will be a pretty good score. Got to remember, only 43 overs, so 243, 250 will be a really good score in 43. The approach by the West Indies is going to be the next thing. Is this pitch going to get better as the night goes on, or is it going to get progressively harder to be facing the pace of Sam Curran and others? Is it going to get more difficult, do you reckon?
Yeah, just think with the rain factor that has been around, there might be a bit of dew, so might see a few deliveries skidding on, a few deliveries staying, just with that invariable bounce as well out there. So it might be challenging in that second half for West Indies, but if you look at the history of this ground and seeing that captains winning the toss, opting to have a bowl first, have a field first, they have normally been the ones that have been successful. So I think that has played a lot on Shea Hope's mind in terms of making his decision to field first. And so far, they may just think that they've got things a little bit because it's 140 for 6. They've broken that partnership between Duckett and Livingston, and I think that's really important for West Indies. But this is an English side that you don't ever want to underestimate.
No, you're right. You're right. You're right about that. Let's give you the scorecard while the water card is on. So Phil Salt was caught by Joseph off of Matthew Ford for 4. Will Jacks was caught by the keeper and Captain Hope off of Ford for 17. Zach Crawley was caught by Athanase off of Ford for Duck. Ben Duckett, the last man gone, caught by King off of Shepherd for 71 from 73 balls, 6 fours and a 6. Harry Brook unfortunately run out, going for a non-existent single. Really good fielding by Alzari Joseph, the vice captain, for 1, showing some athleticism. And Josh Butler, I thought perhaps his wicket was the most loose of the lot, skying a ball down to the fine leg area, and it was out caught by Moti off of Joseph for a duck. It has left Livingston, the L's left Liam Livingston for 44, not out, and Sam Curran, he's unbeaten on 2. The bowling has been very disciplined. 1 extra, and that's unheard of with the West Indies. Usually they have accumulated a lot of extras, but you would have to say, Stacey, and before I give you the bowling figures, that the West Indies' bowling has been much more disciplined than it has been in a long time.
Yeah, most definitely. I think we saw that improvement coming into this match and the other 2 matches in the series, where they've just really tried to bowl a much straighter line. That 4th, 5th stump line they've tried to end on, and it has worked for them. At times they've been a bit wide and they've been punished for those wide deliveries, but very much improved bowling from West Indies. And as I mentioned, just 5 bowlers used thus far as well, and they've done well, especially their paces. And I think that 1 extra would have been that no ball from spinner Yannick Carrier, which is literally a sin. You don't want your spinners to be bowling no balls.
You're right. So we've had Matthew Ford, some 6 overs, no maidens, 3 for 18. Romario Shepherd, 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 32. Azari Joseph, 5 overs, no maiden, 1 for 41. Gurikish Moti, 6 overs, no maiden, none for 18. And Yannick Carrier, 5 overs, no maiden, none for 31. Shepherd is going to continue now. He's going to continue the attack, of course, from the Malcolm Marshall end. That's just, of course, right beneath the Coppin Cozian Short Media Centre. And he'll be bowling, of course, to Liam Livingston, who's on 41, as we're about to have a resumption after the long water break. I'll give you the field after this delivery as Shepherd comes in on bowls to Livingston, and Livingston is playing this into the onside, can't score. The ball goes straight to the mid-wicket area and there's no run. So there's the 3rd man. There's a point on the boundary. There's also a backward point, extra cover in the mid-off, mid-on, straightish mid-wicket, backward square leg on the boundary, and a long leg. So pretty interesting field, which might suggest that he might be bowling some short deliveries. Here comes Shepherd in again now, bowls to Livingston, and Livingston gets delivered that short but outside the line, the all stump. Goes down to 3rd man, fielded just about now by Yannick Carrier, and he'll get 1. What do you make of that field, Stacey Ankin?
Yeah, I think just based on how things have gone so far in the series, England have scored a lot of runs behind point on that deep point region, so hence the reason for having 2 fielders, a short point and a deep point, which is almost sweeping in that area. And both these players, they've played a lot of shots just pulling behind square.
Shepherd in again and bowls, and this time Sam Curran is driving sweetly but straight to cover. It's well stopped, mind you, very well stopped, because it had that pierced that offside field, that would have gone into the boundary, but very stopped there by Matthew Ford, and he stopped what I thought was a certain boundary, and they only get 1 in the end.
Yeah, again, Shepherd will think that that's not the field that he has set, or that's not where he wants him to score, because with the field set, that would have been 4 runs any day.
Still haven't seen Matthew Ford come back on the attack. Here's Shepherd now again in bowls. This delivery is again crabbing in for room. He wants a single. He's left for dead. Had that hit at the non-striker's end, he could have been run out, because there was the non-striker Sam Curran running down the pitch looking for a single off of the bat of Livingston, but Livingston started initially and said yes, then he said no, almost left him for dead. Well, the replay suggests that if he did hit, though, he might have been back. Would he? Yeah, he would have been back. But it was indeed very close. Here he comes in again and bowls to Livingston. Livingston this time is again getting delivery on the line. The off stump, still cramped for room. Just a bit of amateur batting by Livingston on this occasion, because he's been doing this for the last 2 overs and he hasn't tried anything different. He's still standing up trying to force a delivery that's cramping him without moving.
Yeah, might want to possibly bat out of his crease, give himself a chance just to throw Shepherd off the line in which he's bowling. It's only 2 runs scored in this over thus far. Livingston is on 45, so he's been there. He knows what's coming from West Indies.
142 for 6 as he comes in again and bowls. This time he comes down the pitch and hits this in the air, and he's out caught at mid-on. That was as easy as it would ever happen. I just suggested to you that Livingston looked very, very amateur in terms of how he was facing Shepherd, and in the end I'm not surprised that he succumbed, coming down the pitch and just swatting the ball to the mid-on area. The 2 Guyanese doing the double on that. It was Shepherd and Rutherford teaming up, and in the end Liam Livingston is gone. England now, after a great fight back, almost 100 in partnership, they've now regressed again to 142 for 7.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed. Liam Livingston gone for 45 from 56 balls, but just giving it away. So literally falling into that pressure of not scoring and not being able to rotate the strike and just opting to play a big shot.
Yeah, that's just what it was. So the new batsman is going to be Rian Ahmed. Run rate 5.07, but the thing about it is, Stacey Ann, is that you look at the fight back, 88 run partnership, and then to now lose 2 wickets at a particular stage where you still have so much time left to bat. It's difficult to think that the England side could get to 200 runs as the 19-year-old comes out to bat just 4 innings, best of 12, so that doesn't suggest that he's a big bat at all. Sam Curran is going to have to try and milk this strike as much as possible with only Gus Atkinson and Matthew Potts to come.
And if you remember that Sam Curran innings in the first ODI where he scored 38 from 26, you need that and a bit more to get to that 250.
Yeah, it was very important for Liam Livingston to stay there, at least for another 7-8 overs. Anything else would have been a bonus, but 200 runs look out of the picture now, like it did at 49 for 5. And the bad news is that we might get some rain again too. So, 142 for 7. Sam Curran is on strike as Yannick Carrier comes in and bowls. This delivery is outside the line of the off stump, spinning back into the left-handed batsman. He's on the back foot, punches it to Rutherford at cover, and there's no run. Not a good sign I'm seeing at all there in the west. We seem like we might get some more rain again. Well, the ground staff there are not bothered, so once they're not bothered, I don't get bothered either, because I take my cue from them. As Carrier bowls again, this delivery is on driven out to the mid-on area. Looked like it was going down to the long on at one stage, but Matthew Ford just ran across to his right and did some very pretty diving and stopped it from going so far. So no run.
I also think the one thing with rain falling in day-night matches is as it gets later in the day or in the night, you can't see when it's coming, when the rain is coming.
I told Sam that very same thing, as this delivery is again punched into the covers and there's no run. Sam, of course, asked me, our producer said, Barry, well, our local producer, he said, Barry, is it going to rain later on? I said, the difficult thing about Kensington Oval is that when it gets dark, you just cannot tell when the rain is going to come. It's impossible. And that's so true. So thank you for corroborating that story, Stacey Ann King. So he wouldn't think I was just trying to give him a fast one. This one is short and punched straight to the fielder at cover. And again, there's no run. Sam Curran looking to find the gap. Hasn't found it on that occasion.
Yeah, you just wonder what is Sam Curran's mindset at present. 4 dot balls, 2 balls remaining. How many deliveries do you want Ahmed to face, really?
Yeah, you're right. Here he comes in again and balls to Kern, and this time Kern is again punching it, but he gets a single this time out to the mid-off area. Alzari Joseph, the vice captain, is there, and they'll get a run to take the total now to 143 for 7. Run rate has dropped appreciably to now 4.96. It was just on the 6 at one stage when the 88-run partnership was going great guns, but it has since regressed just a little bit.
Just a few field adjustments for this final delivery and first delivery to Rehan.
Carry out, none for 32 from his 5.5. He's been expensive tonight. He's not picked up a wicket. Here he comes in again down balls to Rehan. And Rehan is driving sweetly through cover. That's going to go a long way towards the boundary. Will it get there? I think it's going to get there. Yes, it does. Well, that does not suggest that this man can't bat at all. In fact, I would say that's one of the best shots I've seen for the night. A beautiful drive through cover for 4.
Yeah, definitely take back Sam Curran trying to cover or shelter Rehan after seeing this exceptional drive. Good stride, good position, and good gap finding as well.
What do you know, it went to the man who's been very unlucky in the field, Casey Carty. He's had a dreadful night. Let's hope he can make it up with the bat if he's called to do so. So Rehan has got 4 for 1. That's his very first ball tonight. I must tell you, if that's what's to come, I'm looking forward to see what else he has, because that was not the sign of a number 8 batsman at all, or number 9, correction. Rehan Ahmed. It's going to be Romario Shepherd now to continue to bowl to Sam Curran, and Curran gets a delivery that's down the leg side and turned out to the fine leg area for 1. So a little look at Rehan Ahmed, just turned 19 as a matter of fact in August. Well, just as relative, I guess. That was some 4 months ago, but he's from Nottingham.
Right arm over.
Rehan Ahmed, and he's of course just played a handful of ODIs, made his test debut already. 7 wickets in his 1 test. He's got 9 wickets in his 5 ODIs. A very young and exciting cricketer who has been tipped for greatness from the time he was 12 years old, when he was a net bowler apparently at Lord's. Here comes Romario Shepherd now. He runs it again now and bowls to Rehan, and Rehan this time is punching it nicely, but straight to the field. The Shimron Hetmeyer at backward point, no run.
And it just shows the importance of this series and this tour for young players like himself. His high score previously was 6. Scored 12 in the first match, the first ODI. Played an exceptional cover drive a while ago to get off the mark. He has picked up wickets. He's been exceptional when it comes to English cricket.
Here he comes again and bowls. That time he's defending it nicely on the front foot, very confidently as well, as Shepherd feels his own bowling and there's no run.
He looks really confident as both batters just have a tap at mid-pitch on a short conversation.
Shepherd surveys the field and he's ready again now. Runs it, passes jumper and bowls. A delivery that's pitched up, driven straight to the mid-off area this time, and there's still no run. Rehan Ahmed looks at the kind of cricketer that if you've got someone who's playing really good shots at the next end, you want to have him at the next, because he looks to me like he has stability. Early days yet, not suggesting anything, but from what we've seen so far, he definitely can bat. He's not a rabbit. Here he comes in now again, Shepherd and bowls to Ahmed, and this time Ahmed is again on the front foot and looking very confident and driving straight back to the ball, and there's no run.
Yeah, bat, pad, foot, everything is in line and very close, so absolutely no chance for Romario Shepherd to get past anything. Looks very comfortable out there.
Yes, he does. Let's see if he's going to perhaps make the most of this opportunity. There's still a long way to go. This delivery is outside line, the off stump, and driven beautifully again through cover for 4. It was in the air for a little while, But I tell you what, the way he played that shot, a little arrogance in it as well, cocked up bat and has gone for another boundary. Riyam Ahmed is showing that he has batting ability, if not stability, and he's got another 4 to take the total now to 152. The 150 comes up, 152 for 7 after over number 30.
And you can see that he intended to play that shot upish. It's a good measurement of the fielder who was just in the inner ring there as well. Didn't beat him by a lot, but the intent from young Ahmed. I love his confidence.
Oh, it's a lot to admire about him. He's only got 8 though for all of that. But the England side still have 13 overs left, so they still have quite a way to go. And I don't want to reiterate the point, but I'm really surprised that Ford has not come back to see if he can clean it up. He's been the best bowler. You're continuing to bowl Yannick Carrier. You can't tell me you're going to keep the spinners on, and that's why we haven't seen Ford, because Shepherd is bowling for the next end. I really feel that Ford should have come back to try his hand again after getting 3 for 18.
Yeah, support that sentiment.
There's going to be Carrier. Perhaps he'll come now and get a wicket and prove me all wrong. Here he comes in again and bowls now. And this time Curran is on driving straight to the field of the mid-on area, and there's no run. Gone up to 5.04 now. He was on the 5 for a little bit. Projected score 217. Here comes Carrier now. In again to bowl to Sam Curran. And Curran gets the delivery again on the line of the leg stump. They're going to steal a single there to the forward square position. There's actually Ford coming to do the fielding, and there's just 1 run.
And left and right combination as well in the middle, so just a few changes in the field once again.
Brings on Ahmed to take the strike. Looks around, there's a slip, there's a backward point. Sweeper, cover and extra cover. This time he comes down the pitch and whacks that down the ground. It's gone straight, but very well fielded by Shimon Hetmar at the long off. Jumping and diving to his right like Greg Louganis, stopping what was going to be a certain 4, and in the end they're limited to 2. He's on 10 now, Riyam Ahmed.
Yeah, amazing cricket shots. If you can see these shots, then you'd know that they are really good cricket shots that Ahmed is playing.
Oh no, he's not guessing at all. He's really batting solidly. He's on 10 from 7. Here comes this delivery again. This time he's tugging it. That was not an authentic cricket shot. He went and invited the schoolboy to see that. It was a full toss that he looked to tug it to the onside, and it looked quite ugly in the end. His first non-stroke.
In his defense, if he had gotten past Alzari Joseph, that would have been 4 runs.
You're right. But he did it. Here he comes in again and bowls. Again, that's a sweet shot out to extra cover. On the front foot, again with this bat face straight, driving sweetly on the up. Straight to the fielder there on that occasion, Athenaeus, but he still can't get the run. 155 for 7 and over number 31. Yannick Carrier in his 7th, he's got none for 39. He's been expensive. I believe this is his last. As he comes in again now and bowls. His delivery is short and he's on the back foot and cuts it well. Carty's onto it like a here, and that means they only get 1. Well fielded, but a pretty poor throw, but limiting the batsman to a single to take the total to 156 for 7. Ryan has got 11, Curran has got 6.
4 runs coming from that over, that Yannick Carrier over. The run rate just creeps back up to just over 5. Captain Shea Hope will have some decisions to make. This pair seems to be getting quite comfortable in the middle.
Yeah, you're right. You said it correctly, Stacey. And they're getting comfortable, and they can afford to, because there's a lot of time left. If this is the last 5 overs, I can understand a sense of urgency, but you've got still a lot of time. And I've been calling for him, and now he's back. But just as he comes back, he's been aborted. His run has been aborted because the umpire told him the batsman was not ready, and it was very cheeky of him to try and run in. All right, so he's ready now. I believe that he actually told the umpire he didn't think he was ready either. Here he comes in now. As he steams in now, Matthew Ford is back and bowls a delivery that Ahmed is playing it defensively into the offside, showing the ball the full face of the bat, plays it out to the cover area, and there is no run. 156 for 7.
Yeah, bowled his first 6 overs in international cricket consecutively, then went on a break for quite a long period after picking up those 3 wickets and creating some opportunities.
Here he comes in again and bowls. This delivery again is on the line, the off stump. Defensively pushed into the cover, and there's no run. If you missed it earlier, I told you a little bit about Matthew Ford, 21 years old, studying his Bachelor of Science at the University of the West Indies in Sports Science, but he's put that on pause for the meantime due to the fact that he's been playing a lot of cricket. Former student of Combermere, which, of course, I said produced Carlos Brathwaite, Craig Brathwaite, Shane Dowrich. This delivery again is turning to the onside. They'll get 1. If you want to go back about Combermere's vintage, you're talking about Sir Wesley Hall, who, of course, would have gone to the Combermere School as well. He produced a number of outstanding cricketers, so he's come from good stock, Matthew Ford. And of course, I think Floyd Reefer, who's the assistant coach, he would boast of finding Matthew Ford because he's not the kind of cricketer that really came through in terms of hearing him from under 15 and under 19 and so on. But he plays for the UWI team in the local competition. And Floyd Reefer, Pedro Collins worked a lot with him. And he's just come on leaps and bounds. He's taken every opportunity he's got, especially the CPL. Here he comes in again and bowls. Delivery down the leg side. Turned down to fine leg for 1. 1 more run. 158 now for 7. Rian Ahmed is on 12. He's on strike. Kern has got 7. Do you like the look of Matthew Ford?
I remember seeing him at CPL earlier this year, but hearing his name just household around different households as the under 19s, because I think he played for in the under 19 World Cup in 2020. So he's been around, but I saw him at CPL earlier this year, and I think he picked up 11 wickets.
Yeah, he had an interesting time at CPL, and I think he credited the CPL for actually develop him in so quickly, because he felt that his cricket was just becoming a bit stagnant. He also had a bit of an injury after the under-19, so he had about a little 10-month period where he wasn't playing any cricket, and I think he was getting frustrated with the injury that he might have picked up.
Yeah, which can be frustrating, but when you have players of the caliber that you have mentioned.
This delivery is again on the line, the off-stump, pushed into the cover area, and there's no run.
Especially like Kemar Roach, who has also suffered from injuries and been able to work his way back into things, into international cricket. It's good to have those persons around to chat with and help guide you as well as a young cricketer, and help motivate you to just not give up on your dream.
Yeah, you're right, Stacey I. King, thank you so much. Those 32 overs gone, 158 for 7. We're going to hand you back now to Philo Wallace and Mark Butcher.
Thank you, Nikhil. Thank you, Stacey Ann. England have got a lot of work to do. Just 11 overs left in this innings. They're 7 wickets down. Fortunately for them, they have a couple of terrific young players at the crease. Northamptonshire-born Sam Curran, 19 years of age when he made his Test debut. Rian Ahmed, England's youngest ever Test debutant. As Correa bowls that one down the leg side to Curran. It's signalled wide. Test debut at the age of 18. Down there in Karachi in Pakistan, December 22. Rian Ahmed on Ben Stokes' SAS Rogue Heroes tour of Pakistan, where they clean swept the home side 3-0. Been a clean sweep, or certainly won't be a clean sweep here in Barbados, as Curran strokes that full delivery from the leg spinner Correa down to long on for a single. England 160 for 7. Curran is 8. Rian Ahmed is 12 from 15. Philo Wallace is next to me. He was feeling pretty happy with life and pretty calm and relaxed a little while ago. This partnership now, though, and the sight perhaps of England perhaps pushing the score up to beyond 200 might be giving you pause for concern on this surface.
Yes, Mark, obviously you don't want England to get too many.
This Karaya's in. Slip in place. Ryan Ahmed tries the flamingo shot. Back leg up in the air as he tries to whip it through the leg side, but it comes off the outside half of the bat and ends up back with the bowler, dot ball.
Yes, you don't want England to get to 30 to 40. The best teams would like to bowl them out for under 200 and give themselves a better chance of winning this series.
And once again to Ryan Ahmed, who plays a solid forward defensive stroke. The ball runs off a slightly open blade to backward point, and there's no run.
Because we saw in the last ODI, the English bowlers rather than hit the deck quite hard. On this surface, if they hit the deck here, they're going to get more bounce, and they'll be encouraged a bit more to hit the ball into the surface.
West Indies will have the advantage of knowing exactly what they have to do. Setting has been difficult for both teams as that ball turns and flashes past the outside edge of Ryan Ahmed into the hands of Shea Hope.
Yes, a good over here by Correa. Ball just pitching and spinning past the outside edge of Hope, taking it by his hip, right hip. And Correa's a typical leg spinner, oohs and ahs.
Coming out of the Imran Tahir school of follow-throughs there as he gasped with that good delivery flashing past the outside edge. That one is draws a defensive stroke from Ryan Ahmed again. It ends up at backward point, and again there's no run.
Yeah, this is a good string of deliveries so far from Correa. Just 2 runs, one is wide and one from a single. But I like the aggressiveness of him as a leg spinner. He hasn't picked up a wicket as yet, but he showed the aggression and bowled some good deliveries in between, some not so good deliveries, but you have to commend him for the effort and the intent in which he's put in so far.
Kararin looking to close this one out. Earrings on left and right. Tuba grip on the bowling arm. The ball is prodded down to long on by Ryan Ahmed. He'll keep the strike, and that single concludes the 33rd over. 161 for 7 England. Run rate just a little bit below 4.9. A look of mist and maybe a little bit of moisture in the air. Yep,
rain.
Indeed, right on cue. Yeah, rain. And the sou'wester clad groundsman, these brightly coloured yellow sou'westers on the bodies of the ground staff, some of whom are fully shod, others have just come out in the blue t-shirts, are dragging the tarpaulin covers out into the middle, and the players make their way back to the Sir Garford Sobers pavilion, because we've got some rain. We've had plenty of it thus far in Barbados. You remember the first 2 one-day internationals were both held in Antigua, one apiece as they left there, the teams. They've not had long to get themselves ready for this game. There's been about 3 weeks worth of preparation go into this surface at the Kensington Oval, but unfortunately the weather gods have had other ideas for us in terms of perhaps the way that it's played and the fact that this match is now going to be interrupted once more. We lost 7 overs of both teams' innings, so 14 overs in total of this 50 over game before we got a start today. West Indies winning the toss and inserting England, and they reaped immediate dividends from that decision, having reduced England to 49 for 5 in the 10th, and all things were looking very bright and rosy as far as the West Indies were concerned. But a bit of resistance, quite a lot of resistance from Ben Duckett, who made 71 from 73 before he was caught by King off the bowling of Shepherd. And Liam Livingstone also looked to dig England out of a massive hole, 45 from 56 for him before perhaps he took a risk too early